He's looking.
What about that?
I don't know. How about that, y'all? Is that good?
How about that?
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? The channel that's always on was off for some reason.
Oh, well, my goodness.
So we're going to stay talking until y'all keep emailing and telling us that we're okay now.
Yep. That's a little quick fix.
So,
Maybe.
and this is, Rick just texted me on something, and
Did he say the sound was off?
No, I've purposely not done something,
Oh boy.
and I can't do them because we're live now. But I've purposely not done this because I don't know what to do about Beth Mowens.
Oh, I know you're struggling with it.
I haven't put the liners in what we call the instant replay, which is really just a punch.
I know what you're
doing. Hey,
doing.
liners are playing. And I have the game of the weekend, but
I'm feeling it, and I didn't even talk to her.
Because I'm like, do we? Anyway, I haven't put them in, and it's not because I haven't wanted to. I'm battling myself.
You met Beth. She was extremely nice.
I did.
And you feel bad now
Right.
if you make fun of her.
Yeah.
Did you see where somebody had?
Okay,
sent us
everybody can hear us now, so we can rest easy.
Okay. Did you see where someone? I don't know if was it her Twitter or something that somebody had sent a message going, "Don't talk to the field guy because they make fun of you all the time."
Yeah.
I wonder if that's.
I
real?
doubt it. I doubt it took off because we haven't heard much about it. But so yeah, Rick, I hear you. He said, "Hey,
you're battling within."
How
about this? Next time you watch a game, she's calling. You're gonna think that ain't that bad. You hear me?
Oh, I know.
I mean, you can't help it. I'm the same way. If she would have been nice to me, I'd have felt bad making fun of her.
Yeah.
I know that shocks a lot of people that I say that.
I know.
Well, but maybe I'm lying.
I've got her game, and instead of sounding the alarm, I just want to watch it.
Yeah, and go, hey, Beth, remember me? I'm your buddy Speedy.
That's my little buddy. Hey, Beth, how you doing?
You made some liners for us.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. 866 We Be Big.
So you're gonna struggle with that all day.
I am. But it's not up to me. I guess I'll provide the information and we'll just move on.
Oh boy.
All right, but never mind. I ain't gonna.
Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba.
If you've ever wondered if CBD and other plant-based solutions can help you, well, 90% of customers report better sleep, and 81% say CBD helps with stress and anxiety. If you've been thinking about trying it for a health concern that's not getting better, consider CBD from cbdistillery.com. Visit cbdistillery.com and enter the code BUBBA for a 20% discount. No prescription required. That's cbdistillery.com, promo code BUBBA, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsor.
It's Raycon's 6th anniversary, and they're celebrating with a sale you don't want to miss. 20% off everything on their site with select products, up to 40% off. Raycon made a name for themselves in the premium audio space, and this year they expanded their business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon PowerTech. So there's a lot to celebrate. Use the code BIRTHDAY at buyraycon.com/Bubba for 20 to 40% off site-wide. That's the code BIRTHDAY at buyraycon.com/Bubba, or find the link under sponsors at rickandbubba.com. A crazy schedule can make it easy to fall back into your old recipe rut, or you could could keep mealtime exciting. With HelloFresh, over 40 recipes to choose from each week, there's always something delicious to discover and love. Save on flavorful fall dishes, crowd-pleasing eats, and more when you sign up for America's #1 meal kit. Take 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, the code Bubba. That's HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? Why would you do that? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. And when you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up. We appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, and we get to choose the mechanic we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Okay, I'm not here to nag you about all your diets because I don't always eat healthier either. But I will share this. The Mayo Clinic says if you want to prevent heart disease, lower blood pressure, and cholesterol, eat 5 servings of fruits and vegetables every day. Folks, I don't do that, and you probably don't either. So I use Field of Greens, and I really like it. If you don't always eat right and exercise, join me and take Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com, the promo code Bubba.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
This fall, as you settle back into a busier routine, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. Simply Safe's revolutionary home monitoring innovation, 24/7 live guard protection, helps stop crime in real time. If an intruder breaks in, monitoring agents can see, speak, and deter them. Get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or you can visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
All right, it's 22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, and we thank you for being with us today.
You know, I was thinking.
Oh, you were?
You need those liners in, Rick was basically, that's what he was wondering about.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, and it's a battle within myself, and I've told y'all this.
Between when we transition to the guys at the top of the hour, we don't have time to do it then, obviously.
Right.
During the commercial break.
Correct.
So why don't you just do it now?
Do it now?
Yeah, how long does it take? Just a second? People might want to hear them anyway.
Well,
I know you want to hear them because you miss Beth.
Here's the problem. Hold on.
So you're going to stall and put me off.
What?
Because I get it. You feel bad.
No,
feel bad.
No.
You saw that tweet somebody sent, said, don't talk to this guy. He's going to make fun of you.
Well, no, let me see. I got
And you and Beth are buddies now.
We are.
And you don't want to make fun of her.
Bank 10 here. You know, the problem we've got is that, and I have this problem every time. This instant replay is so full that every time I put something in there, I've got to take something out. And I mean, that's okay, but let's see here.
I heard you, though.
What's this right here? Oh, yeah, we can get rid of that because we don't do that anymore.
No, that was sports art. Believe me, it ain't coming back.
Operations, erase. Yes, I want to. Are you sure? Yes. So it's gone. So now if I did this, you're saying just do them live?
You know, when you came in the other day and said, Beth's getting better. She seems to sound better. You know, I could tell she's done put the spell on you.
Well,
she used that pixie dust,
right.
and now you're a believer.
Yeah, you're right. Instead of me now going, hey, let's sound the alarm, it's now, hey, I wonder how I can watch her.
Yeah.
She's
That's else where Beth's going to be.
You
want
to know why? Because she's my friend.
She's your friend. You're buddies.
Let's see here. Hold on.
This is Beth Mowens. I'm not sure why, but you guys are still listening to Rick and Bubba.
Okay. So
she sounds a little bit like Reba McEntire.
Yeah. All right. So
less country, but the same tone.
So I've also got to time it down. It's a bip. But so like if I'm hold on, so if I go here.
Hi, it's Beth Mowens.
Oh, I thought that was it.
Yeah,
hold on.
Just like her.
So if I go here, okay, so it's
of course
right.
There's background noise in it. That's fine.
I know. Yeah, I know. I could edit it.
Just calm down.
No,
I just know I want to get it off your.
It might be a little sloppy, but here we go. You got to hush. I'm turning your mic off.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
You good with that?
I'm good.
All right. So I got to hit record right now, right there, right on the D of. Okay. Here we go. Here we go, and let's see, 3. It didn't take.
Why?
Gosh almighty.
You messed it up.
Hold on. I'm sorry, y'all. We're just doing a little production here on air. All right, here we go. I'm going to try it again. You ready? All right, so let me see if that got. So I'm going to go Beth
and Speedy.
Beth Mowens 1. All right, so let's see if it took.
You titled it I Love Beth.
Let's see. Oh, I did it.
I'm not sure why.
I
hear you in the background, so I would label it Speedy and Beth.
Huh?
I'd label it Speedy and
Speedy and Beth?
Yeah,
I know you would.
Well, I mean, y'all made
so
the
we're still on Bank 10. And
it's
so
official. Fall is here. With the kids at school and spare time filled with seasonal activities. You're home.
Zeta just took off.
Good night.
Hurry.
What is wrong with this thing?
What happened? Well, I'm way over here. I'm nowhere near that button. I'm looking at the instant replay. Did it send a tone? I don't know. Okay, we're just live right now. Sorry, y'all. This is Bip City, I know, for some of you. So I'm gonna get rid of this. So we're putting these in live because the boss has said he wants them in no matter what. So and I don't even know if we're live right now. Did it knock us off? Great. Okay. Our computer system that runs the commercials and everything has a mind of its own. It has freaked out today. Oh no. And this is a lot of times in the kickoff hour what happens. We're really the guinea pigs of the day because when equipment kind of goes. Okay, you know what you're gonna have to do? You're gonna have to really quick stop everything and just shut this whole system down, and just reboot it real quick. We got about 2.5 minutes till we have to go to break. I'm hollering great. We're really the guinea pigs of the show because if there's technical problems, we try to work it out in the kickoff hour. So by the time the main show, yeah. So see, it's just said WZZK just went to break. So they're at break. So that means that it went early. Huh. Let me go back to Beth.
Hey, this is Beth Mowens.
Oh.
Hey, this is Beth Mowens.
All right, so right there. So here we go. All right, let's see what that does. Let's see, Beth Mowens 2. All right, so let's see what we got. All right, I got him. Got him. Boom. All right, so they're in. All right, we're in major handles here. Technically, I apologize. Greg is now run into where our production room is, and it's a mess. The system has gone astray on us here, and it's like it's in zombie mode where it's taken over. in radio, I think a lot of people left us, Greg, and so probably the only folks that have us now are on YouTube, and you see me sitting here by myself because Greg's in there in a major handle trying to figure out and reboot the system. But all I know to do, Greg, is to replay this bottom of the hour break and go to break again. But a lot of folks are already in break, you know. I'm not really sure what's happening, and everybody is at, hey, what's going on with today's show? You know, I don't know. We haven't done anything wrong. We've just been sitting in here, and the Zeta unit, which controls our commercial breaks, just started on its own. Are you going to be up in time? Do you think, Greg? We got like 30 seconds. You don't know? Okay. I'll just stay with it until you know, because I don't know if I should go to break or not. He's going to try to bounce back, see if you can skip back to the 5:30 break. And he's trying to find it, which it's tough for the whole system to reboot. But it just started on its own. We can't really explain it. But that's why, if you're listening or you're trying to figure out what's happening, we're trying to figure it out. But we've kind of just been dead in the water here, and we can't really explain it. Okay. Well, until Greg can get back in here, if you're watching right now on YouTube, because I think that's probably the only folks that have us right now, with what's going on. RBU this week is with Jason Rantz, and we got to meet Jason yesterday because we recorded the podcast yesterday, and he has a book out now, What's Killing America: Inside the Radical Left's Tragic Destruction of Our Cities. And he's also Jewish, and so you add all that together.
Is not available on
oh my goodness! Right now it just started. Did it send a tone again? Can you tell me what stop?
That is. Wait a minute. That's the break.
Huh?
That's the, go to that.
Just let it roll. Okay. All right, folks. We'll be right back.
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FUN for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FUN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FUN for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
Wendy's new breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles let you create your own delicious combo. Choose from a sausage biscuit, egg and cheese biscuit, small seasoned potatoes, and a medium hot coffee. But it's obvious which combo's the best. Sausage biscuit and small seasoned potatoes. Well, maybe it's the fresh cracked egg and cheese biscuit with a medium hot coffee. Or 2 savory sausage biscuits. Whichever you pick, you can't go wrong. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how's the back pain now? 22.
Wonky work from home desks have Dane's Acupuncture booked up.
You need to get in, but this week's so full.
But finding more practitioners has them on pins and needles.
You know, my lunch is in 20 minutes. How fast can you get here?
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that is MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save many families up to $500 a month, and that is huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The member satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. So see what you can save. This is a very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the
Thank you all for being with us. It's 34 minutes past the hour. Hopefully, those of you on radio are hearing us now. We're having major technical difficulty with our commercial system that plays commercials, so we're fully aware. And I appreciate the input of random commercials playing. We're fully aware of what's going on, but we thank you all for always being there for us. We understand TuneIn is also working, but we've got engineering on the phone. It's really out of our control. It's nothing that anybody's done or anything. We were just sitting here, and the computer system is now in zombie mode where it's got a mind of its own and doing its own thing. And so, Greg, you might hear in the background as we continue the show, you might hear in the background him talking, and he's talking to engineering. And it's not funny, but it's always entertaining when you call an engineer this early because they know something's wrong. That's part of being an engineer. They're problem solvers. But he's on the phone with us now. So right now it's just me, Speedy. Thank you for being with us. And not sure who is with us now, but we are going to continue. We did talk about the Braves being put out and the Phillies winning the NLDS. And if you're a Braves fan, I know it's a sad morning for you, but you're going to move on. But you win 104 games. At one point, you're beating the Phillies in your division by 17 games. Finished 14 games ahead of the Phillies. But the Phillies got hot at the right time, and the Braves went cold with their bats, and the Phillies win. So they move on, and the Braves are out of it. And I understand last night from Greg that Houston, it was college football. I totally checked out. The only thing I saw, I didn't even watch the NFL. I understand the Chiefs won, but in college football, Houston and West Virginia, it was this insane finish with, I think it was a Hail Mary from Houston. They beat West Virginia 41-39, and on ESPN it was SMU, Eastern Carolina. SMU beat them pretty handedly. And then the Chiefs beat the Broncos in the Thursday night Amazon Video Prime game, 19-8. That's a weird score. The Broncos, is Sean Payton, do you think he's regretting coming out of retirement, or do you think he's just regretting picking the Broncos? They are struggling, but the Chiefs won 19-8. Tonight, and Deion Sanders, there's actually, Coach Prime, there's actually a story out today about his thoughts on really late starts. He said it's foolish, it's ridiculous. But Colorado hosts Stanford tonight. They don't start till 9 p.m. Central. That's 10 o'clock Eastern on ESPN. That's a late start. The Stanford is 1-4, Colorado 4-2. But man, that's a late start. Tulane, Memphis, Fresno State, Utah State, some other games. But the game at 6 p.m. Central is Tulane and Memphis. And then when that one finishes, Colorado and Stanford will play on ESPN. Some of us will be asleep or got one eye open when it starts. And then on Saturday, College Game Day, and I didn't even realize this until yesterday when I was doing show prep for today. that they're going to be at the Oregon-Washington game. That's 2 top 10 teams, both out of the Pac-12. They play at 2:30 on ABC Saturday, both 5-0, and ESPN College Game Day will be at that game. And so if you wake up and that's part of your routine on Saturday morning to flip over and see what's going on, that's where they'll be, Oregon and Washington. I think Washington's hosting that one. And then you've got some other notables that are going to be playing. Another early game on ESPN is Arkansas and Alabama. That was a big one. Texas A&M and Tennessee is a big one. It's something I'll be interested in a little bit. There's some other games, too, that, of course, are of interest that, if you're living in the Southeast or you're an SEC fan, Auburn and LSU is one. USC, Notre Dame, Miami, North Carolina. All those are games that are going on tomorrow. So there are a few games that are of interest, but that's a quick look at the college football world. And we'll also talk about, I guess, Beth Mowens and her game of the weekend. I really was reluctant to, when I was doing research yesterday, I was like, do I even provide this? But I guess it's not my job to make those decisions, so I will provide it. But she's got an ESPN2 game, and I'll have that in show prep for today, and we'll discuss talking about Beth Mowens and her game of the weekend. That will be coming up today on the main show. Golden ticket seats, if you're headed this way, drive safely. We look forward to seeing you with the Elite Great 8. Helmsy off today with the tennis deal. He's, I think they're in South Georgia, I believe. He left right after the kickoff hour yesterday. So if you're headed this way, he won't be here, but the rest of the staff will, and we look forward to having you and hanging out with you a little bit today. Some other stories as Greg continues to talk to engineering. Now he's coming in. Can't wait for this update here and what they say because, Greg, there was nothing we could do, really.
We have no clue what's happening, but I've got it reset for at least the right stop set, and we'll see when you hit the button.
Yeah.
Here in a minute, we'll find out. Or if it does like it's been doing, it may just start playing.
Right. So was that Tom?
Yeah, then that was Denver that called back.
Oh, really?
They finally figured out something wasn't right.
Okay.
I guess it got enough silence that
Yeah. And I apologize to all the affiliates, too. I don't even know what we're on right now. I have no idea if we're on anything. I think
where
we're
on sitting right now, you're fixing, when you fire it at the quarter till, everything, it should send the tone and all that.
All right. But the problem you have is the damage is done to all the affiliates because they're off.
Oh, they're in trouble.
Yeah, so I've got, when we go to break, I got to call just about every program director we got.
Yeah. I'm sure they're getting alarms left.
Yeah, and that is the problem with automation. It's great and convenient because you don't have to pay. You don't have to pay a body to sit here and hit buttons.
Yeah.
But the only problem with automation is that if you get off, one break, then you can't really catch up. Somebody's got to come in and physically touch something.
Yeah.
So anyway, I appreciate you handling that. I know that was a handle.
It's funny if something come up, I was going, well, I don't remember how to do that. When you
oh yeah,
I got it now. We're good.
Right.
If we have to continue to do that.
But not only that, it's not that I don't know how to do that. It's when you are. It's a helpless feeling, really.
It is
when you're looking at something and you can't stop it. In other words, it's almost like, no, Greg, I tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm just going to keep on playing, I'm not even going to respond to your command.
Now, the first thing, I didn't play. Remember, we were sitting there and it wouldn't do nothing.
No.
And then I hit it and it started playing. I said, okay, we're good for whatever reason. Then it just started playing on its own.
Well, I knew something was wrong when I hit the button here to go to break at quarter after, and it didn't respond.
Yeah, that was the problem.
And you said hit it again, and I hit it again. And then we were good, and then halfway through the segment, it just started.
I'm gonna run
own.
in there right before we go to
That's
it,
fine.
and just see what happens.
Okay,
but we got about 3 minutes.
Yeah, we're good. I was just sitting there going over a couple of things I went over last night, but I was also, because we were going to do it anyway, we were talking about some college football and college game day. I forgot Oregon and Washington play. That's 2 top 10 teams. I know it's hard for us to really get into that, but that's a big
Well,
Pac-12.
the Bo Nix tie, from here, and it's
sure. So that's a biggie. Talked a little bit. We talked about the Braves and all that kind of stuff, and then you've got a number of other things that are going on. Of course, the most serious is the war that's going on in Israel as they fight Hamas, and that's It's really sad, to be honest with you, because they've even issued a warning to the UN. Hey, need a little help here because we're giving a warning. It tells 1.1 million. Israel is telling 1.1 million people in northern Gaza to evacuate the south within 24 hours as it prepares to. And Egypt is turning them down. They won't let all the Palestinians come in to get out. All the civilians, all the Arab countries, nobody's responding, saying, "Hey, we'll take them, get them here." And then there's commentary from those that know, is that strategic? Do they not want them because they don't want the influx of Palestinian refugees and stuff to come in? Or are they wanting them to stay there so when Israel starts to do what they do, there will be civilian casualties that they can parade on social media and say, see, look, Israel's doing this too.
Yeah.
But it's just, I think anybody with any walking around sense knows there's a difference between, and Alan Dershowitz last night had a debate that Sean Hannity was hosting about, there's a difference between what Hamas has done, going in and directly going after civilians, trying to kill them, what they've done, and I won't detail it because it's awful. There's a difference between that and Hamas is hiding behind women and children and using them as human shields, and there's a casualty here or there, but Israel wasn't targeting the civilians. See, there's a difference, and most people can ration that out, but then there's some that won't have any of it. So that'll be more of a debate this morning too, as we bring all that to you live. But we're about to hit the button. I'm doing the bed here, and we'll see what happens. And I apologize to everyone for all the technical difficulties. Now, if you're sitting back on YouTube, this has probably been entertaining for you because you're enjoying us being in a handle. I get it too. I probably would. I'd be staring in. Some of you might have had secondhand embarrassing for us, and I appreciate that. But we'll be right back. Here we go, Greg.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FUN for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FUN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FUN for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
Wendy's new breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles let you create your own delicious combo. Choose from a sausage biscuit, egg and cheese biscuit, small seasoned potatoes, and a medium hot coffee. But it's obvious which combo's the best. Sausage biscuit and small seasoned potatoes. Well, maybe it's the fresh cracked egg and cheese biscuit with a medium hot coffee. Or 2 savory sausage biscuits. Whichever you pick, you can't go wrong. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how's the back pain now? 22.
Wonky work from home desks have Dane's Acupuncture booked up.
You need to get in, but this week's so full.
But finding more practitioners has them on pins and needles.
You know, my lunch is in 20 minutes. How fast can you get here?
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that is MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save many families up to $500 a month, and that is huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The member satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. So see what you can save. This is a very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. Call 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE, 855-51-BIBLE.
From pumpkin spice to apple pie, fall is hands down the most delicious time of the year. But it's also the busiest. So this time around, get HelloFresh and treat yourself to the best of the season's flavors without the stress. It's simple. HelloFresh does the shopping and the planning for you so you can relax. Not only do their chefs create fall-perfect recipes to enjoy, all the ingredients arrive fresh and pre-portioned, so whipping up a home-cooked meal is easy. And make sure and check out all the fall flavors. A new limited-time lineup of easy autumn-inspired eats from HelloFresh Market, fresh on desserts like apple cider cake with caramel sauce, or please a crowd with appetizers like the barbecue pulled pork nachos. And just as always, everything you need to get cooking quick is delivered right to the door. How easy is that? Join America's #1 meal kit today and get 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Well, it's the best time of year. The leaves are changing colors. There's cozy vibes. And, of course, my personal favorite holiday, Raycon's anniversary, which, once again, they're celebrating with a sale. You don't want to miss this. Raycon is turning 6 years old. In that time, they've really made a name for themselves in the premium audio space. Their everyday earbuds are known for delivering high-quality audio and thoughtful features like a 32-hour battery life and a perfect in-ear fit for all-day wear and lasting comfort. All this at half the price of the other premium brands. In this past year, they expanded their entire business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon PowerTech. So there's a lot to celebrate. To thank everyone who's shown them support in the past 6 years, Raycon is offering 20% off everything site-wide with select products up to 40% off. Hurry now to buyraycon.com/Bubba. Use the special code BIRTHDAY to get 20 to 40% off site-wide. That's the code BIRTHDAY at buyraycon.com/Bubba.
All right, it's 10 minutes till top of the hour. Thank you so much for being with us, we think, as we are dealing with a lot of technical difficulties. And you know what? I understand some of the listeners, they're enjoying this. They think it's entertaining for us to be in handles. And hey, you know, we appreciate that. We've had, if you're just joining us, major issues with the system that runs all of our commercials going off on its own and sending tones down, and
that mind of his own.
When we say tones, we mean that when we go to break, there is a tone that is sent to affiliates that carry the show that runs their computer. Most are automated. They don't have a person sitting behind the board. Some do, and they control things on their own. They can pot things or turn things up and down, all that. But most don't. So that system went haywire and just started playing commercials and sending tones. So that's what we were dealing with. So I apologize for that. But hopefully things are back on track. I've tried to alert as many program directors as possible without waking them up, but some just needed to know.
Yeah, sorry.
That was fun. Whenever you see my caller ID this early, it's not good.
Oh, poor Tom. You ought to heard him trying to wake up.
Oh, really?
When you first call Tom, you woke him up, he answers, and then it's silence, and you hear, because I've been there when I used to get called out to work. A lot of times it's hard to wake up. You can hear the phone, but your mouth don't work. Or you go,
Bubba, people don't understand closures, so I'm saying tones, just because that's what Colorado says tones. Mm-hmm. That's how they communicate with us every day. But, closures, tones, whatever. Anyway, so that's kind of what was been going on today, and that's an update. But I think we're sitting down and getting back to being at least on schedule. And so that's there for you. Greg, I want to get your input on this, and I know you got something. Jada has come out. Will
Pinkett.
Smith.
She likes being in the.
Yeah.
Boy, she'll tell too much.
I mean, you kidding me?
Don't her and her mom, or they had some internet show, and boy, they'll just talk about anything.
Exactly. The thing that I'm kind of curious on here, she talked about the slap, the Chris Rock slap, okay, from Will Smith.
I guess she needs some publicity.
I guess so. I think she has something coming out. Is it? I forgot why she was doing these interviews or whatever, but she was on Today, and I guess this is a couple of interviews that she's done. But first of all, she said that the slap she didn't know was going to happen. She thought when Will got up and went up to slap Chris Rock that at first it was like a comedy bit.
Yeah,
she wasn't
we all
sure.
did.
Yeah, and then once she finally got by herself with Will, she was like, "Are you okay? What is wrong?" That was her side of things. And then she added that she thinks she knows why Will slapped Chris, and she feels like there was some jealousy there because during all of their separations and all this kind of stuff, Chris Rock asked her out during a previous divorce rumor time frame. And that Will was jealous. That's what she thinks.
Well, they've been pretty open about their situation.
Yes.
Like, I think they had pretty much an open marriage. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just quoting them. So he's going to be slapping a lot of people, it sounds like, if that's what stirred him up.
Oh,
Think about it. I mean,
you talking about he's just going to have to go walk around town slapping
He'll
people?
be slapping people left and right.
That's so true.
But, and here's another question I have about And I first of all, I'm not an expert on this.
Okay.
All right. She claims she has alopecia, right?
Correct.
And that's why he was mad.
Right.
Most people that I've ever seen that have that, they have no hair at all. She's got stubble.
Okay.
I mean, I mean,
That's your breakdown
I'm no
of it?
expert. I may be wrong. I mean, people that have, that dealt with this maybe know more than I do.
Uh-huh.
But I thought you had no hair, but she's got stubble.
Okay, so are you saying that maybe she?
I don't know.
Okay,
and I may be completely wrong. That may be also a different version or something.
Okay, yeah.
I'm just saying.
Okay, well, I mean, just say it. But it's just weird how she's just now coming out and talking about all this.
Yeah.
But she just spoke on the previous divorce rumors about her and Will over the years, sharing some information on the slap, talking about it. It just took me. I didn't realize too that she said they had been separated for like 7 years now or something, but they won't get a divorce.
Oh, really? Anyway, she just needs some press, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so. And I can't also believe it's been 2 years since the incident.
I know, because we all thought it was a joke too.
Mm-hmm.
I remember when I saw it, I said, "Well, that's a setup," but no, evidently not.
Yeah, I guess here is it a book that she's got coming out or something? She said she wrote in her book and speculates that there might be some misunderstanding between Chris and her as far as the 2016 Oscars go. And then I think that Will might have taken offense when none was probably meant. And so she went on to say a couple of other things. But anyway, so that's a quick update on that for those of you that care. But what were you about to say? You were about to say something.
Well, I was just saying because we were talking about, and Bubba can't do celebrity deaths, but
no, he cannot.
This guy may not be a celebrity to most people.
Oh, yeah,
but
okay.
in my world,
talking about Cowboys here.
Walt Garrison.
Yep.
He played. Get this.
Mm-hmm.
Played for the Dallas Cowboys.
Right.
Was a real cowboy.
Yeah.
Off the field.
Right.
I went to Birmingham as a child. It was a field trip that we did for our class. I think I was in the 3rd grade. I don't know why I remember that.
Right.
And we went to the rodeo at Lawson Field in Birmingham, and Walt Garrison was in the rodeo, and we thought that was a big deal.
That is so cool.
Because he played for, and I also remember him doing the Skoll commercials when Skoll first come out. Before they decided that it was killing everybody.
Right.
His line was, "You just take a pinch between your cheek and gum." That's what
that
he
was
said.
his line.
People took it and decided to fill their whole bottom lip up with it. But the original, when they would give the instructions of using Skoll, it's just a little pinch between your cheek and your gum. And I remember him on all those commercials. But I just remember going to the rodeo because we thought, hey, that's the guy that plays for the Cowboys. And also, here's another thing. He played at Oklahoma State, so he's with a Cowboy in college, Cowboy in the NFL, and a Cowboy off the field. So there.
Well, there you go.
Take that trivia and run with it.
I'm glad you announced that.
Well, it's just
right.
a pinch, though, Speedy, right between your cheek and gum.
That's all it is.
That's all it is.
That's all it is, yeah. But
then you had Copenhagen.
Walt Garrison, fullback for the Cowboys.
Yep.
Won Super Bowl with the team, and he passed away at the age of 79.
He said that Tom Landry put clauses in his contract that during the season he couldn't do any other sports like rodeoing because they didn't want to get hurt.
Really?
But now during the off season he could do it.
He played for the Cowboys from 66 to 74, and he retired as the team's number 3 rusher and number 4 receiver. He was instrumental in they beat the Dolphins in the 1972 Super Bowl. Too.
Yeah, how about that?
Yeah, but I didn't realize some of the stuff that you were talking about he was a straight up cowboy.
Yeah, he was a real cowboy.
Yeah,
playing for the Cowboys,
doing local rodeos and steer wrestling and all that. He said he would have to make sure though he returned to the team hotel before the 11 p.m. curfew.
That's right.
Yeah. That's crazy. But yeah, that
Walt
is
Garrison went on in at 79.
Yeah. All right, we'll take a break, and the main show will start, and we've got a lot to break down, and we thank you for being with us.
I hope it starts.
I'm telling you, run in there real quick.
I'm going to look.
Hurry, grab the mouse. You never know. This computer system's got a mind of its own today, and we apologize for all the technical difficulties down the line, but a lot of it was out of our control. We're just trying to get through it. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Experience. The fried pies, Gary sent what I thought was a waste of time text to me yesterday. Hey, you want me to bring some in fried pies? I mean that took 3 letters. Yes.
Yay.
Yes. And he has, his apple is great, but with celebration of all the things peach today. Hey, I thought I'd do a little peach one.
Yeah.
And so the peaches are on the left, the apples on the right.
Mm-hmm.
And
I think I got a peach. It was good.
Yeah. Yeah, don't miss those apples.
Oh, I don't never miss those.
You think you got a peach?
I couldn't tell.
Yeah.
Greg, I'm the same way.
Bubba went in hard, too, and I said, hey, left is peach, right's apple.
I think I eat a peach when I didn't even realize it was a peach.
Huh?
It was good.
Can I tell you what you'll find out? Because I did the same exact thing. We all did. Some reason, I guess we eat pies from the left.
I guess we do.
Yeah, and
there's something about it.
And so he was like, now, how'd you like that little peach one? And I was like, well, I mean, it tastes good, but I didn't realize that there was that much difference till I then followed with an apple.
Okay.
You're right. Then I could tell.
Yeah, couldn't you? That was the turning point.
Yeah.
Only big eaters know that kind. That's
a good point, Rick.
Yeah. So anyway, those are here.
Went down swinging.
Boy, golden ticket seats. Y'all can have let them have some of the pies when y'all done with them. So we've got what does it say? Preacher, teacher, living the dream. Thanks, Helmsy. I ain't never been nowhere.
Okay.
That's right. So
got him in.
I
Love
my
it.
glasses on.
Helmsy got him in the golden ticket seat. Is it to that point? No way you could read that, Greg?
No, couldn't read it. Lick up.
Wow.
Really?
Well,
I can't see far away.
I can't say anything. I become
I can
glasses.
see up close.
You realize I've officially just become glasses.
I do if I'm driving.
Yeah. So there you go.
Or I'm at a movie.
Congratulations, St. Louis Blues fans. I mean, Bruins Blues. Yeah, they beat the Bruins. So much we know.
So much we know about it.
Blues beat the Bruins.
Well, I was talking about if this had been a sport that we actually follow, this would be one of those stories that we would have already talked about for the entire kickoff hour in the first 30 minutes of of this hour.
Yeah, they won. I mean, it's a championship.
Because it's 52 years they've been trying to win a championship.
Yeah, Rick, they went from worst to first.
Yeah. So that's one of those. If you are a hockey fan, it's a huge story. Unless you're a Bruins fan.
Yeah.
But if you're a St. Louis Blues fan today, congratulations. That's huge.
And I saw a headline. It was I forget what I was looking at. That's the only championship trophy you can actually drink out of. It showed the players.
You talking about Lord Stanley's Cup?
Yeah, showed the players that they're getting a pop out of it.
Yeah.
You know, I watched.
Well, could you drink out of some of the others? They just choose
I don't
not to.
think so.
Yeah. So that's
the
valid.
Lombardi. I don't believe.
By the way, what are they? What are they?
Well, the Lombardi
what message are they sending us on these other cups? I mean, are they dirty? Because aren't there other things that are cups?
Oh, that I don't know. I'm thinking about the sport, the major big.
I got you.
Yeah, but you're right. Some of these other things, but I'm talking about like the Super Bowl, the World Series.
You're talking about out of the
NBA championship.
Yeah, all those are.
Well, they're all. None of them are
the big four.
None of them are indented, so it would hold fluid.
That's right.
You know, I kind of like the look.
That's kind of the point.
Yeah, I kind of looked at.
You can't drink out of it.
Yeah, I look at the.
Maybe they should put a cup in the top of the football.
I kind of like that big old Stanley Cup.
Oh yeah, now, that's a trophy,
and they get to skate around with it.
That's a big when you got to do it like this.
Oh yeah,
to do you know that's
two-handed.
Hey, that's your big boy.
That's a big trophy.
So
I believe they won it in Boston and made them like it.
They did.
I remember when we were kids, we had a hockey game and it had a little Stanley Cup with it.
Yes,
you remember that?
I loved it.
Yeah,
I actually watched. Believe it or not, I watched like the whatever, and this is going to show how little I know about hockey. It just had second up there on the screen with about 9 minutes left. Is that the? Do they have? Don't they play
second period?
Do they play 3 periods? Is that right? Okay. So I saw a little bit of the second period.
Okay. Yeah, that's when it was 2-0.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you see that too?
I did.
And I look every time I look at hockey, I think I would like it if I could spend some time.
Why
on
don't
it.
I give it more?
I know.
If you had the talent, would you want to be a hockey player or rugby?
If I had the talent,
yeah, like that. It was either one of
those. It's more popular.
I would think
I gotta go hockey.
Money's better, more popular.
I mean, you can make some money playing hockey. I don't know if rugby guys are knocking down a lot in this country.
Yeah, and also I kind of like the cool look of it. I mean, it's a very fast game.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot going on.
And we talked the other day. We love hockey movies. Movies about hockey.
I know.
That's a good movie.
Give me Miracle all day.
Isn't it weird that we would not follow a sport, but you make a movie about it? We're all in on it.
What other sport has a designated fighter?
Oh, you gotta love that.
Goon.
You talking about the enforcer? Would you rather be a goon or a goalie?
Oh, goon all day.
Goon all day. That goalie, that's a tough job.
That's a lot coming at you.
It's like doing an air squat for 3 hours.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. This hour starts with the national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Here we go. Brand new hour on a brand new day. The wonderful wheel of canned meat, Lord willing, will spin today. And folks from all over America will be here in our golden ticket seats watching the show today. A brand new Rick and Bubba University is ready to go this weekend. We'll talk to you about that. Your phone calls will come in. Got some emails from you today. Much to cover. And we will send out the warning today, college football fans that have been assigned Beth Mowens. And a bit of a dilemma we've noticed in Speedy since last weekend's encounter. So Speedy and the real Greg Burgess gave you an acrobatic kickoff hour today that featured many technical difficulties. How will those technical difficulties affect your experience today as far as you grabbing the Rick and Bubba Show live or archive? No idea. I would just say hang on. We're in for a bumpy ride. Eddie Van Adler is in. He's got the YouTube experience. So if you're watching the program live or archive, we welcome you. Thank you very much. And sitting there is a silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, come on in. It's time for Rick and Bubba.
Hi, this is John Waite, and you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
There we go.
That's just for a good friend of ours, Jenny, who's a big fan.
Thank you, Jenny. She
loves him.
She loves old John Waite.
Yeah. Couldn't believe we'd actually had him in studio.
Hello, this is John Waite, and you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
He was so nice.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, like, you went away going, why was he that nice to us?
Well, really, there's been people that have come through here that it is totally our fault, and
Right.
what I mean by that is mainly probably my fault of connecting to them when it was not reality. John Waite shared in our delusion because he was so good to us, and so he made us believe. And I'm like, I get sometimes I think when I'm like, I hadn't heard from John Waite in a while. I mean, I go that far, which is sad.
You forgot going down to the show at Oak Mountain.
No. We had great seats, front row, right there. I was ready.
Backstage, remember that?
I do. I remember all that. It was very, very good. Very good.
Man, he was awesome.
He was very, very kind to us. Probably if you brought us up today, he would have no idea.
Do you remember Peter Frampton walking up with his guitar trying to get ready to go on?
I remember Peter Frampton being taken back by him older and with short hair.
Yeah.
It felt odd. But anyway, now when he wailed, it felt fine. Yeah, we really have been able to experience some really awesome. Cool things. We'll celebrate 30 years in January. So I actually had a guy yesterday that was a bit taken back by that number. He said that he remembered. I want you to think how weird this is. He said he remembered like being in elementary school and listening to the show, and he now works for trainer Sean, and so he actually, unfortunately for him, ended up with me yesterday to go through a workout, and he's sitting there and he said, I just have to say how weird this is that I was listening to y'all show when I was like a little boy, and now here I am in your house and we're doing a workout. And he said, how long have y'all been doing it? And I said, January will be our 30th birthday. And he really paused for a minute and said, almost he looked at me like, wow, so you're still doing it.
Well, it is strange.
It's a big number.
Yeah, we get a lot of people that call and say, I listen to you in the car seat.
It's a big number,
which is kind of cool. One of the strangest we had here in studio not too long ago, we were meeting with some folks about something, and the young man that was involved there was, in the business, making business decisions, and he said, "You did a baby prediction about me for my parents."
See there?
And I went,
really?
Well, that one I was kind of like, that one, I don't know why that hit a little more home than some of the
Well,
others.
here's the one that's going to hit you, okay? Let's say you were born, in January, okay? Early January, okay? I won't give you the number.
Okay.
And on that January, you were handed to your parents. I'm talking about they had to clean you up and get a score on you. Okay, you're newborn. This coming January, you're 30 years old. 30.
Yeah. Which, and we've talked about this. It will be our 30th birthday, but we're in our 30th year of doing the show right now.
Yeah.
Birthdays and years on the job are usually not calculated the same way.
Sure.
So that would actually be our 31st year that we would start, Lord willing, we make it till next January. So
we will celebrate completing 30 years.
Incredible. I mean, I really can't vocalize how thankful I am for that. And there's so many people to thank for that, but the listeners are the engine that drive it, and that's really where it all starts.
So it's been a lot of fun, and hopefully, Lord willing, if like I said the other day on the show, if our mental health and our physical health continues, and people are willing to still give us this job, that's also a factor we can't always control.
Yes.
Then we'll be here. But nowadays, I don't know how we would all, eat, and they'd have to be probably fewer of us. But, if we are ripped away, that nowadays you can come up with a way where people can access you on your own. Now you better find a way to.
The midday podcast 2 days a week would be pretty awesome. But
I'm not sure. I haven't seen how that plan's going to work with the kind of money that we make doing it this way. But there's going to have to be a lot more work and a lot less hanging out. You know what? You're going to have to be some hustling. You know what? But it can be done. We're survivors, baby. So we'll unpack the day. It is if you're listening live, it is Friday the 13th.
It is also the day of Jihad.
It is the day of Jihad. I was just about
Hamas
to say that.
is called for, and so be extra aware today. Keep your head on swivel.
I saw the footage of some of the jihadists, and it must be an unnerving feeling in these parts of London where people, of the fundamental Muslim faith have kind of taken over, and I'm very familiar with that part. As a matter of fact, we do some mission work there, and they were driving trucks through the streets with the loudspeakers, saying things about Jewish people that wasn't very nice, and basically called for everybody to rape their daughters and wives.
Yeah.
So I know that was a pleasant day in London yesterday afternoon. So there you go.
Immigration control is important. We haven't learned it either.
No, we haven't. Oh, our cities will have it going on today too. No doubt about it. And we talk about that this weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. We interviewed Jason Rance. He's written the book, What's Killing America? A stunning look on how America's biggest cities are being destroyed by progressive policies. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So another story today, and I don't know how. I guess our audience hasn't been as interested in this story as other shows and things that I've heard about, because I've had now about 3 or 4 people come and say, well, I guess everybody's going crazy over the Dabo Swinney story. and you know what I said? I said, we haven't had one call about it.
I was out of the way.
Has there been one call? I didn't even got an email about
one. I heard them on the sports show yesterday afternoon on Fine Bob talking about it, but as far as us, we've got nothing.
Yeah, so I guess.
And this isn't a brand new story, right?
Well, no, it looks like this story we're holding now was June 11. But then some people said that it actually happened, a little further back when he actually said it. But it's just now come to surface.
I just now heard about it when y'all brought it up this morning.
Yeah, now, I heard about it about 2 days ago.
Ooh, I got ears.
From what I've gathered,
I'm kind of on the cutting edge.
From what I gathered, your SEC sports shows and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, they're having a ball.
It's been the center of the world for them.
Some of the people's take on it is just so ridiculous.
Well, Greg, of course,
why I don't know anything about this.
It was incredible.
So I was
they got to hollering at each other about it yesterday.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Well, see, it's just like and the thing is, and Bubba and I talked about this in the break a little bit. I think in most cases, everybody, even the ones that are mad about what he said, and we'll tell you here, they really know what he meant. They do know it.
Yeah.
I hope so. If not, they're just a moron. But they know what he meant to say, but they think this is an opportunity to go after him because they're mad at him.
Yeah.
And they don't like him, and they he beat their team, and they don't like his success.
Rick, I can't believe
they know good and well what he was trying to say,
but
because if not, you don't have the ability to reason.
Exactly.
But they think they've got a gotcha here.
Exactly.
And Coach Sweeney is usually savvier than this. Thinking he kind of opened himself up to this by not really kind of thinking through what he was saying. But we all know what he meant. But I'm with Bubba. I thought our big Dabo Sweeney story was going to be that Terry Bowden's an intern.
Yeah. I was kind of locked in on that because I thought that was kind of unusual.
Yeah.
But Rick, surely, I mean, people are really not mad about this, right? I mean, tell me that.
You ought to heard them yesterday.
Who is mad
Callers
about
just
it?
all tore
But
up
who?
But let me be clear.
People from Alabama are mad about it.
Yeah. Let me say this again. Both of y'all are right. Yes, people are mad, but yes, Bubba, they do know that that he didn't do what he did not have the intention.
Right.
It was
we
clear
have to quit. We have to quit being mad at. I don't even know what you call this kind of example. What I call it before the show kicked
Rick,
off.
where you're going?
A metaphoric comparison. I mean, it's
exactly.
So here's the statement.
Rick,
what do you even call it?
Your point is they couldn't be mad at him a lot because of the success and beating Bama twice and all this stuff.
And he used to be the favorite
he used
son.
to be that.
He was he played for the Tide.
But now this gives them a reason where they can put that play for the Tide aside.
Now they can not look petty, and they can think they've got a legitimate thing to be mad about. But they're really angry about the fact that they just don't like the fact that he's not one of them and he keeps beating them.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Dabo does an interview on XM Radio, and he, of course, he's won 2 out of 3 championship games against Alabama in the last 3 years, I guess, right?
Just signed a gigantic contract.
They've played each other 4 times, or is it 3 times in 4 years? I can't remember. But anyway.
Yeah. So anyway, he's won 2 national titles that could have gone to Alabama.
Exactly.
Put it that way.
And the last one was ugly.
When asked about it,
that was ugly.
He said that the Crimson Tide faithful have treated the 49-year-old much differently than when he first started to garner success with Clemson. He said, I think it was all fun and games early on. It was, isn't that sweet, and that stuff, Sweeney said in the interview. He said, they aren't as happy to see me, but it's all good. It's a good problem. And he went on to say that I don't know about the Sweeney, who's from Pelham and a native here, he was jokingly asked if there are walls put up when he enters his former state. And he quipped, I don't know about walls, but I'm kind of like Osama bin Dabo. I have to navigate my way through caves and back channels to make my way through Alabama nowadays.
That's a good one. I don't care who you are.
Yeah.
Goofing.
Yeah, he says
y'all seen him dance?
And he went on to say, I think they've made me a stepbrother now.
Yeah, he said, I feel like I'm still part of the family, but I'm more like a stepbrother now than a biological brother.
Like he said, his success early was cute and fine as long as he wasn't beating them.
Yeah. No, you're right.
But now that success has come home, and now you're a threat to the dynasty, it's not as
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. Thank you for being with us today. Yeah. It's success. All right, so update you on some things going on, and based on what I was told in the break by Speedy and Adler confirmed, we have an Arnold story today. So I was going to talk about our podcast a little more this weekend, but I think whenever we do that story, we'll talk about it quite a bit because it sounds like Arnold says the same thing the book says.
Pretty much.
But anyway, some things you need to know coming up this weekend. The Man Church out on the road, Andy Blanks, tomorrow will be at First Baptist Church in Crestview, Florida. Sunday night, Rich Wingo, Blake Prime, Mangum, Louisiana. They'll be doing this gathering of men as the discipleship strategy continues there from themanchurch.com. It'll be at an alternative location, but it is put on by Mangum Baptist Church. Details there under events. And then Twickenham Church, there in Huntsville, Alabama, Scott Dawson We'll be headed there. We always have a lot of fun. And Scott just loves, guys, when people ask him about Gary and the prank at the farm. He loves to talk about it.
He lives to tell that story.
He just loves it. So all that's going on this weekend. Find those details at themanchurch.com under events. So, Bubba, we have other things to discuss. We can update the Israeli situation. We can, if you're an Atlanta Braves fan, you can lament if you'd like to lament.
Let's do that and get that out of the way.
I didn't see any of it except one little thing last night, and I'm glad. I'm not glad as someone who probably would have preferred the Braves to win. It really has no impact on my life. But if somebody said, well, who do you hope wins this? I said, I'd like to see the Braves win. But I was able to see something that in the laws of physics that was really, really cool to see. Is I did see the guy with the really long last name that's been on fire apparently in this playoff for the Phillies hit a 100-mile-per-hour fastball into the seats.
At 112 miles an hour.
To watch a 100-mile-per-hour fastball come off a bat that was swung with perfect timing, brilliant form, and watch it leave out of there at 112 miles an hour was really something to see.
How about the cameras and the technology to be able to catch all that?
And that was his second home run of the night, I understand.
Yeah, the Braves, that was one of the best teams in baseball this year. One of the three teams that, the best record-wise. Three teams had over 100 wins this year.
Mm-hmm.
All three of those are now out of the playoffs.
Yeah, isn't that funny?
Yeah.
The Braves, during the season, finished, I believe it was 14 games ahead of the Phillies.
Mm-hmm.
And went into this, they were a power-hitting team, Rick. They just shelled things. They set records for how many home runs. And they went into the playoffs, and the bats actually just died.
That happens.
Speedy,
sometimes.
what did you say? 4 for 44? Did I hear you say something
I
about
think the
that?
bottom of the order, they threw a stat out last night. It was 4 for 40 or 4 for 44 or something like that.
And during the season, they were killing it.
Yeah, they were killing it. You're right. And literally, talent-wise, it could probably be one of the best Braves team ever on the field. But
they could hit.
They just couldn't get it done.
Now,
between some injuries, some arms that weren't healthy, and then their bats going cold, and then the Phillies getting hot. It was a bad combination.
The Phillies, we had people, Rick, this is the playoffs of the Major League Baseball. It doesn't get any bigger than that. The pitching should be the best it's ever been. And we had people, the Phillies had people going 3 for 4, 3 for 3, hitting multiple home runs in multiple games. Everybody that came to the plate was knocking it off the wall, it looked like. And the Braves were doing nothing. They weren't even hitting good foul balls. You know what I mean? They looked like they were scared or in a trance or something beginning the opening night.
Watching I didn't see any of it at all. I just keep seeing the stats, and I did see that one home run because I just happened to dial by. Yeah. And for some reason, the game was on True TV.
Yeah, True
TBS.
and TBS.
Yeah, TBS was
both.
the main.
That was weird. I was like, what? It's weird that playoff baseball is not on the major 3 networks, or I guess now the major 4 counting Fox.
Fox Sports had it on as well. I guess maybe to your point, Rick, as it gets closer, it'll.
Oh, it will. It'll move there.
TBS a lot of times has the playoffs.
It just feels weird to see a major league playoff game on True TV. That just feels strange. But anyway, that's how I saw that moment.
They hook up with them on the NCAA basketball tournament. I know True carries a lot of that stuff.
But did the Phillies ever play small ball and move people around, or was it every run directly from a home run?
Pretty much.
I think one guy bunted one time maybe, but I think it was just because he was tired of running the bases.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm good with home runs. I enjoy them. I'm one of those fans.
But it should have been the Braves hitting home runs, and they just did not show up. A lot of the innings, we were there, I was telling Hunter, I said, just watch this. They'll have 3 batters. They hit three balls right directly where a Philly was standing, either in the outfield or shortstop. They didn't even have to take a step. Throw them out. Pitcher has an easy inning, maybe, 6, 7 pitches maybe. And the Braves guys are going out here throwing 16, 20 pitches an inning, struggling, base runners going all over the place, just trying to hold the game together by – it looked like it was going to be a dam break at any moment.
Now, I did see Acuna Matata came to the plate with bases loaded.
Yeah. Oh, that could have changed.
In the 7th, and he hit one to the wall, and the guy made a great catch.
And that's why that kid's in there. Rojas is their center fielder. He hit, I think his average is .048. He's batting 48. That's his average. Okay. But he can cover ground, and that's why he's out there, and he he played big there because, to your point, Rick, 2 outs, bases, everybody's running. That clears the bases if he don't make that catch.
And it was 3-1, I think, at that point.
Yeah.
And that was the Braves' best chance to win last night.
And that's when I turned it off.
It looked like it was set up for one of those moments so that Acuna could come through and really, shine. And he hit it deep, but he didn't get all of it. If he'd have got a little more of it, it might have been a different outcome.
Yeah. So the three teams that went over 100 games all home now.
All home. And the 4 best teams are gone too. I mean that fourth one didn't win that many, but it was one of the best. So they're all gone.
It's crazy. I think it was Frank Kerr made the point. Pitchers like the wild card they got to buy and didn't have to play. He goes, that's good for pitchers, but for hitters it's not necessarily
not
good.
good.
If they're hot, now they got to sit and wait.
Yeah,
and then they come. That's what it looked like happening to them.
Good for pitching, bad for batting.
It's really about being hot. Just get in the playoffs and be hot at the right time. That's the bottom line.
Yeah.
It's much better to be hot than have a great record.
And from what I saw on the scores and everything, except for that one night that everybody went crazy that the Phillies scored so many runs. But the other 2 games, it looks like the Braves' pitching was good enough to win. You said, they just didn't have any hit.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't no-hit them, but, they held them to enough runs that they should have if they'd have scored any. But total, how many runs did the Braves score in all 4 games? Do you remember? Was it 4 or 5?
Wasn't a lot.
Yeah. So you can't win.
They had that one big inning against.
You can't win championship games, scoring like that.
Yeah. So the Dodgers won 100 games, the Braves won 104, and the Orioles won 101. They're all out.
It was Babylon Bee had a blast with the Dodgers getting beat too.
Yeah. And by the way, they won their division. They by 16 games in the regular season over Arizona, and then Arizona puts them out.
Isn't that wild? That's why you play them.
Yep. Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. 866 We Be Big. So a lot of fan bases are going back to football now. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
He was saying it, and I think in a jokingly way, but are they mad that he said that, or are they mad that he used Osama bin Dabo?
They're trying to act like they're mad,
that's offensive.
That it was in bad taste.
I even heard somebody say it was offensive to 9/11 survivors.
Right. That's that's the angle. Mm-hmm. They know they're going to come off.
Not.
They're
you made that up.
No,
that didn't happen.
Completely made it up.
That didn't happen.
I also had a caller said that this problem is that he's always mad because he didn't get a lot of playing time at Alabama.
That's so
he's bitter about
That's so good.
Sad world.
Let me tell you something. Y'all don't know. I know y'all think y'all know fun in whatever sports world you're in. I know right now St. Louis Blues fans, they think they understand rivalries and trying to get – y'all don't – the way that people act in the Deep South about SEC football is one of the most hilarious and embarrassing things you have ever heard or seen. Yeah. But I will go back to this.
And we can't wait to do it again.
I know.
Yeah.
So what the point is, they think they found a way not to look petty and just be able to say, I tell you why I'm mad. I don't like him bringing that Clemson team in here and beating Alabama. I don't like it. Yeah. Well, who would like it? Nobody wants to lose. And when a person puts on somebody else's colors, in my opinion, you're now fine in the sports world, not in real life, but in the sports world to say they're now my sports enemy. You don't have to keep acting like you like them. There's no obligation to that.
You want them to lose.
No. Right. You want them to lose. And if you really don't like your rival team, like Greg said, and you're 100% right, you don't want them to do well.
No.
Well, how does that help your team?
It doesn't.
I'm just talking about in sports. I'm not talking about out in real life the way you treat everybody.
No.
In the sports world, and especially football, and in the Southeast, it is covered with people who went to one school, even played at a school, and went back to another school, made that team good, and then beat the team he used to play for. Yeah. I mean, it's happened all the time.
But if you want to know what's going on, and at least this is overshadowing that Terry Bowden's now an intern. but if you want to know what's going on, Bubba, the current state of this situation is there are those that thinks that he should have not joked around and used Osama bin Dabo because that's insensitive to a terrorist that put the attack on 9/11.
I got that.
They said it would be like somebody saying during the times of World War II that later on somebody said, well, I feel like Hitler when I go back to my home state. I have to act like Hitler. And people go, that's offensive to bring up this evil person that has killed so many people, and that's not a laughing matter, and it's disrespectful to bring Osama bin Laden into a sports joke. That's what they're trying to say.
Yeah.
And I guess if you want to if Dabo could come back and just simply say, you know what, I was trying to be funny, and I guess I missed.
Yeah. He misses
It's
a
not
lot
a
when he
big
dances.
deal.
He's trying to be funny.
Yeah.
It's
Right.
not,
Well, look, anybody
I love him. He's a great.
anybody who just gives honest opinions on things, and we're very aware of this. You're going to get people that don't like the way you say it. You're not going to like the metaphors you choose, the comparisons, and that's why so many coaches won't talk.
Yeah,
they're
right.
going to give you what we have coined coach speech because that's all they're going to say because they know it's safe. Won't get me in trouble. It's a boring interview. The interviewers don't like doing it. People don't like hearing it. So you get somebody who really says what he's thinking.
Yep.
And fun, like Mike Leach and some of these others. So now you get on him about stuff.
Yeah.
Here's the number.
Waking on
Gary,
be careful. Those are professional.
Don't mess up the headphones,
podcasting
Gary.
headphones.
Gary, this is a big day for you. This is a big day for you.
Your new system when you.
$35 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number, and we thank you for being with us today. I do want to point to the obvious. If you're driving an automobile right now and it is no longer under warranty, if that automobile needs repair, you're going to pay for it. I mean, right? I mean that's logical. We can work that out in our minds. Now you may be loaded. You may have so much money that one of those lights coming on your dashboard, it doesn't worry you because you got so much money that when you crank out $1,200-$1,500, if it's something big, $4,000 or $5,000, you got that lying around. It ain't even a big deal to you. So you know what? You just keep on doing what you want to do. Continue drinking your coffee. But let's say that you'd rather not pay for an unexpected repair, and you'd like to have that covered. Well, a protection plan is a good idea. CarShield.com/Bubba. They happen to fit any budget. They start as low as $100 a month with no long-term contracts. And also they provide in their protection plans, not only will they pay directly the ASC certified mechanic that we choose, that you choose, directly for a covered repair, they also provide 24/7 coast-to-coast roadside assistance, courtesy towing. Hey, man, I got to get towed. We got that handled. Look for a protection plan that has that handled. Need a rental car? They have rental car options, not a problem. So why don't you go right now to carshield.com. If you use our code BUBBA, carshield.com/Bubba, use that URL, 20% off the plan that you pick. If you call them, 1-800-451-7776, tell them that you're a fan of the Rick and Bubba Show and you'd like to play the code BUBBA, that's 20% off as well. And that way you'll be prepared for the unexpected, and you might even be able to have something. So go to rickandbubba.com and look under the sponsors button as well if you'd rather do that.
Rick, over in the Middle East, it is still a very touchy situation there. The IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, have told 1.1 million Palestinians in northern Gaza to flee immediately after giving them a 24-hour deadline, sparking panic as Palestine warns of a humanitarian catastrophe. And that will be amplified by the fact Hamas is blocking the exit routes. They want the Palestinians to stay there to be human shields.
They do, and you mentioned it, of course, and Speedy asked, how will the left see this? Will they be critical of Egypt for saying, we don't want you? Egypt is actually trying to have a secure border.
Yeah.
What about that concept?
They actually have a border wall, border fence. They spend a lot of money on.
Yeah. So I wonder, is the left, are they ever allowed to be critical of Arab people?
You have that. You have Hamas trying to block the exits to the south as it is.
Yep.
They have been undergoing bombardment for the past several days. Much of the Gaza area lays in rubble this morning, as predicted, and the ground forces are preparing to go in. There is some amazing footage today, by the way, of the IDF forces retaking a military post that was overrun by Hamas and rescuing 250 hostages, killing 60 Hamas fighters, and capturing one of the top terror leaders. That is all online today. You can see that as it happens.
Interesting to watch that. And there's some repercussions going on around our country for those that, because here's kind of what's going on. I actually was able to talk to a friend of mine that has been in Israel for a long time, that kind of wigged us out during the show yesterday. He was calling me, and I kept seeing this call from Israel, and I'm like, oh my. And he said he just realized that the show was still going, so that's why he hung up and just said, hey, love you, Rick. I didn't know somebody needed my help. I didn't know what was going on.
Yeah, it kind of spooked us, didn't it?
But anyway, what's going on here to kind of understand the way the Israelis work is Hamas was, and this is going to be on the people a little bit. Now, they were elected and put in power, but what happens every time you deal with terrorist groups, the Palestinians realized that might not have been a good decision, but then they couldn't get them out of power.
That's right.
They then remained there and would no longer allow votes, and they militarily took over the government. So what the Israelis are doing is they're unlike some of the things we do around the world that doesn't appear to have a plan. The Israelis actually have a very precise plan that they're working, and it is to go in and to completely annihilate Hamas and to remove them and try to crush them to the point that they have no ability to govern at all.
Or to make war.
And then the Palestinian people that are trying to live peacefully alongside the Israelis could have a life going forward. Now, is it true, because of what Bubba just said about Hamas using them as human shields, that many of them are going to be killed in this process? That sadly is true.
Yes.
But that's not the intent of the Israelis. That's really on Hamas. The intent is that the Israelis remove this. You can't really make a case to the Israelis. Why are you worried about Hamas? They're not dangerous. Well, yeah, they are. You just saw what happened, and they've got a bunch of dead people. Women, children, some of
24 Americans.
Some of those very, very dangerous, controversial, peace music festival viewers. Those people were slaughtered, and so by Hamas. So the Israelis say, and that brings our force, but the goal is to break Hamas and to allow the people who don't like living under their government rule, that they may still also have a life if they can survive the war. Now, that's the hard part, because Hamas is, as we just said, using them as human shields, and Egypt and other places are not going to allow them to escape. But in Israel, there's a lot going on. They've got the Iron Dome, but there's other bomb shelters, and trying to get people to protection, because they know that they're set up for, continued. And we know that some of Hamas is inside Israel, and they're trying to find some of them and root them out. So it's a dangerous situation for everybody. And then, as Bubba mentioned, there's been some jihad called around the world today too. So make a note of that. Now,
already had some stabbings in France today. We had a teacher stabbed to death, seriously wounded 2 other people at a French school.
Yep.
With crying out the cry that we hear when they attack people all the time. So, be aware today. I don't think you have to live in fear, but you do need to, as we like to say, put your head on a swivel and know your surroundings and know what's going on, because you do have some crazies out there that might be motivated to try something today given a weak target.
And I would suggest, to those of you out there that if you are a Muslim and you really hate when people behave this way, look, there are people that go out there and they wave the banner of the faith that we are part of that don't behave very well either, and we distance ourselves from them. But, at some point, it probably will take you doing something about it, because some of this that may not be enjoyable, you can't really fault. Like, let's say someone like right now that just got stabbed in France. See, they're going to feel differently about the next time a family moves into their neighborhood.
Yeah.
They're going to say, well, you can say, well, why are you uncomfortable? Well, some people that seem to believe the same thing you believe just stabbed us. Those kind of things really hurt the PR. Remember we've talked about cull your nuts. It has to take place, and as you see, some of the other countries they're not really going all in right now with Hamas. Now, I'm not saying that might not happen going forward, but right now the goal is to remove Hamas and break their ability to wage war on anybody, and to remove them as the governing party from the West Bank. So we'll see how that goes.
I had a couple of emails asking about this Iron Dome. They keep talking about. It's basically a missile defense system, and wanting to explain that. It's one of the most complicated defense systems on the planet, and it was developed jointly between the Israelis and the U.S. To the level it is. I think the French were in on the initial planning of it, but it's primarily the U.S. now and Israel. But they have these battery of missiles that are portable. They can move around. It looks a lot like it's not the same as, but it looks like the Patriot missile system that many of us are familiar with from the Gulf Wars. And they have them all over Israel, all over on the borders, inside all this. And they have this elaborate radar system that can pick up these mortar rockets that are shot at Israel from close distance that don't get very high and move pretty quick, and immediately arm these missiles and decide where those launches are headed that's coming into the country. They calculate it. If it's going out in the desert, they don't worry about it. But if it's coming into a populated area, and they can fire 3 or 4 missiles in response to those that are shot and intercept it midair and blow it up. And it has an incredible success rate of over 90%. But even when you look at 90, 95, 97%, based on which stats you want to look at, if you've had 5,000 rockets shot at you, that's still a large number going to get through. And that's where you're seeing some of the damage in Israel. But the Iron Dome appears to be working extremely well, as good as it can do for what it's designed to do.
I'm going to test your memory. Do you remember when they first started this, and we had a guest on the show, and we were helping raise money for it?
Yes, I sure do. Yeah. And we have some connections to some of the people who have actually worked on that technology. It's amazing how they've done it. Other countries would like to have that. The Ukraine would, and Israel is saying we're not sharing how this is working with anybody because we don't want our enemies getting a hold of it. So it's very effective. It's a scaled-down system of like our anti-ballistic missile system we have.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And peaches.
Producers of peaches, and even the water tower is shaped like a peach, or as Bubba's brought to attention, if you look at it the wrong way, someone's rear end.
Oh yeah.
But
I'm not the first one to point that out.
No,
it's been well documented.
Right, and go Gary, say peaches.
Here we go.
Say hey peaches.
Hey peaches.
So you have come up here toting delicious fried pies.
Yeah.
But you have also brought with you.
Well, I didn't bring them. They come on their own.
Right, but I mean, they're your guests today. They're your guests. You're the ambassador for Chilton County and the Peach Festival.
I don't know a whole lot about peaches now. But.
Circuit Clerk Glenn McGriffiths here. Is Gary not the face of Chilton County?
He is it, man. Anybody can wear a sleeveless shirt.
Yeah.
You know, and operate a bulldozer and tear up half of Chilton County.
Yep.
I mean, come on.
I mean, you know, and now look.
I mean, he's even called me in my office.
Now we actually have some footage of Gary.
When y'all don't need to be showing that.
This is Gary leading the Peach Parade.
That's him. That's him.
Hey,
that's him. Yeah.
Hey.
That was last year.
That was last year.
Just wait till this year.
I've lost some weight between now
Hey,
look at him. There he goes.
He didn't have a drop either.
He did.
No. I didn't even drop that baton. There we go.
That's him.
That's him.
There he goes. Gary, you really love the Peach Festival, don't you?
Oh yeah, I'm telling you. Y'all played that.
Better than I remember.
Hey, y'all played that a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
I was getting people messaging me from all over the United States, won't know if that was really me.
Well, I mean, hey, you look good.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
paybacks, you know. Y'all just wait now. Every one of y'all's on my list.
Gary, we're opening up the door to the Peach Queens and the Peach Festival.
I know that. I know that.
We're going to be bringing tourism from all over this country to Chilton County.
You got to admit, that footage is something.
Golly,
that is something.
Well, I looked at it twice. I thought it was me. You know? I said, when did I do that?
What weekend was that?
Yeah. We must have had, that must have been one of them party nights.
Hey, me and Gwen got out on the town. Next thing I knew, I was leaving the beaches.
He didn't even drop that baton.
Looked like he came off the Wizard of Oz.
He looks good.
No, he's done that before.
Golly, y'all.
I know two or three that's kind of, I ain't going to say a whole lot.
Right, okay. All right. Well,
you know who that looks like, don't
Yeah,
you?
I do.
Oh, no, Gary.
You and I talked about it. You know.
Oh, yeah.
You talking about a different kind of Peach Queen, aren't you?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well,
we better stop.
Hey, we better stop before we get in trouble.
Hey, seriously, let's talk about what we need to.
Yeah, let's get these.
We brought these little ladies up here, and we need everybody to meet them. Yeah. All right, so Gary, you're going to introduce.
I'm going to introduce.
And the Peach Queens, you come to this mic as you're introduced.
Wait, I ain't called you yet.
Y'all wait till Gary calls you.
All right, here we go. Miss Peach. Zoe Collum.
Here comes Zoe Collum. Zoe, hello and welcome to Rick and Bubba. So I know there's different. So which age group do you represent?
16 to 18-year-olds.
16 to 18-year-olds, and you're the current reigning in that division Peach Queen.
Yes, sir.
There's a lot of responsibility that comes with that.
Yes, for sure.
And how long have you lived in Chilton County?
All my life.
All my life. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Well, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Thank you for having us.
And congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. But which one you got next, Gary?
All right. Here
is
June.
Next year. I hate to
Which
say
one
that.
is?
Zoe.
War Eagle.
Oh, there you go again. You don't like that?
No.
The
Why not?
tags.
Yeah, well, you know, Gary, I like the tide. I just do. I mean, ain't nothing against you. All right, so.
Well, all right, here we go. Junior Miss Maddie Woodall.
Maddie Woodall, here she comes. Everybody, round of applause for the next one. So now, Junior Miss, so this means what? Is this just. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. I'm jealous again. All right, so as we work our way back, one thing we didn't mention on the Israeli update with Hamas, back at home, you've seen some of the interviews. We played some of the interviews. Some of those standing with Hamas, it's been odd to watch. We talk about that this weekend in our Rick and Bubba University podcast. But it is there are repercussions for actions. I know that's a new concept. It was a pretty much a basic concept when we were all growing up that your actions would have consequences. But I know we had we got into an atmosphere where it felt like you could just do whatever you wanted to with no consequences, and people seemed surprised by them. An Israeli billionaire and his wife have both quit the board at Harvard's famed Kennedy School of Business because the president, Claudine Gay's shocking and insensitive response to the Hamas massacre and the things that they allowed to go on. This family, billionaires by the way, said we will not be part of the board of this university any longer. So you just lost a billionaire couple because you couldn't even handle you could just not say anything. You could be neutral. Just say, hey, we're here to run a college. We're not going to weigh in on any of this, and it's a sad situation, and move on. But no, but what it is, they think they can just continue to do whatever they want to do and be as offensive as they desire, and then everybody, as Bubba has said 1,000 times, we say it again this weekend. The only thing you're apparently can't do is disagree with them. But people do. You can't make billionaires tolerate your idiotic response.
Sure. Yeah.
And so they said, "Hey, we're out."
Yeah.
Now this family, Rick, is involved in the shipping business. They ship overseas, and I don't mean they're not just barely in the billionaire club. Their estimated worth is over $14 billion currently.
Yep.
Have y'all seen what some are doing to counteract the students at Harvard? They've rented not a bus, but almost like a box truck that has the readers on the side where you can show advertisements or whatever, but they're posting the picture and information about students that have been protesting because people like, hey, we want the identity of all these students so that we can, call them and see, there they go. There's one right there. They're just riding around town identifying all the students that have been protesting at Harvard. And, University of Washington yesterday had huge protests, and that's where College Game Day is going to be tomorrow.
Yep.
And it was just awful, some of the stuff that was happening on campus. Matter of fact, we even have some Jewish students that were crying, begging for them to stop.
I saw that. They were begging security because the protests they were calling the ones that the Israelis have killed now. They're calling them martyrs.
Yeah.
Now, these people had slaughtered 1,300 people in Israel, and they're referring to them as martyrs. You see the footage, and the young lady is telling the people, "Do you realize you're allowing people to stand here and want me to be dead?"
Yeah.
Now, do those people, though, have the right to peacefully assemble? They do, but she's making the point. I doubt a university would tolerate any other organization of any kind, and I would even understand that. They said, now, part of our protest is we want some of the students on the campus to be dead.
Yeah.
You probably would stand in the way of that.
Mm-hmm.
And,
well, Rick, there are limits on free speech.
Sure there are.
And we forget that.
Fire and all that.
When your free speech starts endangering other people, that's where you have the boundary on that. And the right to protest, I think that's key being an American, but you don't have a right to block highways. You don't have a right to disrupt people who've come to speak. If they are, I've always felt that, even when it's opposite, when it's people that we don't like what they're saying.
Right.
I'm not going to go in to a speech where the Palestinians are having a rally and disrupt their speech.
Mm-hmm.
Let them, if they have the stage, let them have their say. We'll have ours. You can have your protest, and then let the public positions fall where they may. But it's just got so vile out there now that no one even respects the way you're supposed to be able to do this.
Yeah.
Well, and also people, as we said, and of course this is right out of Scripture too, that people have become so unreasonable now. And we talk about this with Jason Rantz this weekend. He said one of the problems you have with those that have been indoctrinated especially at the universities, in this leftist point of view, is the left has done such a good job of using phrases that sound good.
Yeah.
And so they don't have the ability to reason out the difference between a terrorist and someone who is, that's being, held down, someone who's aspiring to have their own country, this kind of stuff. And see, the left will cast terrorists in a light that isn't accurate.
Right.
And if you don't know how to walk through there and go, no, wait a minute. I think these are terrorists. That you're trying to take the terrorist, and you're trying to equate them with maybe some Palestinians that are just saying, looking for, let's have equal, let's have our state, you have your state, and but see, the terrorists don't want that. They don't want Israel to exist at all. Mm-hmm. And he says, but if you've been fed these little phrases that sound good, you don't seem to have the ability to say. Think for yourself and get the information and go, I think what you're all telling me about this war isn't accurate.
Yeah.
And like Bubba said, free speech has limits. It does. But it also has consequences. We saw when people were carrying tiki torches in Charlottesville, a bunch of losers screaming, the Jews will not replace us and all this stuff. The consequences of their free speech was people identified their faces, and a lot of people were fired. A lot of people lost their jobs. A lot of people were pushed out of their social circles and things like that. And maybe in this situation, your face is going to end up on a truck at Harvard because you supported Hamas. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, free speech has consequences, too.
It's really showing where a lot of people stand, because they think you have some that are indoctrinated into this and all that. Then you have some to the liberal left students that just think it's cool to protest and let's be woke, and they're caught up in it, and they don't even know what they're doing. But now they're going to have to pay the consequences, because now they're out there with these other folks that are saying some vile things supporting Hamas, and they're caught up in it thinking they were cool, and now it's going to destroy their life.
On a much lighter note, you're right. It's almost like when you see some of the young, I was in my college years, and I was all about high taxes on the rich until I got out, had a job, and then I started having to pay the taxes.
Right. You're like, hey, what happened?
Yeah, okay, I was emotional about that. I wasn't very logical about that.
That's right.
And there's a lot of that going on a much more dangerous topic.
Yep.
Top of the hour, more Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The age division, what does it mean to be junior miss? Yes, sir. Well, just go up to the mic there. Don't be afraid. It hadn't bitten anybody in 2 or 3 weeks. All right, so tell us what that means.
It means a lot because I get to represent my community and give back, and my age group is 12 to 15.
12 to 15. So you're the junior miss Peach Queen.
Yes, sir.
Part of the Peach Festival.
Yes, sir.
And the Peach Festival, is it going on this weekend?
Starts the 22nd.
The 22nd. Okay. All right. So start. All right. So that'll be next weekend. So we now have a next one. Which one, Gary?
All right. Here we go. Young Miss Mary Henning Dale.
Look at young Miss. Look at Miss Sassy.
Just pull it down.
Yeah, bring it down there. Hello there.
Hello.
So how are you today, young Miss Mary Henning Dale?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. So how does it feel to be Little Miss Peach Queen?
I'm young Miss.
Young Miss.
You're young Miss. I'm sorry, Little Miss. Little Miss, don't get upset. How does it feel to be young Miss?
You can't even have a Peach Queen.
So
I mean, you can't even have a little young Miss. Go ahead.
So I get to represent Young Miss Peach Queen. You get to go to all of these fun events, and you get to go and meet the governor. And my age group is 9 to 11.
9 to 11. How
Oh,
about that?
great
There
job,
she is,
Mary.
young Miss. Young Miss. Congratulations. I just wish you'd smile a few times for us. And she's always grinning, always happy. To be a little young Miss Peach Queen. All right, what's next? What's next?
All right. Now we got Little Miss Anna Mims.
Here comes Little Miss. Anna Memes, because you may not be able to understand what Gary's saying. So
Anna Memes.
Hey, it's Anna Memes. Like M&M's.
M&M's like memes.
Hello, little Miss Anna Memes.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
So what's the age bracket for Little Miss?
5 to 8.
5 to 8. And so has this been a dream of yours to be Little Miss Peach Queen? So what all do you get to do? Same stuff?
Yes.
You do? Do you even like peaches? Do you enjoy eating them?
Kind of.
Kind of. Okay. In moderation, I understand. Have you ever had one of Mr. Gary's pies?
No.
Never have? Do you know Mr. Gary?
No.
There she is, Little Miss Anna Mims. There he is. Give a round of applause, Little Miss. All right, there they are. There's the Peach Queen.
She knows him from the video now.
Yeah. Did y'all see Mr. Gary doing the baton?
Hey, y'all might not have had a good view down there, back there in the back. There he is again.
Look at him right there. There he goes.
But see, I can't understand why Chilton County can't have a peach king.
Huh.
Well, that'd be you, my friend.
Oh, yeah.
You'd be the man, Gary.
Oh, yeah.
You're the man.
Yeah. Did you think? I mean, when Glenn, when he's on, do you think he's the ambassador you're looking for?
Oh, no doubt.
Right.
No doubt, man. Anybody can drive a bulldozer and wear a shirt like that. I mean,
Yeah.
you know.
Gary,
And the tattoos and all. I mean,
Yeah. So what
Blazing.
all can aside, what all happens in the Peach Festival? There's a little bit of everything.
well, the pageant will start on the 22nd, and we'll go all the way to the 27th, when we'll have the end of the pageant. Then we'll go to the parade.
And we saw a little bit of that from last year.
Yeah, you saw my man twirling, the
Right.
parade. And then we'll have the peach auction, and that's where we auction off peaches. The most we've ever got for a basket of peaches is $8,000.
$8,000.
Yes, yeah. We have a lot of our businesses come in and help. This is the way we raise our money to pay for the festival, and to also to all the money we give away in the Lions Club. The Clanton Lions Club sponsors this, and this is the money we give back to the community. So
well, it's
been very fortunate. We couldn't do it without the peach farmer and the businesses.
That's it.
You know, the good Lord's been good to the peach farmers. They work hard and their families. So
And boy, with the weather and all the things they go through to make it happen, there's some of the best peaches in the whole country that come out of Chilton County, Alabama. Matter of fact, one of my sons has got a friend that's going to be going off to California after graduating, and one of the things he wanted to do was go down there to Peach Park and eat delicious peaches and every kind of pies and ice cream before he left.
Peach Park sent the pies, and Todd's Produce sent the peaches for y'all today. So
Thank you very much, guys. It is 6 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the rest of the world. Still to come, golden ticket seats will visit us. The wonderful Will of Canned Meat still to come. And we have a brand new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, coming out this weekend. We interviewed Jason Rance. He does talk radio in Seattle, Washington. He has written the book, What's Killing America? And we talk about all the things that are going on in our biggest cities, and we discuss the Israeli situation and how this conflict is also taking the mask off the way some of the progressives see the world, and we discussed that with him this weekend. So get that wherever you get podcasts. Speedy and Greg and Adler are here, and there's old Bill Bubba Bussy, ready for another hour.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for being a part of the Rick and Bubba family as we celebrate here another edition of the show on Friday the 13th.
That's right. So there you go. This weekend, Greg will be representing the family and the show, going back to our hometown, Oxford, Alabama. He'll be there at 1:30 coming up this afternoon. If you're going to be part of that, our old high school, Greg, and my class is about to celebrate our 40th year reunion coming up in a couple of weeks. 40 years.
How about that?
Since I was at OHFORD. Hey! OHS.
That means I was 39.
You were 39. You're 39 years because you were 1 year behind me. Class of 83. We are great, as you can see. We're the class of 83. So anyway, there is a new facility. You know, if you've never been to that part of the world, the high school that Greg and I went to and the current high school, a lot of difference on facilities. Good gracious.
Boy.
We always had a nice stadium, but boy, the facilities have it looks like a college there, where they just built a new indoor practice facility and just an athletic facility, all kinds of stuff. And our dad will be honored. His name will be on it, along with Robert Herring, who was outstanding football coach at Oxford High School as well and had an incredible career there. So it'll be Herring and Burgess, and Greg will be there representing the Burgess family.
Yep.
And they will be.
That's got the old one on that picture.
Is that an old picture? I'm
but
sorry.
they've got a whole new all that over here to the left. That parking lot.
Yeah.
All that used to be the old athletic facility there.
And when we got it,
nice.
buddy,
The old one's nice.
And I think it comes around. It comes here. It comes
Oh
all
yeah,
the way
man,
around
it's
here.
huge.
Yeah.
Oh,
Right
does it
behind
really?
The field.
Yeah, let me
you
find
come
a
out
new
of that
picture. I'll
onto
find
the
a
field.
new
Yeah, when we were
Super nice.
in
indoor facility.
in junior high playing against you guys.
Yeah.
I was amazed that the gym was so small and the way it was. I mean, I know they've come
they
a
had that
long
old
way
gym
since
then.
then.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we had a gym that really to be out of bounds was to be in the crowd.
Yeah.
Right.
That's absolutely true.
Then they built one nice.
Then they.
You know, when I think of that high school, and I mean, we've been there a number of times, but I think of being on the air live and being in a hot air balloon, and it's when your mom was still working there, and she helped pull down the rope and get us from going over the mountain, which I think was in the no-fly zone.
Yeah, the Anderson Army
Yeah,
Depot.
we landed right in that open little area.
They don't like you flying.
No.
They had all
Especially
that,
then with chemical weapons.
yeah, they had all that chemical weapons stored out there, them M60 rockets.
Yeah.
So on
Don't
behalf,
really want anybody barreling into
Here
those.
comes a guy in a balloon.
Yeah.
So on behalf of the Burgess family, thank you
Yes.
to everybody there, and Greg, thank you for going and representing the family this Sunday afternoon. As they will, what's it called when you go there and you cut the ribbon and dedicate? That's it.
I'm looking forward to getting a tour of the place.
Yeah, that's cool.
It looks
And
really nice.
Are you busting a bottle on it?
No,
something like that.
Nothing like that.
Nothing like
Oh,
that.
that's a ship
That's
when you do
That's
that.
when you
Yeah.
set her a
Right.
sail.
Well, for obvious reasons, the plan to break a Bud Light on it has been changed.
We've changed
That's a
that.
shame.
But
There's
anyways,
plenty of them to break them with, I think.
so if you're going to that,
Oh,
see
yeah, look
Greg,
at that. That's
and also congratulations to the Herring family.
Yeah, look at that.
Much deserved for Coach Herring's name to be on that facility as well. So,
Wow, look at that.
Are you going to get to hold the big scissors, Greg?
No, I'm not that far. But that looks good. That's the new one.
yep. So there you go. So Greg will be there. So on a couple of notes that we need to hit today too, because going forward we will be announcing, the team that has Beth Mowens.
I thought we already had that this week. We had a Beth Mowens.
Yeah, but we were talking about Speedy's encounter, which leads to this discussion.
I thought one
a week is all you.
Yeah.
That's 20% of the week right
yeah.
there.
That's
One
right.
day now we're at 40.
Oh my God.
Yeah, we didn't. But
That's true.
we didn't get to say
Speedy's changed man, Rick.
Yes,
mean-
something's happened. I think that.
I know. I get it. I get it.
Greg,
He's been bitten by the best.
yeah, Greg, it's
Pixie dust.
Yeah, it is. He has a new attitude about Beth Mowens now.
Sorry.
He had
Well, she
her,
was very nice and very
nice to
professional.
him, and now he feels bad. I get it.
he had her cut some liners for us, and I kept asking him all week, why are the liners not in the instant replay so I can play them? And he would be like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. I'll do that. And so this morning I knew we were going to do the Beth Mowens team of the weekend, and and I wanted to go back and talk about, how Speedy's encounter with Beth, and he's like, no, I still hadn't done it. And I was like, well, okay, I maybe just forgot. And then Greg began to peel away and realize that Speedy doesn't want to put the liners in there because he doesn't really like to make light of Beth Mowens anymore.
Right.
And
Ricky told me he re-listened to it and she ain't bad.
Speedy, I support you on
that. I was I had to come clean and tell
she was
Rick.
Nice to you. Didn't you want? If she'd have been a jerk to you, we wouldn't even be having this discussion.
Yeah, I had to come clean and go. Okay, it's not that I like that I'm forgetting. It's just that I can't make myself do it.
She was nice.
But it's not my job to make that decision, so they're in there.
That's true.
And
you finally just buckled down, said, hey, boss said, put
what'd you
them
have
in
to
there.
take out? I know you said it was full.
It was 2 Sports Czar intros, which we never
probably
used.
don't need that anymore.
No,
Right.
no, that time has passed. You're doing it now?
Well, I mean,
I don't know if I can be a part of this.
We brought it up.
I haven't had the eggs yet.
And so
Can't deal with this on an empty stomach.
I'm trying to adhere to Bubba. If we don't do it now,
you better take a tag, man.
We'll be back at another Beth moment
But
later.
I like Beth.
Beth Mowens heading out again this weekend. I want to thank Calvin Speedy Wilburn starting a new organization, Men for Mowens. Men for Mowens.
Or bitten by Beth.
Bitten by Beth. Headed out this weekend with Kirk Morrison and Stormy Bootenaya. Be headed to South Florida, seeing the Bulls again. This time taking on Florida Atlantic. Is that the Owls?
She got the Bulls. She got the Bulls 2 weeks
the
in a row.
Owls.
Yes, she has. Yeah.
Coming up this weekend, I'll be talking about the Owls as they travel down to the Bulls. Thinking about Speedy. Got Speedy on my mind.
Did a few liners.
He got bit by Beth. All I can think about is that young man I met in Bama.
She was so sweet.
His bald head glistened in the sun, and Mama like.
He overgreeted her, but that was fine.
Actually,
Come in a little bit hot. Came in just a little bit hot. Hey, gregarious greeter. Bald head of beauty.
So you're not going to do anything, Bob?
Men for Mowens.
Well, I'm just going to check up on Instagram during this segment.
Believe he works with Bill Bubba Bourgeois.
Bitten by
So
Beth.
sweet. Look at
Bitten
her.
by Beth. Men for Mowens. Look at our picture there, Bubba.
You see,
Look at Speedy. He's grinning.
the logic is when you hear Beth, it hurts my ears.
It hurts so much.
So Rick's impersonation is so good, it also hurts
It
my
hurts
ears. So
Bubba's
I don't
ears.
want to. I don't want to have it either.
I got to tell you.
Bubba's ears
I
are
want that
hurting.
picture up every time we do this.
Bubba's ears are hurting.
I got to tell you.
Someone get Bubba ice cream.
Yeah, quick, stuff it in my ear.
I find myself, rather than trying to avoid it, I'm now going to tune in just so I can hear and say hey to her.
Well, you know why? Because you're gonna hear it in a whole different light.
Kirk, I start the game
Because she's
today.
nice.
Where's Dr. Lou?
You know how sometimes people get a song in their mind. I got Speedy on the mind as I start this game.
Little earworm.
So sweet.
An earworm. That bald beauty. Nice and gregarious.
You were giddy in that picture. I can tell you were like,
Not only, Greg, does he come in a little hot, Mama find him hot.
oh yeah, look at
All
him.
right. Me and Speedy.
Look at
So
that.
sweet. Her staff was nice.
She needs to calm down old Rick Burgess.
She gave us 2 liners.
Less
Rick.
yards. Yards. Mama.
So there it is. So I didn't know. I mean, she got to Speedy.
She did, Rick.
She got to Speedy.
She
I
stuck
don't
him
know
in.
why ESPN doesn't just go all in and get Coach O to be your co-host.
Oh, now you got something.
Then you'd really have it.
Speedy's
Boy, wouldn't that be
campaign.
entertaining?
He
to
ain't got
listen
nothing
to?
else to do.
Men for more Mowens. Bitten by Beth. Hashtag. Hashtag bitten by Beth.
Go Tigers. Go Beth.
Coach O looking live.
Wow.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're excited. It is back, the 2019 edition of the Gridiron Men's Conference, and it has been an honor to be part of that every year. I've had the honor of speaking there every other year. Another great lineup coming up, and it is this weekend. I know a lot of you are here in our part of the world. That we just had the Southern Baptist Convention. It's wrapping up. We have some people here in the audience that were in our town. Now the Gridiron Men's Conference is coming in for those of you that are visiting our part of the world, and it'll be one of the greatest communicators on the planet. Tony Evans will be teaching. We've interviewed Josh Turner, a country music singer. He'll have a concert on Friday night. James Merritt coming out of Atlanta Jake Olson, we've talked to him on the program as well with his fascinating story. Phil Waldrop will be there. And our next guest will be bringing the laughs, and that is comedian Michael Jr.
Michael,
welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Yo, thanks for having me, and thanks for the pressure of mentioning all those other people first.
I know. No,
That's awesome.
Well, we just wanted to set the stage
Michael,
for you.
This actually happened. Like I said, I've spoke at Gridiron Men's Conference, and one year they put me, you're going to love this, in between Tony Evans and Steve Farrar. So I walk over to Phil Waldrop, and I say, Phil, who in the world is going on after Tony Evans and Steve Farrar? And he looks at me, and you know what he said? Well, I'm certainly not going to do it. So
this is quite the lineup. Man, it's some real testosterone brilliance in the room. I'm excited. It's going to be fun.
Now, you obviously do a lot, not just conferences, and, you know, you've appeared on, you know, the Tonight Show, and you've been on.
I eat food and everything.
Yeah, Jimmy Kimmel. What I'm saying is, it's very similar to what we're doing. People ask me all the time, well, you guys do Christian radio? And we're like, well, no, we're Christians who do radio. I mean, we're on secular stations, and we're not. We talk about, you know, what we do from a biblical worldview. We also are great examples of God's grace and mercy, because we don't always get it right. So tell us a little bit about maybe some of who haven't heard you. Tell us the Michael Jr. story.
Okay, so you said you're a good example of God's grace and mercy. Wow. Like, you're the example. Man, it's a lot of pressure, too.
Yeah, it really. You know what people say? If Rick's saved, I must have a chance. But anyway.
Oh, that's great. So I do stand-up comedy. I've been on Tonight Show, Comedy Central. I've done a lot of, you know, TED Talks. But, I'm really called to comedically inspire people to walk in purpose. So I'll bring funny all day, but I've learned this thing where, you know, when I first started doing comedy, even now, whenever I'm on stage, I'm doing joke number one, but I may be presenting joke number two. Then I'll move on to joke. I mean, I'll be thinking in my head about what joke number two is. So I'm doing all of this math. I'm actually thinking 7 jokes ahead before I even present the first joke. But what I've learned since becoming a Christian is actually, instead of asking what joke can I do next to get laughs, I started asking the question, what can I give to this audience? And that changes the game. Because growing up, I went to church as a kid, but that stuff was scary. Some dude on stage, he yelling, he mad at everybody. And I figured he was mad because he had some phlegm in his throat. At the end of every sentence, you try to get it out. They'll say, Lord said, I didn't understand. That stuff was creepy. I was like, what in the world? And he had a Bible in his hand. He kept playing like he was going to throw it at people. And people would get scared. They'd be like, hey, man. I realize now that I'm older, they were saying, amen.
Yep, I bought a sound effect.
It is 21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show, so we warned Florida Atlantic In South Florida, y'all got Beth coming up this weekend.
Don't you know South Florida's like, what did we do?
Right.
It's 2 weeks in a row.
Hey,
Yeah,
it's an honor.
It is. There he goes again, Greg. Don't talk about Beth in a negative way around
You see that glow he had in that picture?
I know.
I heard
Rick
him,
like a jackass eating sawbriar.
I heard him humming Beth by Kiss a minute ago.
I did too. So
look, we were always together.
looking at college football this weekend, we do see, and we mentioned this already, that game day will be at Washington, and some of the protests going on there and the controversy there. Are you, if you're ESPN, are you rethinking because you've got the call for jihad all over the world, and you've got the protests that were going on. ESPN Game Day features signs. So you kind of got to get a handle on your signs.
Have you seen the commercial with a guy that claimed he was the one who started the signs on Game Day? Isn't that funny?
From Washington State.
No,
that's a different guy.
ESPN always has to deal with the signs and the crowds and all that, but I suspect this will be a more challenging event for them.
Correct.
I don't know what their policies are now, but if I was them, I would say any signs or flags has to be about football. Anything outside of that, we're going to shut down.
Yeah.
2:30 on ABC. Number 7 Washington takes on number 8 Oregon. We will find out about both of those teams.
Yep.
I think this is the day. They say that Heisman people or Heisman hopefuls have their day. They have their play, their game. For Bo Nix, I think this is his opportunity. He can move to the top of that conversation if he has a big game this weekend.
Yep, I agree. So that's
spotlight is on him.
2:30 on ABC.
Do you rise to the occasion or do you crumble under it? This is going to be his make or break game, I think.
I don't know much about Washington. I know they're a good football team. How are they defensively? Anybody know?
That's a great question.
I don't think anybody out there plays a lot of defense.
No, you're right. So. You're right about that.
They haven't seen a 14-7 game in a long time.
Yeah, and I wonder what uniform Oregon's going to come out with.
There's no doubt. There's no telling. The of course Coach Prime watch continues. Stanford, Colorado. That's this weekend. They beat Arizona State in a game last weekend. So he's got them sitting there now 3-2. Is that right?
4-2.
4-2.
4-2. And Rick, there was a story out. He was pretty outspoken about these really late ESPN kickoffs. He said they're absolutely ridiculous because that's a 10 p.m. Eastern time kickoff tonight.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah. When?
10 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. Central. So that's 7 Pacific.
You talking about Stanford?
Stanford and Colorado.
6:30 p.m. So I guess I guess that's Central Time. You talking about where they're going to be playing,
or is that their time?
Yeah,
Colorado is hosting Stanford,
right?
And it's a 9 p.m. kick.
That's right. Because for us it would be 6:30. You're right. So wow, that's crazy.
No, it's 9 p.m. Central.
That shouldn't be.
It's not what it says right here.
Really?
6:30 Central Time.
It may.
That's a miss.
It may have been moved for TV. You think?
So it's the typical West Coast late game.
Let's see here. Yeah, that must be a misprint, Rick.
Is Travis Hunter playing?
My sheet of paper says 6:30 Central Time.
Yeah, let's see here.
And maybe that's wrong, but it does say that on
because the Mountain would only be 1 hour different.
Right. So
let's see.
But they move a lot.
We're ahead of them, so that would have them playing earlier. So
that's what I was saying.
Like 4 o'clock.
No, they're later than us.
No. No, there were 2. If it's Mountain, it's 1. If it's Pacific, it's 2.
Behind us.
Right.
So if it's 6:30 Central, then for them that'd be 4:30.
Yeah.
Local time.
Google says today at 9 p.m.
You sure?
It says here.
Are they not all the way out? Are they one?
It says here that
they're on Mountain Time.
That's a misprint, Rick. It says here Tulane and Memphis are the early kick on ESPN at 6 p.m. Central. Stanford and Colorado, it's a 9 p.m. Central Time kickoff on ESPN.
Okay, so
which would be
7 if they're Pacific or 8 if it's Mountain.
Right.
Yeah. And so this is a misprint.
Yeah,
bottom
it is.
line.
It is
because they've got them at 6:30 Central.
Misprint.
Which would have them playing even earlier.
Right.
So anyway, all right. So that's a misprint on our sheet. So he complained about a late game, and because it is a late game.
Yeah. And they've played a few late games.
They have played a few late games. Of course, you know how you get out of the late game is.
That's true.
Getting the prime time, he ought to know that.
Other interesting matchups: Notre Dame, USC.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
I know a lot of people are on their seat about Georgia and Vanderbilt. That's going to be a big one, Rick.
Well, I love the.
Did you see the Vanderbilt punter has set a record for the number of total yards he have punted?
Well, sure.
And it's just because of the number of times he's
gonna
punted
get
in
to
his
add
career.
to it this week, I promise.
I mean, he's punted like 12 miles or something. You know, it's crazy. I don't know.
So,
which is not a real good stat you want to have.
And on that note, big story this weekend after Georgia handled Kentucky handedly, and everybody thought that was going to be a close game. And the quote from Coach Stoops is, "Yes, Georgia bought some pretty good players." He said,
I guess that's legal now.
He said certain schools have a clear advantage in the NIL game. One that college football seems to insinuate this week. Mark Stoops. Bluntly, after they got rocked by Georgia, saying Georgia's pockets have helped them in recruiting, and they have bought some really good players. So,
well, I mean, but here's
here's
the thing: go out and rally your troops and put money in your coffers, and then you can compete.
Which is probably what he's trying to do.
Yeah, I think the NIL could be a great equalizer of these teams.
No doubt.
If Georgia does have deep pockets, but if you are a Kentucky, or even if you're more, mid-range type team, you can peel off some of these guys that are not starting with a little NIL. So you have that opportunity. Let's see, what was the one I was going to ask you about? Of course, Auburn LSU plays at 6 in Baton Rouge. That game is always weird. Something bizarre will happen there, I'm sure. Texas A&M Tennessee is the 2:30 CBS game.
Yeah, that's a good one. And in the ACC, Miami at North Carolina. I know that's hard to think that's a big game, but especially after Miami.
Well, they could be undefeated right now.
Would have been a bigger game if you simply take a knee.
Yeah, for real. That's a big one.
Do you think? How quick do you think they will go to victory formation the next time? Since this has happened to him twice.
3 minutes left.
Yeah, they'll already be in.
Fourth quarter has begun, and
they're in victory formation.
Do you remember when we were trying to figure out if South Carolina and Florida were real? Now they're playing each other. Nobody cares.
That's true.
Well, they haven't exactly lived up to the potential.
No, it's it is. Florida is one of those teams, and Tennessee, both of them. Their fans keep waiting on it to be the year they're back, and they'll play a game that you go, hey, we're back, and then they'll drop one, and you're like, well, we're not back. So I mean, it's and I remember last year Tennessee had us believe.
Oh my goodness, beat Bama.
Yeah, but
crazy,
right? So, but it's just they can't quite take that next step. No. They just more. We'll come back. 866 We Be Big is the number. Any topic you want to talk about, first phone segment of the day, and all 10 lines are available. 866 We Be Big. We'll get Greg on the phones. Also check our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Stay on top of everything that goes on within the show with our show notes option. Shop the Rick and Bubba store. Check upcoming events. It's all there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That stuff was scary. And then one time, I will never forget this. I'm 7 years old. I'm at church. I walk in, and there's a dead body in the front of the church. And I'm thinking this is the weirdest illustration ever. But it turned out it was a funeral, right? But nobody explained to me this is a funeral. And then the dude gets up on stage, and they asked the kids choir to come and sing, and I'm in the kids choir. And the only explanation they gave as to why there's a dead dude in the box in the front was he went to see the king. That's the only thing I understood at 7 years old. Then they asked me and the kids choir to come and sing, and what song we got to sing? Soon and very soon, we are going to see the king. I don't want to see the king.
It didn't turn out good, did it?
I don't understand that stuff at all. So now I enjoy, I'll never laugh at the church, but I'll certainly laugh with people and the creepy stuff we do. Like, there's some creepy Christians. Let's just be real. If you're listening right now and you don't know any creepy Christians, it's you. There's some creepy Christians. So I'm excited, man. I get to bring laughter. I get to catch people with the comedy and keep them with the truth. I thought it was a slogan. It's really an assignment. So I don't really know. This tour we're on right now is called In the Moment Tour. But the reason we call it In the Moment is because while I'm on stage, I'm in the moment. I know how to bring the funny, but I really want to be listening to whatever else I'm supposed to deliver to the audience. And I'm pumped about the gridiron, even though they got me after these really strong presenters.
Michael, I've got to know something though. You mentioned TED Talk. You've done a TED Talk, and what was the topic?
I did. You know what's so cool? So I go back to Los Angeles every once in a while. There's a club there, and I went that I used to always go to. Jay Leno's there, Chris Rock is there a lot, and I'm in a green room with like 10 other comedians. This was like 2 months ago, and the MC comes back to get everybody's credits, and they're like Tonight Show, Comedy Central, because they, to get the audience's attention. And then I said, and then the MC said to me, "Hey, you want me to tell him he did a TED Talk?" And it was like a record scratch in the room. All the comedians turned and looked at me like, "Well, how'd you do a TED Talk?"
Just like Bubba just did.
Yeah, you caught my eye.
Right. So I did a TED Talk on the parallels of comedy and life. So in comedy, as you guys know, because you're hysterical, there's always a setup and then there's a punchline. The setup is when a comedian makes the audience think in one direction. The punchline is when he changes direction in a way they're not expecting and results in revelation, fulfillment, and joy. Well, life is very similar. There's a setup and there's a punchline. Your setup is the fact you're married, you got a car, you got this education. Your setup is about what you received, but your punchline is about what you're called to deliver. And a lot of people know their setup, but very few people don't really understand what their punchline in life is. So, and it's an empty place to live if you don't know your punchline. And just like me as a kid, I used to struggle with my reading. Yeah. Even your setbacks are part of your setup so you can deliver the punchline you're called to deliver. It's like a slingshot or a bow and arrow. The further you've been set back, the further you can reach. You just have to know what to aim for.
Oh my goodness. Michael Jr. Look at Michael Jr. go.
I think we just had like a mini TED Talk
We
right
did.
here.
I think we did.
I mean, the clock didn't even run out.
Here's the most shocking part. I looked around the room of these guys and watching each individual go, I think I understand this.
It was awesome. They thought it was a Teddy Talk at first.
Yeah. And the bad news is everybody didn't get it at the same time. I'll talk about the order later. But
That is awesome.
Yeah, well, look,
you guys really know how to do radio.
Well,
let me just say this real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me say this. I gotta say something. You guys really know how to do radio because I do a lot of radio, and even on a lot of Christian stations too. And then you listen to it, and you're like, oh snap, I'm on the interview, and I'm about to fall asleep. What is going on right now? But you guys do it well, like really, really, really well. So thank you for that. Like it's a joy to be on the stage.
Well, you know what? We have fun, and we hope everybody else is having fun with us.
We generally do. Every
most
day.
of the time, at least 2 out of 5 days.
Yeah. I mean,
that's what I signed on for.
No, that really happened, Michael Jr. That is not an exaggeration. I went to Bubba, who was an engineer, and I said, I really think we should do the show together. And he said, I don't know, man. He said, I think I can only be funny like 2 days a week. and 25 years later, he has stuck to that.
I know. I've honored my commitment. And the bad news is today's an off day.
Yeah, sadly.
That is awesome.
Oh, but you ought to be here tomorrow.
Oh, hey, tomorrow he'll be smoking,
rocking.
But hey, I'm glad you're part of it. You're going to love this event. I mean, there's something about, especially now more than ever, taking time as we saw in Scripture, for men to get out away from everything and just have men sharpening men, speaking to each other the way only men, The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. And we got phone calls coming in. The real Greg Burgess on the phones right now. If you want to join us, you can too. He's taking those now. We're about to start taking those right after I tell you about HelloFresh.com. We love to eat and love great food. And fall really produces some of the best eating. But you're also very busy, though, during the fall. Kids are back in school, school activities. Got to get to this, got to go to that. Got a lot going on. Well, why don't you just go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba, use the code Bubba, and let us help you with America's number one meal, the number one meal delivery service. They're kits that come to your door. Here's the difference. They don't just send you a shopping list. You go, hey, we got your shopping list. Their meal kits come with the recipe card that's so easy to follow. Every ingredient that you need, fresh, straight from the farmers to you, and all you do is prepare the meals. Now, let me tell you, the fall perfect recipes that their chefs have put together right now, you're going to love this. Some good ones, apple cider cake with caramel sauce. My goodness. I mean, just talking about that. And then, of course, you sit down watching the ball game. Bubba, would you sit down and have your favorite game on and like to say, I have just prepared barbecue pulled pork nachos?
Oh, Rick.
Good gracious.
What game we watching?
Good gracious.
What time do I need to be there?
So go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba right now. Put in the code Bubba. We get you 50% off. And you can also find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. It is just a better way to shop, saves you money, but also gets you delicious food on the table and spend time together with family and friends. To the phones we go. Tom's out of Birmingham. Tom, 1047 WZZK. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. Theology is debatable, and it should be debated, but I like to deal with indisputable evidence or facts.
Correct.
And for the last 122 years, since 1901, there have been 954 Nobel Prizes awarded. The Jewish population is very small. The Muslim population is very large. Of those 954, 212 of those have gone to the Jewish people. That's over 22%. 15 have gone to the Muslim population, half which ironically are peace prizes. So ignorance at its best is misguided, and Einstein may have said it best, and Harvard should take notice of this, that great spirits have always been met with violent opposition from mediocre minds. Love the show, guys.
Thank you. Appreciate that,
Thank
Tom.
you very much.
We continue.
Some historical context there.
Yeah. That was a well-thought-out call. His phone was fantastic.
Yep.
He had a pleasant voice.
Yes, he did. Very easy to listen to. I kind of want him to tell us another story.
Jesse in Georgia. Jesse, go ahead.
You can't have nothing.
Was that supposed to be the chop?
That's a brave.
Okay, that's what it was. Okay.
Yeah.
He's a very
Yeah, he
very
couldn't even
upset.
chop. His chop was about like the Braves hitting.
Yeah. Jesse in Jacksonville. Go ahead, Jesse.
Half A.
Hey guys, this
Half
is Jesse
Atlanta.
from. I had the truck at the crap run this year.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Had the what in the crap room?
Yeah.
Truck.
There was a
the
truck
big
in it?
rig.
There was
Big rig.
You just drove 3 miles? That's not very impressive.
No, guys, they were. I had my truck. I'm the one with the Vanessa wrap on my truck.
Got it.
Oh,
okay.
Got it.
Yeah, I got to meet Greg, but it was a huge turnout, and they did really well this year. But I got woke up Monday morning to text messages about being mentioned on the show and being referred to as a really big guy. So that was pretty interesting. But it was great to meet Greg, and I appreciate everything y'all do, guys.
Thank you, Jesse, and thanks for being such a big part of that. That was really, really kind of you.
Yeah, that sounds like a Greg comment.
It does. Yeah, somebody tries
Language almost exactly.
Somebody tries to do something nice, Greg takes a shot. That's what, look, rude Tourette's. It's the innocent that pay.
Boy, Greg.
It's the ones around them, Rick, that pay the highest price.
Wes in Decatur. Wes, go ahead.
Morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Rick, I got a challenge for you.
Okay.
You may have to get Bubba's assistance. Do a tennis match with Beth Mowens.
No, nobody. Bubba loves tennis too much. I would not do that to him, and that will not happen.
And I'm not in playing shape.
No, that will
haven't
not
been
happen.
for several years.
That will not happen. Let's go to Matthew in Mississippi. Matthew, go ahead.
Good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
I figured this is something y'all might want to know. As a group of, I think it was 10 high schoolers from Clarkdale, Mississippi, went into a Logan's Roadhouse with bad intentions, and all 10 of them ate 163 rolls.
Well, you're talking about that was the combo. They together ate 160.
Together, the 10 of them ate 163. It's some kind of challenge that's going around the South, that they're going in those Logans that are all you can eat rolls. And so the 10 just did the 163. I think the last one was 157. So they just did it the other night in Clarkdale.
So
do you put that on a resume going forward?
So you're saying they all eat about 15 rolls each?
Yeah.
Their ballpark?
Yeah, ballpark, yeah.
What's the big?
I think it was 19.
What's the big deal about that?
19 would be 190. if there was 10 of them.
Yeah, I'm just using some real rough math here.
Yeah, we're
Rick.
just rough
math. Yeah,
just rough.
yeah. That's
So you're saying what's the big deal with that, Bubba?
I mean, what's the deal? 15 rolls. I get pretty close to that normally. I'll tear up 9 or 10 before the meal gets there if I ain't careful.
Let's go to Terry in Alabama. Terry, go ahead.
Hey guys, I was just letting y'all know we recently went to Hawaii on vacation, and they absolutely love spam.
Yes, they do.
You know, did you send us that email? I actually marked that, was going to talk about it today. Was you the one that sent us that from Hawaii?
Yes, the McDonald's breakfast comes with spam and rice.
Yeah.
Well, I think there's probably a reason for that, because everything has to be shipped to Hawaii. And I imagine that any processed meat in a can that doesn't age would really be big over the years.
They love it. I've heard this for years and saw it when I was there. And Bubba, you were there. They love it in Hawaii.
Really?
Oh yeah, they put it into dishes. Yeah.
Pineapple and spam, you can't beat it.
Yeah. Let's go to Nancy in Alabama. Nancy, go ahead.
Hey, I wanted to tell you about when I worked at JSU and your dad was the coach.
Oh yeah.
But I worked in the housing department, and he would call, and the full-time secretary was like, I hate when he calls because it's darling and, just sweetie, being nice. And I said, well, I'll answer the phone when his name would pop up. And he would call about the charges the football players had on their account.
Yeah.
Because that's when they lived in Sauls Hall.
Understood.
But he would call, and he said, they can't register with that charge on there. And I'd say, well, I'll take that charge off for 30 minutes. And he would be yelling at the player, run right now and register. And then he got to where he would ask for me when he would call.
Well, yeah, you got to find somebody.
You were getting the job done.
You were getting the job done.
When I wasn't there, though, I wasn't full time. So one day I came in and they said, Coach Burgess called and asked for you.
That's smart.
And I was like, oh, I'd asked for some tickets. That's probably what it was about.
There you go.
So I'm kind of amazed.
Nancy.
I'm kind of amazed that you could take a charge off for a period of time and it popped back on there.
Oh yeah, I was. I figured it out.
And here we are talking about
You
it.
sound like the lady used to help me register.
Because he kept calling back.
Oh yeah, and we won a lot of ball games during that time. Nancy, how about this?
Oh, I know it.
How about you go, Nancy? You played a part in that, my friend.
You put a few bricks in that stadium.
I did ask him. Yeah, I did ask him for tickets one time, and he said, "Well, how many you need, sweetie?" And I said, "Just 4." And when I went, he said, "Well, I want you to come down here I want to meet you." So I went to his office, and I mean, it was nice compared to where our office was.
Yeah,
but,
he had a nice
He gave me 10 tickets, and I only asked for 4.
Well,
but he was a sweetheart.
You got to keep the bookkeeper happy.
That's
You
right.
got to.
That's right.
You realize how odd it is for us to get a call from someone that talked about how nice our dad talked. You just don't hear that long.
That is that's a contrast to what a lot of conversations I was witness to, and so that's good to hear, Rick.
The old Gulf South Conference of back in the day, it was so funny. You remember when when Mississippi College got in all the trouble for. They're supposed to only have 42 scholarships. I think they had 80.
Yeah.
And I remember Dad going, well, I don't know who did this. He goes, we all made an agreement. We didn't tell on each other at all.
Right.
We just all put good football teams on the field, and everybody kept their mouth shut. And then you tried to beat the other team.
Yeah.
But we all, he said, nobody likes a tattletale. He didn't even like that Mississippi College got total. He's like, I thought we had an understanding.
There's one game from them I'd like to have back. You know what?
Well, they tried to give it back. Of course, Dad wouldn't take it. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Going to hear things. You're never going to disciple a man, treating him like he's a woman or a child, and I think that's been a mistake the church continues to make. But it'll be a great weekend, and I'm sure I'm glad you're part of it, and I hope that someday in God's timing, I hope soon, maybe we'll get an opportunity to work together. I'd love that.
Well, that's what we just did, though, on the radio.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if you're through our town, come by and see us.
Yeah.
We have great breakfast
Unless you're
here.
saying you're not going You just recorded this. You're not going to play it. Is that what you're saying?
Well, let me pull the curtain back. This is my TED Talk. We've interviewed some people. We've interviewed some people that I did not make that statement to there at the end.
I think we had one this week.
Well, there's that.
That is awesome.
That means I desire to maybe do something again together.
Yeah.
No, that's great, man. Thanks for what you're doing.
Yeah. All right, say that.
Yeah, and
you guys are awesome, man. Thanks a lot, yo.
Thanks for being funny. I appreciate it. There he is, Michael Jr. Michael Jr. will be
charge on, bro.
Yeah, at the Gridiron Men's Conference. It's this weekend, and for those of you that are coming into town all over the country, you're going to enjoy it. As Michael said and we said, it is a power-packed lineup. Tony Evans, Josh Turner, James Merritt, Jake Olson, Phil Waldrop, and Michael Jr. So get your tickets at gridironmen.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors and enjoy the weekend with all these great guys. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You know, Eddie Van Adler went to see his grandparents Monday and Tuesday of this week. And I saw some pictures of him going to D.C. Did you see that?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
and with his bride, and we've really haven't even talked to him. And Speedy says, "Hey, Adler, I think as usual when he travels, I think he has a few things." So.
Didn't know where I was for a second there. They live in Asheville, North Carolina.
North Carolina? Why don't I think Virginia?
So it's on the way, which is helpful. That's how I did my motorcycle trip last time around.
Dragon's Tail.
That's right. Did the Dragon's Tail, stayed with my grandparents in Asheville, and then finished it out to D.C.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what my wife and I did, actually. We went, and Friday after the show, drove to Asheville, North Carolina, made it in time for dinner with the grandparents, which was awesome. That was great. My grandfather actually had, you guys remember this, had a pretty serious health thing.
Yes, he did.
1 year ago.
Yeah.
And we were thinking about how 1 year ago he was celebrating his birthday in the hospital. Which he had been there for 4 months at that time. So we were grateful that we were in a house this time around. So that was awesome.
Did you have to sleep on that slanted bed?
That's what I was going to ask.
So the slanted bed was in play again, but this time we actually slept in the other room and took the hide-a-bed mattress out and put it on the floor. That's my go-to every time. If you're still sleeping on the bars of the hide-a-bed couch, you're making a bad move. Just put it all the way on the floor.
Sleeps better.
We're laying down to go to sleep, and this is also my grandfather's study. And Erin looks up, and she sees on this cabinet there is a Marine Corps sticker and an NRA sticker on this cabinet. And we're about to go to sleep, and she's like, "What's in those cabinets?" I just go, "Guns, babe. Lots and lots of guns."
Got to be guns.
Start saying American hero there on your hand.
That's right. And then she looks to the side and realizes there's just a stuffed great horned owl also in this room, just like lording over us as we sleep. And she's like, "I don't know if I want to sleep in this room anymore." I was like, "It's too late, babe. It's too late. No going back now."
Well, you don't want to go back to slant bed.
Right, exactly.
Not the GERD table.
There's slant bed or there's owl room. So you got two choices, babe. I'm sorry.
Let's don't go back to the bed where they're strapping us in to take blood.
So that was great. We wake up in the morning and have grandma's breakfast. Ain't nothing better than grandma's breakfast.
Bring it out, Mama.
Sausage and toast. It was great. And there's this white squirrel, this like albino squirrel that is very rare. I've never seen a white squirrel before ever in my life either. But it lives in my grandparents' garden, and it'll come out in the morning and like run through and get some of their bird seed and stuff like that.
Ooh, a honky!
And it's something, it's a honky squirrel running around. And
so, are there a bunch of them or just one?
There's like I think like babies now, but they'd had one white squirrel for forever that had been just hanging out in their garden.
I could see you being a white squirrel.
And we've talked about I kind of am a white squirrel. It's like my spirit animal. Hey, but Erin finally got to see it, so that was a good moment.
That was a big moment.
Yeah, she was. That was a big attitude lift.
How about that did it? Listen, think about this in grandparent world though, because you remember our grandmother would feed squirrels for some reason.
Right out the window.
All grandparents take on squirrels as friends.
True.
But think about it. That is the coup de grace of grandparenting, to not just have a squirrel that lives in our garden that we feed, an albino squirrel.
That's right.
Yes, and it stays out of the bird seed feeder.
It's 9 minutes now to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We've warned college football fans where Beth Mowens will be this weekend. Discuss Speedy's new discomfort, really, from a different place of the Beth Mowens segment.
In fact, he's been bitten by Beth.
I think, yeah. Men for Mowens. And but other things to discuss today. In the political world, a couple things will hit. How about Steve Scalise has taken his name out for consideration of Speaker of the House? What do you think about that?
Steve Scalise was what would have been next in line in the leadership tree.
Mm-hmm.
And usually they follow that tree kind of closely to say, okay, you move up, you get to be Speaker. He was unable to garner the votes on the ballot, so he's pulled his name, which is probably what McCarthy should have done to begin with.
Yep.
So now you start looking down that. Does that open the door for Jim Jordan? Jim Jordan did not have the votes early against Scalise. It was close.
Yep.
So will this give Jim Jordan the votes he needs? We'll see. Now, a lot of the Freedom Caucus are putting conditions on their votes, like they did with McCarthy. And some of the guys, including Scalise, was not willing to do that. Said, I'm not promising you anything other than I'm going to do the best job I can. And I think Scalise is a stand-up guy. You remember he was the guy who was shot at the softball practice and wounded. And he's still dealing with some cancer treatment right now. So I don't know if he would have been in the best health to go forward with that anyway. But so Jim Jordan, I would think, would be the leading candidate now. We'll see how that goes in their caucus discussions over the next few days. New poll out.
Here we go. Here we go.
This is a Fox News poll. Okay, this is red blood, red meat, Republican conservatives in this poll. They say that President Joe Biden would narrowly defeat Donald Trump by 1 point if the 2024 election were held today.
I don't see how that's even possible.
Joe Biden would defeat Donald Trump by 1 point.
Wow.
The same poll in other possible scenarios has Ron DeSantis defeating Trump. It also has Nikki Haley defeating Trump.
Defeating Biden, not Trump.
I'm sorry. Did I say? They have Ron DeSantis defeating Biden, and they have Nikki Haley defeating Biden in the presidential. I'm sorry, I got off on the
That's all right. Hey,
so, but the irony of it is neither one of those are going to get a chance because Trump is leading the Republican nomination.
So the Fox News poll has Biden beating Trump, and we've talked about this, but DeSantis and Haley beating Biden.
That is correct. And again, it's the negatives of Trump and the people who would be, quote unquote, never Trumpers who are refusing to vote for him that are holding him back, where they would be willing to vote for DeSantis or Nikki Haley, according to this. So we'll see how this plays out. It's an interesting scenario. Trump way ahead with Republicans on the primary side, but due to negatives with the moderates, cannot defeat Biden in the presidential election, according to this poll. And it has bounced around within a point or two every time they do this. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out down the stretch.
And what things like this is what makes Trump sometimes hard to stomach. Like he doesn't seem to have any ability to say right now is not the time to say blank, or hey, just walk through here, you're going to be okay. So now Republicans are having to find a way to deal with the fact that right now during this conflict, Trump decides to say something negative about Netanyahu, and to say something which I know it's not a positive, but then comment on Hezbollah. And so here it is, and this has got Trump in some hot water today with some people going, hey, brother, boy, your timing is just so off. But here we go.
You know, Hezbollah is very smart. They're all very smart. The press doesn't like when they say it. But Hezbollah, they're very smart. I'll never forget that Bibi Netanyahu let us down. That was a very terrible thing. I will say that. They've got to straighten it out because they're fighting potentially a very big force. They're fighting potentially Iran. And when they have people saying the wrong things. Everything they say is being digested by these people because they're vicious and they're smart. And boy, are they vicious, because nobody's ever seen the kind of sight that we've seen. But they cannot play games. So we were disappointed by that, very disappointed. But we did the job ourselves, and it was absolute precision, magnificent, beautiful job. And then Bibi tried to take credit for it. That wasn't good. That didn't make me feel too good, but that's all right. So they got to strengthen themselves up. And they said, gee, I hope Hezbollah doesn't attack from the north, because that's the most vulnerable spot. I said, wait a minute. You know, Hezbollah is very smart. They're all very smart. The press doesn't like when they say it. You know, I said that President Xi of China, 1.4 billion people, he controls it with an iron fist. I said, he's a very smart man. They killed me the next day. Oh, I said he was smart. What am I going to say? But Hezbollah, they're very smart. And they have a national defense minister or somebody saying, I hope Hezbollah doesn't attack us from the north. So the following morning they attacked.
You know, it just I
know what he's saying. It's probably not the best time and the best way to say it.
He's his own enemy. I mean,
he's his own enemy, and I even know, like you said, at the end of it all,
like he ain't got no
you
sense.
get and don't do the, because I know a lot of you can do this. Well, here's what he's saying. I understand what he's saying.
I do too. But
The problem is when you have people that are waiting to trap you, you don't make it easy on them. You got to have better discernment than that. You've got to have more self-control than that. You, too, have to be smart enough to go, you're not going to pull me into this trap where now the headlines are, I said Hezbollah is smart. You're not going to have headlines that I was critical of Netanyahu. You got to be smart enough not to walk into that trap and make yourself easy game for your enemies. And that's why you just saw that poll that Bubba just shared with you, whether we like it or not. And I don't like it, but I got to live in the real world. That he does have a huge turn on factor, but boy, he is just as strong on the turn off.
You got to go back to what we've talked about before. You're going to have 48% are going to vote Democrat no matter what. Okay, it doesn't matter Biden.
No.
If he can't make a sentence, they roll him up there in a wheelchair. They vote for him.
No doubt.
You're going to have about 45% vote Republican no matter what. They could be Trump, it could be DeSantis, Nikki Haley, whoever. They're going to vote for them. It's those about 8%, 5 to 8% that's in the middle that will decide the entire election.
From what I understand, Trump was talking about his disappointment with Netanyahu because Netanyahu congratulated Biden on the election.
Yeah, that was one of the things he didn't like. He called him and congratulated him after the election, and Trump was still saying the election was stolen, and he didn't like that.
And then when we took out the leader in Iran, he said Netanyahu wouldn't go with him, and then took credit for it. When
the took credit part's probably what bothered him more than anything, because that seems to be
if that even.
Well, I think they were.
Is that an accurate even an assessment of what?
I think they were in on it, and then according to Trump, they bailed out the night before.
And saying that Hezbollah is probably going to attack from the north, that's like saying if Canada were to attack the United States, they would attack from the north.
Right.
It's really not that smart of a move. It's just where they're located geographically.
But you do not say these comments in the current situation in the world. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Just gets the stuff on the ground. It's even a well-behaved
Oh, my
squirrel.
God. You gotta love that.
It's amazing. It's like me.
What are you trying
really
to say?
is like me.
What are you trying to say?
That's not
White
what
squirrels are smarter than other squirrels? Greg.
I'm
just trying to see what he's trying
That's
to
not
say.
what I'm trying to say. That's not what I'm trying to say.
Okay, I was going to make clear.
So then we...
Because I don't want no part of that.
Right. Greg, I appreciate you separating yourself from that.
Can't we just call it a squirrel?
It's just a squirrel. It's
An albino squirrel is another level, though.
There you go.
No pink eye.
And so we hit the road to then D.C. We're driving, long drive, by the way, lots of traffic. Really wish I had whatever their Peach Pass is. I forget what it's called. VIP lane.
They got one, too?
They've got one, too, but I didn't know how to do it.
Can't you just get over there and ride in it? They'll send you one in the mail.
Pay the fine.
They'll send you something.
No HOV line?
That
Two
was
or
what-
more?
That's what it, well, no, they didn't have that.
They didn't have the
that.
2 or more.
No.
It's free. Real frustrating. 2 or more.
We get to see where we're pulling up to D.C. and we're crossing the Potomac. The Washington Monument is there. We made it. This is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
So we get to our Airbnb. It's probably like 8 o'clock at night or so, and we have dinner. We've got dinner reservations that we got to get to here shortly. And we're located downtown, so we're close to the metro, or we could do an Uber, whatever. This is awesome. And I'm ready. I'm waiting for Aaron to get done getting ready. And this is a nice Airbnb, really cool. In these like old-timey Washington, D.C. neighborhoods, there's like the normal apartment above, but then if you go below, pretty much every single one of them have a whole nother apartment on the basement level. That's
Clearly
where we're
haunted.
at. That's where we're at.
Anybody living above you?
Basement level, yes. That's who we're renting from, the family.
Oh,
yeah,
gosh,
yeah.
that's
So,
weird. Oh, my
but
God.
it's
We got a
nice.
squirrel.
It was nice. It was newly renovated. It was really, really nice. But something
Here we go.
weird happened.
What you think?
I'm sitting there waiting. There was a big UFC fight that night, so I was like watching promotional materials and stuff like that. And Aaron doesn't care about that stuff, so she's getting ready in the other room. And I hear from down the hall like a blagoink, blagoink, blagoink.
What? How was it?
The toilet is making that sound. And I go.
It's lurching.
And I go.
It's bubbling.
And there's like big bubbles, like big solitary bubbles.
No.
Blowing. I'm like, whoa, this is weird.
That baby finna back up on you.
And I tried doing like a half flush. I do like a half flush, and I've used the toilet already, by the way, and it flushed normally.
You did it.
It was number one.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was finna say, I thought you'd done.
Okay, don't say
I
it.
know.
Greg.
No,
Don't say it.
I was blaming myself at first too. I know, but I was
That's impossible.
I was
It's
in
not
the
a
clear.
good sound. You'd never be blamed for number one.
That's
Thank
not a
you.
good sound of a commode.
And I'm wearing like nice clothes. We're about to go out.
That was my question. How do you dress
nice
to go
place.
out and eat?
It
I've
was
never
like-
seen you dress
Well,
appropriately.
It's
You mean the T-shirt didn't have wrinkles in it?
That's right.
Yeah.
It was a button-up shirt. It
But
was
you
a
took your
button-up
Lamb
shirt.
of God concert shirt off.
It was a button-up shirt with collars, short sleeves. It was short sleeve, but it was kind of nice.
Jeans?
Anyways, jeans, yeah.
A collar, huh?
Well, I'm not sure. I'm getting fancy. We're in D.C.
Iron?
We're in the city.
Was it iron?
It was hung up immediately after drying, so
Okay,
it was
close
not
enough.
iron. It was not wrinkly.
Close enough.
All right.
So,
So, now.
I am like, oh, I got to do something about this. This toilet isn't flushing. And I grab a plunger. There's a plunger right there.
Oh,
and
boy.
I'm now trying to do the push method. You guys, in case,
We've all used a plunger,
Yeah,
buddy.
okay. And I'm like,
But is it backed up?
It's not flushing. It's not going down.
What do you
Things
mean
are
not flushing?
going
But-
down?
but is the
Oh,
water-
the mechanism will go up top, but nothing is leaving.
Like it's
So
like
you're
it's
saying
not-
the bowl is full of water.
The bowl is
Yeah.
full of
It's
water.
overflow.
It's
Yeah.
starting to
You're trying to-
get close.
You're trying to.
And I'm trying to do, and then
It's
guys,
like-
the sink right next to me
Starts doing it?
then goes.
Y'all got sewer.
we got
sewage is
problems.
fixing to join
It's
it.
like, what
sounded
in the
like Bubba
world?
sleeping.
It sounded like Bubba sleeping next to me. The sink is talking to me. I'm like, what's going on here?
This is
Better
not
cap
good.
it all quick.
And I realize my wife is now watching me, and I realize I'm standing here in nice clothes with a plunger in my hand. She's in heels watching me do this. And I'm like, we shouldn't be doing this right now.
No.
This is not what's supposed to
No.
be happening right now.
You're loading the gun.
Y'all
too.
might as well go out. Y'all might as well
Yes,
go
you
dive.
are.
Y'all might as well go dive in a septic tank.
So we just leave, and we call the people as we're leaving, like saying, "Hey, something's going on with this thing."
Did you give them the sound on the phone?
I tried to. They didn't really care for that. They were like, "Okay, weird guy." And so we go out to eat, and we're hanging out, and we go walk to the Washington Monument, and we go walk to the Lincoln Memorial, kind of forgetting about that because we think it's being worked on.
Okay.
All right. And when we come back.
That was my question when you were like enjoying. Ooh, look at this. We're at the monument. Oh, look, we're over at Lincoln. Did you completely get to the point where you completely forgot about what was going on back there, or you just thought it was handled?
Up until the text message I get from the owner saying it's a city sewer problem, not the toilet. So we don't have a toilet that's going to flush tonight.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Or find a link at Rick and Bubba. minutes past the hour. Yep, the Rick and Bubba Show, a show that is in its 30th year for basically meeting low expectations. We have, we promise low and we deliver high. You know what? If you win a weak conference, you still get a trophy. Speedy here, Greg Burgess here, Helmsy here, not here. Adler is here with the YouTube experience as the show continues for a brand new hour. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for being here and letting us do what we do.
Couple of things, Bubba. Looking out of, I'm not trying to go an update from the information superhighway, but a couple of emails today that we can run down. One of them is asking, Bubba, did you see Frasier? It was on last night.
The Frasier reboot, which I love the Frasier
and you were
show.
hyping everybody up about it.
Well, I didn't get to watch it because I got hung up on the Braves. And then the Braves looked like they were out of it, and I was about to get off of that, and then all of a sudden they got some base runners late, and I thought maybe there's a hope.
Yeah.
There's hope.
Michael says he asked that question, and I think you saw it too. He said he thought it was pretty good. He said, I forgot the show ended 20 years ago, and he's been in Chicago all this time. I guess the character or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So he said he thought it was pretty good. He gave it pretty good.
Pretty good.
That's not a raging endorsement.
Well, I got some other ones that were favorable. We would like to hear from people who maybe caught the Frasier reboot.
Yep.
Because I'm sure I'll be watching it this weekend.
What's it on?
Is there where's
Paramount.
Where's the?
Paramount.
Oh, yeah. So you can go back and watch it whenever you want to. Okay.
So
do you have Paramount?
I don't know if I do or not.
Right.
You can probably get it for that.
That's
and,
right, yeah.
We'll see how that plays out. But I love the original, and hopefully this will be good, and we can enjoy it, and it will carry on the fun that we've had enjoyed in Frasier the first time. I had one review that was just ranting about it, said it was really good.
Mm-hmm. Raving or ranting?
They were raving how good it was. Yeah,
yeah, because if it was ranting, I didn't know if maybe Donald Trump had commented on it.
Well, good.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Now, the Golden Bachelor was on last night as well, Bubba. Did you catch that?
I did not. I was all up in the Braves.
Bachelor.
I have a confession.
No, you didn't.
No.
Last weekend, my wife and I got stuck.
No.
I talked to her. I was like, we've been talking about it on the show, kind of making fun of it a little bit. My wife and I watched 2 full episodes of that last weekend, and we're planning on catching it again tonight.
I know.
And
have you seen it, Greg?
Yeah, I saw one episode.
It'll choke you up.
What? Lisa,
yes.
Lisa's gonna watch it.
Yes.
It's still a little
we
weird.
watched it.
What chokes you up about it?
Well, they share his story first. His wife passed away 6 years ago.
Oh, thanks for ruining that for people that haven't watched it.
It's right out the gate. Right out the gate.
Most of them on there have lost spouses too, right?
Yeah, so they all have their sob stories.
Look how old
You're
they are.
playing
Of
the
course they
percentages
have.
there.
How long you think people live?
Most of them, their spouses are dead.
It goes from like actual heart, touching scenes to then there's like 70-year-olds kissing. So you're just like, ah!
And dancing.
So it's like,
how about that
yes,
dance?
Yes,
Elderly kissing.
It is cringy to the maximum.
But you can't help but watch it.
Stop watching it. And it reminds me of my own mortality and like what I care about in life and how I want my legacy to be. And I'm like, oh my gosh. And you don't see like old people like this.
I don't mean to be this way, but The Bachelor's got a hearing aid.
He does, Rick.
He's golden.
But I was.
One of them may tell him that she loves him and he not hear it.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going.
Yeah.
Or worse, she doesn't accept the rose and he starts handing it to her.
Oh, that would be awful.
But all I saw was some previews and I saw some little clip. And I will tell you this: one of their sponsors needs to be a plastic surgeon. Some of those ladies had a lot of work done.
Yes, you're right.
There's a lot of work.
Jesse Palmer is hosting, so every time he comes on, he'll say something. He'll be like, "Also, I ran into Rick." That's
we're tired of hearing that.
So, and I think it was last night's episode. If the preview I saw was right,
no spoilers.
Well, is it a spoiler for me just to tell you to be watch out for something since you're all in on the Golden Bachelor?
I guess I'm all
which
in.
I didn't know.
Have you noticed the advertisers? We talked about it, but it's true. What we were joking about, it's definitely targeted to an older demo.
Geritol. Yeah. But what were you going to say?
It's worse than that.
What were you going to say? There's a spoiler.
Mm-hmm.
So
Rick,
So I think if I saw the preview right, or whatever it was, And I must warn you.
Oh, boy.
You know, these people, like the youngest one on there is what? 60s?
Yeah. There's a 60.
Which I realize I'm 60 next year. I got it. And and nobody wants to see me in these situations either.
Okay, I'm with you.
We got
But I think one of them, there's some sort of talent show of some kind.
Oh, no.
What?
Oh,
and,
no.
And one of them, I think, does a dirty dance for him.
Oh, sure. You know it's going to happen.
Oh, yeah. They were not.
Dirty dance.
When she goes to do the dirty dog, she can't get back up.
Somebody's grandmother.
Her dentures blew out.
Somebody's grandmother. It's not good.
You just made that up.
Stretch.
Maybe I saw it wrong. Maybe I saw it wrong because I didn't look very long. I couldn't. I was afraid I would turn to salt.
Hey, stretch before you twerk. Trust me on that one.
Right.
Okay?
Absolutely.
But man, his voice is a little more. It's a little bit.
What are you doing?
Why are you watching? I don't understand.
I can't
you
help
right
it.
now.
I can't look away.
I don't understand.
What do you
right
mean?
now.
It's more like.
He's got a kind of a
It's weak. It's a little weak.
He's in his 70s. How strong can what do you expect?
I'm so happy to be.
He's got good hair, though.
It's kind of Kermit the Frog.
By the way, what would y'all have done?
it is.
What would y'all have done if by the way, if it was the Golden Bachelor and we looked at him as Lee Corso?
Good night.
But
That
you
may
can
be
get-
the platinum.
You can get lost in those eyes. You can get lost in those eyes. I will say.
You're unbelievable.
You really are.
You're unbelievable.
This is such a surprise.
I don't even know what to say.
Look, we don't watch these shows, but for some reason we can't not watch them.
Well, I think what
You
you,
just love
might
them,
have
Gary.
done is, when you get all the younger people involved, the smut factor is so high.
Yeah.
You're like, I don't think I want to watch this. But I guess you figured with these people, how bad could that get?
That's true.
They make
They're on
better
bed
decisions.
Right,
They're
yeah.
more mature. It really is. It's really good to watch.
Are they as emotional though?
They're
Is
less
the-
emotional.
Less.
Not as
Okay.
many fights.
No, I don't know about less.
No, I think they are pretty emotional.
Not as
One I
many
saw.
fights so far, from what I've seen, of the Golden Bachelor.
Are they? Did they go to bed early?
Yeah, they shut it down real early. It's
About 8
nice.
o'clock, they're done.
I support that.
When they have the the one-on-one date and it's like at 4:45.
Yeah. I know the Golden Bachelor needs to hit prime time, but it would be really funny if it came on at like 4. instead of later.
Well, I think they're missing their core audience by having it start at 7
so.
Central.
Yeah.
You realize for old people that's 8 o'clock Eastern.
Look, and if Gary takes her on date night to the movies, it's going to be the matinee. It's gotta be-
And they get a discount.
Oh, they're wrapping up, giving that good night kiss at 8 at night.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know,
I
so-
can't even remember the last time I saw a movie at night. I can't even remember.
Yeah.
It's risky.
It is.
How
I
about
told
when
you
you
that time Sherry and I were going to do it, and we ended up, it's one thing to kind of doze off. Sherry and I tried to go to the late movie, and, now that we're older, we didn't just doze off. We were completely spooning. We went completely asleep.
Thought you were home.
I mean, I had my arm around her and pulled up against me in the other seat. We're gone. I'm telling you, if you don't disturb us, the next thing we know is daylight. Okay, and we went completely to sleep. So anyway, I don't know if I just didn't expect Adler to say
Man. I
didn't
he and
either.
Aaron are watching the Golden Bachelor. I didn't expect that.
I started making fun of it on Friday. We're just hanging out. Finally got the kids to bed. And I started making fun of it, and we were like, let's make fun of it and watch it. And then we got stuck, and now we're 2 episodes in and looking forward to it tonight.
You were over squalling.
Yeah. Oh, it'll get you. It really will.
will.
It will get you.
I found
Especially you, Speedy. You're weaker,
I
What
found
do you
a
mean I'm
story.
weak?
No,
Weaker.
not like weaker.
Yeah,
I found
he's
this-
emotionally
You
unstable.
mean I have a soul?
I found a story on Frasier, Rick, and the reboot.
Uh-oh.
It says slammed by long-term fans.
All right, well, let's get some calls.
They
right here.
brand it as a dreary encore and as funny as watching your own colonoscopy.
Bubba, that's not positive.
That's what they said.
All right, we'll take
That's what
phone
they
calls
said.
next. Anybody see it? We'll talk next.
Rick and Bubba.
I mean, how many more of these Airbnb stories have we got to do for him to stop doing this? For the love of all that's good and kind, stay at a hotel.
He's just not going to quit until him and Aaron are starring in a video.
You know what?
Well,
Are we have them on milk cartons?
yeah.
So so you're in an Airbnb. You hear terrible sounds from the toilet and the sink.
Yes.
You go out to your dinner. You're dressed somewhat appropriately.
I am.
You now touring.
Somewhat.
So you're touring DC. You're seeing all the big thing. You're forgetting. You either have forgotten it or you think worst case scenario they're just handling it.
Right now they're handling it.
It'll no longer be an issue for us when we get back. Then you get a text. You told us going into the break that there's a city sewer problem
Yes.
And there'll be no toilet for the Adlers tonight.
The toilet will not flush tonight. And so this is at 10 o'clock. We find this out. I'm like, all righty.
You better hold it.
So any pit stops we need to make on the way home, I guess, is what we need to do.
Oh, no.
So we get home, and I tell Aaron, I'm going to take a shower real quick.
Right.
And
can't do that either.
I figured, it's all drains, guys. So
Yeah, it's all going somewhere.
I peed in their shower. I peed in the shower of that
Well,
Airbnb.
Well,
Yeah, we've all done it.
What was I supposed to do?
Gotta do it. Could have been worse.
I can't. Now, if the toilet doesn't work, why would the shower drain work?
The shower drain was fine. I took a shower
It
that
goes
night.
the same place, doesn't it?
I bet it was on the edge. I bet it was on the edge of back on you.
You didn't have to do multiple showers.
You know what kind of shower you will bathe in, don't you?
That's not true, Speedy. So we get through the night, and next morning we wake up, headed to the National Archive.
I'm impressed you held it that long.
I had to. I was like, hey, early in the morning, I was like, hey, baby, you want some coffee? Because I'm going out for some coffee.
Yeah.
There's a coffee shop about a block away.
I got news for you. I've got one trip in the middle of the night.
Oh, yeah. I did too. Well, I guess that's probably the shower came into play again.
Yeah, well, it was the sink that time.
Be outside with a white squirrel.
You got to do what you got to do.
You got to do what you got to do. So
Left it soaking.
I went and got some coffee, brought some coffee back. That was good. So we now are going to the National Archive. We're going to go see the Bill of Rights and the Declaration of Independence, which I've never seen before. I'm a 33-year-old man, never seen them. And the entire time I'm saying, like, I'm going to steal the Declaration of Independence. I'm saying that the entire time. National treasure. Yeah.
I thought you'd been to D.C. I didn't know you'd never been.
Well, I've been to D.C., but not into anything. I ran around D.C. on the motorcycle trip.
Motorcycle. That's what
I didn't go inside any buildings.
Went to a couple of bars.
They wouldn't let me in.
Got
They
drunk.
wouldn't let me in any buildings, just the way I looked.
Right.
So they
Not the first time you've had to say that.
That's right. That's right. Checked out the Declaration of Independence. Wow, amazing, blew my mind. It's a beautiful piece of paper, by the way. I wasn't ready for that, but it makes sense. I mean, that's the only way they had to put documents down, and they're going to get the best guy in town to do it. So I mean, it looks looks good.
Pretty big document.
John Hancock showed out.
And so
We're completely ignoring it
Their
now, but it was big.
penmanship was
the
unbelievable.
penmanship is
Wish I
unbelievable.
could write
It's like
like that.
scratched in there almost. I mean, these guys are serious.
I'm convinced that the original's long been destroyed. But go ahead.
This is
So that was amazing. Totally cool. We now go get some lunch, and we're gonna go check out a few other government buildings. I get a text at lunch. Toilet cannot be fixed. You have to find somewhere else to stay. We will be giving you all your money back.
That helps. Except when you're sleeping.
Speedy perked up.
I was about to say, we call that the Speedy.
This is an Adler story.
So I have now.
Speedy who's like, I'll tell you what, this thing just turned around.
I mean,
I have a very short amount of time to find a new place. So I just go on Airbnb and found a new Airbnb, but this one was about 15 minutes outside of town. So those Metro passes that we bought, because our old place was so close to it, those really don't help us out anymore. But, that's just the way it goes. You got to roll with the
Their
punches.
toilet works, though.
Their toilet does work. Great new spot. So we then...
by then you needed one.
We move out and we get to our new place, and it's good. It's great. It has parking, has interior parking. It's great. It's awesome. We're good with it. Everything's cool. We
So what does that cost you compared to, say, I don't know, getting a hotel?
A hotel is generally per night for like what you get in the space that you get. It's generally $50 more expensive per night compared to Airbnbs. And like we had our own apartment. This was
And you have Speedy listening now.
So we had an apartment.
So you mean in 2 nights you're saving $100?
Easy, Speedy. It's a family show.
Is that how that works?
Exactly right. So I mean, we got a patio, a full kitchen, a dining room, a big bathroom. It's just bigger and better. And like honestly, we did one hotel on our Italy trip that we went to. We did one hotel. It was twice as expensive and disgusting and tiny compared.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
Yeah, 21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. We're back. All right, so Bubba, apparently no one in our audience watched it that they can call. because we didn't get any response on the phones. But you said you saw a few more emails, did you?
Yeah, I mean, some have been positive. Some of the critics have been very negative on it. I really would like to know people who listen to this show who saw it, because I would respect their opinion a whole lot more.
Yeah. Because the critics, honestly, you don't ever know, and and plus you have to understand this about us, and we've been very open about this. We are incredible homers.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And so if we really like somebody and a product they've put out, you got to go a long way for us to not like something else they're doing, and sometimes you don't. But I don't know how it went, but I told Greg, and I'm not taking up for the show. It may be poorly written. I do know this: if anybody's trying to write a comedy sitcom in the woke culture in which we now live, most of them aren't funny because you can't be funny.
I bet it would be tough.
So maybe you just can't be funny, but I think there is a chance, and I could be way off on this because I don't know, that Kelsey Grammer is conservative. Kelsey Grammer has been very open lately about his participation in the Jesus Revolution, that he came to a true relationship with Christ.
Right.
And I'm just telling you, when you're talking about Hollywood critics, those two things are not in your favor.
Right.
And I'm not saying that's what
I agree,
happened.
but I know what you're saying. I agree.
And it may have nothing to do with it.
Well, one of the emails said that some of the language on it was a little rough.
Oh, really?
And,
A little spicy?
I was a little surprised by that, given what we understand to be Kelsey's new situation.
Well, and he may have agreed to do this before that transformation took place in his life.
Right.
I remember when it first happened to me, they were things I was committed to, and had to go through kind of a process of elimination. It doesn't happen overnight. Brian in Muscle Shoals, WLAY. Brian, go ahead.
Good morning, man.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I caught the first episode of Frasier yesterday.
What'd you think?
Man, it's okay. They're heavy on the laugh track. Heavy on it.
Well, it has a live audience.
It's a live audience this time. Yeah, that's a real audience.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's allowed people.
It was shot live and with multiple cameras. Yeah.
Okay. And it's more of like they just act like the nephew is kind of stupid instead of the. I don't know. I'm gonna keep giving it a chance. I'm not out on it yet, but
could you give us just a little more on the plot?
When you said
didn't exactly follow.
When you said nephew, do you mean Frasier's son? It's his son, not his
no,
nephew.
Frasier's. No, they've got his nephew traveling with him.
Okay.
His brother's kid.
Niles.
He's moving.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Niles' his son, and Daphne. So he's moving back to Boston from Seattle. The dad's passed, and he's moving back.
Yeah, we got all that. But did you?
They're just trying to get him to come back to start at Harvard. I just didn't. I don't know. It just didn't catch me on the first one, so I'm gonna watch the second one.
Note to self: if I am promoting the Frasier show, do not have Brian walk it out for everybody.
Brian,
Right.
if you were campaigning for the weekly correspondent in this,
Right.
we might have to give it a second look.
Brian tried
Him
hard,
too.
but he could not get past it. He found the show to be mediocre.
Yeah, that's the bottom line.
That was the
but
bottom
I
line.
appreciate your honesty.
Yeah, sure do. Sharon, South Carolina. Sharon, go ahead.
Hey, we watched Frasier last night, and I think that if you are expecting the same show that was on the air 20 years ago, you will be disappointed. It is the same format, but there's only one character right now that is the same, and that's Frasier.
Right.
And even he is a little older, a little more mellow in some ways. But the first one, they're just sort of establishing all of these characters. And the previous caller referenced Niles and Daphne's son, and that character acts just like Niles, so he is kind of a dweeb.
Right.
But we thought it was funny. We're gonna give it another chance. I don't want to give away too many of the plot things, but there's a good storyline with Freddie, with Frasier's son.
Mm-hmm.
So very good storyline.
Do you see any of these characters becoming as funny and iconic as the other characters on Frasier?
That's hard to say. There is one professor from Harvard that's an older guy who has tenure, and the joke was that the provost at Harvard wanted to get rid of him, but he can't fire him because he has tenure, or she can't fire him because he has tenure. But anyway, that was a big joke. Was
tenure jokes? Tenure jokes.
Yeah.
So I guess I know they're establishing everything. Did you find what some of the people were saying that there was the language was rough?
What was it? Was there bad language?
Was it spicy?
I don't remember any of that, and I would be very sensitive.
Okay.
I would be very sensitive to that. I don't recall there being any spicy language.
Thank you, Sharon.
Crazy email we got.
Yeah, the email said it. I'm going to quote: "They have no problem using God's name in vain." So to some people, that's a deal breaker, and some people might not even notice it. But I don't know. I haven't seen the show.
I haven't either, so I don't know. So are they?
What about the Golden Bachelor?
That'll make you think about your life. And Aaron, we were watching.
Do
the
you
Golden
love
Bachelor.
that Adler's got him thinking about his legacy?
I can't.
I don't know where he's going to be when he's.
Aaron looks at me while we're watching. She goes, "Okay, so you can never die." And I was like, "Okay, I won't. I promise. I don't know. I mean, my
kind of hard to make
goodness.
that guarantee. Yeah.
It really will get you."
Yeah. It's kind of interesting. I can't speak for Betty, but I can tell my wife, other than the rapture, my wife doesn't seem to be under the delusion that I will outlive her at all. She knows she's going to outlive me.
Well, I have made that point to Betty.
Right.
You need to plan on that part
Right,
too. Let's
right.
work toward that.
Right. Yeah. It's almost like it's
including how to budget.
It's such a done deal that we don't even pretend that there's a scenario that I would be living without her.
Right.
I mean,
right.
Yeah. Mike in South Carolina. Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, the show starts off like the original show did, where father and son kind of struggle to connect why they are the way they are. But in the language, they threw a GD in there out of nowhere.
What?
That didn't make no sense.
And Sharon didn't catch that? Are you serious? Okay, Nick, thanks.
She might have went to the bathroom.
Yeah, might have been just Nikki. Is that what you were talking about?
Yeah, I was going to let you guys know where the language was and the context it was used in. So Freddie's a fireman and his friends are firemen. They're in a bar, and one of the firemen drops the GD, and it's just out of nowhere. It makes no sense. It didn't fit, and it was awkward. But I couldn't believe they let it ride. But
well, it's a streaming thing, on the streaming. That's a different.
Yeah, that's true.
Of course, I mean network TV pretty much does it now too. But
right.
Yeah.
Right.
Have you caught an award show lately?
You ever watched Naked and Afraid?
Right. So that the whole Freddie's friends, the fire department, all that was kind of the weak link in there, and they tried hard to be funny. It really that piece was not funny, but overall I enjoyed the reboot.
Okay. They said that Frasier still has the snooty charm that the original one had. And long term, that'll make it
snooty charm.
Greg, I noticed with everything, anytime anyone ever brings anything up about modern day television, it always goes back to Naked and Afraid.
Well, it's weird.
No, that is as odd a show as there's ever been. And the thing that I know
it's hard enough to survive. You ain't got to be naked.
I know we talk about this a lot.
How about Barefoot and Afraid? That'd been good enough.
Yeah, and they don't win anything other than getting a good
and
score.
They're not consistent on blurring out people's butts. Sometimes they blur it out, sometimes they don't. I don't know what the call they're trying to make.
Yeah, I don't know
who decides.
Who makes that call in the truck. I
blur that up a little.
That one there needs to be blurred, ladies and gentlemen.
Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
All the other Airbnbs we
But
stayed
you didn't
at.
have to move to another one
But
while you
we
rented.
did have, so there you go. I've had problems with plumbing twice with Airbnb out of like maybe 25 in my life. So there you go.
Right. And the videos they're taking of you never know about them.
You never know about them.
They may
I
never
won't
see.
see 'em.
If they may just delete them. Never see the light of day.
You may be a star in another country and don't even know.
Yeah, you may go to Europe and really be a star.
There you go. So
it's strange, guys. I was in Brazil and somebody like they recognized me.
People were asking for my autograph.
Tiny Crooked Man. Tiny Crooked Man.
Wait just a minute. Aren't you the aggressive squirrel?
So
Crooked Man in D.C.
Everything's good. Our stress level has gone back down.
Okay.
It was elevated.
It was definitely elevated. We are now about to go to tour the Capitol building. We walk out of our place, and you know when you see something like you're about to see an accident, and you're like, that car's about to hit that other car, and then it happens, and you're like, whoa, that was surprising, even though I saw it coming. That's what happened. We're walking on the street, and the gas station across from us, this Toyota truck veers to the left and crosses traffic to turn into this gas station.
Not wise.
Uh-oh. A Toyota Camry could not stop in time, T-bones this truck.
Oh, nice.
And we're like, oh my goodness, an accident. I do see an airbag, but people seem like they're okay.
You didn't want to get involved.
The truck slowly pulls into the gas station, and so I think they're just pulling over to, take care of this accident. And then the Camry who T-boned the person, they're slowly pulling in. The woman gets out, and I realize the truck driver isn't stopping. They go scrape a gas pump, hit another car that's pumping gas. The car is still in drive. The person behind the wheel of the Tundra is completely passed out.
Oh, boy.
No. And now I'm knocking on the window trying to wake this person up.
Wait, you're there? I thought you were across the street.
I went into the parking lot.
You went to wake the guy
I
up?
am a first responder, guys,
Yeah.
okay?
So screaming, this is a family restaurant.
God had a plan for you.
And so I'm going,
That's
and
why
I'm
the
knocking-
toilet didn't work.
I'm knocking on this lady's window, and she is not waking up. There are people knocking on her other side window, and then a guy comes up with one of those emergency hammers to try to, because her car is
tell it to action response.
one of those right there.
Probably
Can you hear me?
Probably got on the Rick and Bubba show.
And this lady's not waking up, and her car is still in park, and she's wedged another car who was pumping gas up against the pump. In fact, go to the picture on Skype right now, buddy.
Did you go to the emergency cutoff?
So I'm jumping
on the
around.
front of the store?
I don't know if he knows how to go to Skype, actually. But anyways.
6? What is it?
It's something like that. Yeah, go to that input. You're on 3 right now. You need to make Skype red, buddy. We just talked about this.
There we go.
Okay, there we
That's
go.
a nice truck, too.
So that truck, I jump in the back of it. And eventually somebody takes a brick to the truck's back window, smashes out the window. We get it unlocked
That was awesome.
and put it in park. And then the paramedics show up and start working on this lady.
What,
who was
you were in the
unconscious.
guy's truck?
I was a
Did
lady.
you give her mouth to mouth?
It was a lady's
Greg.
truck. I didn't give her mouth to mouth, Greg. The paramedics woke her up.
Hold still, ma'am.
I'm glad you care about the lady, Greg.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 35 minutes now past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. Still to come, the wonderful wheel of canned meat. We got golden ticket seat guests here from all over, and some of them will spin that for you before the show is done today. CBDistillery.com. When you look at numbers like this, 90% The CBD users that have gone to cbdistillery.com that are struggling with their sleep say 90% of them say this helps me now to sleep much better. 81% that were trying to look for help with stress and anxiety say that it has helped them. These are all natural products, and you can find out more by going to cbdistillery.com. If you go there and you use our promo code, you'll save yourself some money. The promo code Bubba to get 20% off. That's cbdistillery.com. They even offer products for pets. Does that mean like if your pet freaks out in storms or stuff like that?
I
just like saying CBD.
Right.
Calms them down.
Right. So there you go. And also the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. A couple of things. Bubba, you said we now have Kelsey Grammer talking to the studio audience, and then we have a song that was sent to us. We'll do those.
I cannot wait for that.
Yeah.
Well, let's see this. It says it's an emotional speech to the audience. It was filmed in front of a live audience
Wait, is this
by
Frazier?
Kelsey Grammer.
Mm-hmm. Okay, all right, here we go.
He said,
Or it's highlights of him talking to the crowd.
Thank you for all for coming. I'm delighted you're here.
I can't tell you how grateful I am that you're here and how grateful we are that we have a chance to do this for you again.
I am very excited about what we're doing and this new group of people that you can fall in love with and get to know.
We've been working so hard at this thing, and it's been quite a while. And I think we've done something quite lovely.
Our love for this character is very sweet. I always do this.
That's what happens when your testosterone gets down.
Calm down.
Yeah.
It's been such an incredible journey to think that, 20 some odd years later, we could do Frasier. And what's shocking is he's just as fresh and alive as any regular human being would be. And I always used to say to people, they'd say, how can you play the same character for so long? Well, it's as interesting as life itself.
Give us your blessing and wait for us. Give us love, and we're going to give you love back.
Frasier lives on, so does Kelsey. Thank you. We'll see you in a bit. Thank you very much.
How bad you going to feel when it cans?
He just looks funny to me. He's one of those people, when I see him standing there, I want to laugh.
Why do you do that?
Yeah, just say a quick Greg said that. Of course, I mean, how about when
we're going to remember him
off.
squalling when the thing tanks?
What I'm saying, that when you see that emotion, all I can hear is that review that Bubba read. And I thought, how hurtful must that have been? It was like watching your own colonoscopy. I'm like, after that emotional speech, I mean, how does
Rick,
that
I'm going to
feel?
go ahead and say that was probably a negative.
Well, I read our email, and I know what it feels
I do.
like.
I mean, I'm pulling for him after he got squalling like a baby.
Makes you want to hear a song.
Yeah. So
maybe it'll work out.
One thing that we do for a living is I've said this many times.
This
Bubba,
is also emotional.
Yeah, I know, Bubba. You've said this many times, and I do say this, and I don't say this to scare you. And this is on any day, not just on Friday the 13th. People will say, "Well, what is it like to interact with the world, with people every day?" And I said, "We do. We talk to the world every day, and you should all be gravely concerned." And it's
walk among us.
Yeah. It's moments like this. We have singer-songwriter, and I guess it's okay to say his name.
He throws it out there.
Yeah, Robbie McCurdy.
Robbie's a hit maker.
Yeah, it's not out of the ordinary for somebody to write a parody song of some kind. Robbie's they're unique in every way.
Yeah. And some of the pictures he comes
now,
up
this
with.
is a follow-up to the big hit about the Burgess family.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, then he had one about
chapter 2.
This is a song for...
The follow-ups are always the toughest.
I'm just going to read...
Yeah, Terry, I forgot about that one, too.
He's done multiple songs. Now, there's always parts of it that there's
I guess he felt that I felt left out.
That's it, Bob.
Yeah. There's always...
He has showed out this time.
There's always parts of this that are... That make no rhyme or reason.
No.
And I'm just going to read to you, and then we'll watch and listen to it. This is the words of Robbie McCurdy, and I can't follow it. Made a little video of a song I wrote called "Beautiful Blue-Eyed Baby," and made Bubba the star. I stuck it in YouTube. I think that means on YouTube. If you stuck it in YouTube, you may be arrested.
Careful.
Get some kind of charge.
Someone could be offended by that.
Watch out.
Hey, blue-eyed
Well,
baby.
you heard what happened to so-and-so, don't you? Got convicted of sticking it in you two.
Yeah, with the blue-eyed baby.
Rick Burgess.
But anyway, he said, this is the part I don't get. I added a couple of girl TV stars in the video.
Yeah, you did, and I don't get it.
Just to tell the story. I picked them from the timeline of the age Bubba was in 1977.
But why? But
Why
it's not Betty.
77?
Of all Bubba's life, why do you grab the year 1977?
Did you? I thought it was about
I was
him
in
and
seventh
Betty.
grade or something.
Yeah,
Is
it
that
was
the
about-
year you hit puberty? Maybe that's it.
Bubba did
I
not
don't know
meet
about
Betty in 1977, so there's no rhyme or reason for this
I thought it was
this
about
year.
him and Betty.
Speedy, I
and
really
he's got-
didn't
He's
keep
got
a
Laura
calendar on
Ingalls.
that. I don't know.
Look, you're gonna see Laura Ingalls, and then what's his name's sister,
Yeah.
Justine Bateman.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're doing in there.
So we don't
Did you
know.
date them and I didn't know about it?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Dan.
We don't know why Melissa Gilbert and Justine Bateman are in this video.
But they are.
But he wants us to know the main star is Betty Bussey.
Oh.
Alongside Melissa Gilbert and Justine Bateman for some reason.
We don't know the tie there.
Caitlin is also in this, and Hunter.
Okay, I didn't get that.
I read this, and Bubba, you are my witness. I sent to you. I am gravely concerned.
Well, all right here on the day of Jihad. You
Yeah,
know what I
blue
mean?
eyes.
So
That's great.
Here's beautiful blue-eyed baby, Bubba style,
Featuring Bill Bubba.
lyrics and music by Robbie McCurdy with special appearance by Justine Bateman and Melissa Gilbert.
Yes.
We're not sure.
Y'all hear what I'm saying?
Yeah, I did. Oh, wow.
Interesting his selection of pictures. The Summer of Bubba, by the way.
Yep.
When I was a boy growing up, early in my
That's Bubba's face.
I fell in love with a blue-eyed babe. It was a living dream.
Laura Ingalls.
She made me feel things I never
What is happening?
before.
I'm gravely
So I
concerned.
love that girl.
For some reason, it's Laura Ingalls.
forevermore. She was my beautiful blue-eyed
What's happening?
baby.
From this makes no
Apple
sense.
of my eye. She taught me about
Who's that?
love.
Who is
Took me
that?
to paradise.
Look, Bubba's jumping
I
around.
moved faster and I moved on. And I love
we did do that, but that ain't me.
now that beautiful blue-eyed baby is a love no longer true.
I hadn't seen Betty yet.
Is that Jack's Lost?
Here it is.
Who's that? There's Justine
She was a
Bateman.
homecoming queen.
What's going on?
What is happening?
I met her brother one time. That was it.
Rick.
It's like,
Gosh, the yearbook.
I didn't go to high school with her. I really didn't.
Have you talked about how you like him or something?
I don't remember Bubba ever having a crush on Melissa Gilbert and Justine Bateman.
Bubba had something for old half pint.
Greg?
That's Bubba, though. That is Bubba.
Yeah, that's Bubba. Him and Justine Bateman.
Yeah. Well, why y'all breaking up? What's the deal here? Greg, you can sing like Robbie. Go ahead.
Betty.
That is Betty. Okay, that is Betty.
Play the bell.
Right now, Betty's being featured.
Big hair.
Oh, 1980s, buddy. Look at William.
That's actually at my wedding.
Yep. Good stash.
And all about life.
There's Betty.
Greg's not singing, Greg.
That's the cake.
Look at him.
Who's that guy?
Oh, now there's Betty.
That is Betty.
I
Okay.
think she should have been in the song long before
I think
now.
way before Melissa Gilbert. That's just me.
She takes me to paradise. The time can drag on by.
I guess. I don't
Every
know.
day seems brand new. With my beautiful blue-eyed baby and a love forever true.
Please look at the face of the golden ticket seat holders right now watching this.
How would you like to be listening on the radio right now?
Bob Carey in the background.
Forever.
Yeah, it is.
She's my whole
An
world.
anniversary.
Bubba, give him a bump.
Non-denominational on display.
I think I was on that trip.
All right, should I let this just keep going on?
I'm uncomfortable at this point.
There you go.
There's Hunter. That's a long
I'm just glad
time.
he finally got your family in.
Yeah.
Me as Glenn
that
Beck.
was really good.
That was good.
Guys,
a lot of work went
do y'all-
into that.
Do y'all realize how many pictures of Melissa Gilbert and Justine Bateman were on
There's
there?
a lot.
I don't even know what to say.
That's good, Bob.
Did we say thank you, Robbie? I don't know what to say.
Robbie,
As
thank
usual,
you.
like Rob, most of
think-
his videos, we feel weird when it's over.
It's there was a lot of work went into that.
That's the Robbie original.
I feel
Sounded
grateful
a lot like the leather one.
and I feel terrified all at the same time.
Yes, I do.
I don't want a song.
I want to ask him
I'm just putting that out there. I don't want a song.
Coming soon.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Even when the storms come.
What's up, tubers? Thanks for watching on YouTube. This is a replay to June 14th, 2019. Once again, I am playing these replays on YouTube because the guys on the live show, as you can see here, are in a commercial break. We're working on what we're going to do next. So during the live show on YouTube, I'm doing flashbacks to previous years. We're working our way forward in chronological order because there's 16 commercial breaks a day during the live show. So what better way to fill that? We could either fill it with Muzak, royalty-free music. Not everybody likes the same stuff, and it's royalty-free. It's not great music, frankly. Or we could watch actual Rick and Bubba content. So that's what we're doing. Just to explain, here's a flashback to June 14th, 2019. Thank you for watching the Rick and Bubba Show live on YouTube.
They are need to breathe. Washed by the water. That's good right there. I don't have any idea, Bubba, how this is going to go. Charles Billingsley is stopping by next hour. He's here for the Gridiron Men's Conference, of course. And all he said was, I've got a new song that I think is good for Father's Day, and I'd like to debut it on the Rick and Bubba Show. Now, I don't know whether that means Charles is going to go lighthearted and funny. I don't think that's where I would probably.
I doubt it has a funky beat.
I'm telling you, I sense tearjerker, and I don't. Now, look, I don't know that that's what it's going to be. It may
I don't
not
want
be.
that today,
it may
Rick.
not be.
I don't want
It may
to
not.
be brought down today.
You know, I'm just thinking, how many times does somebody like Charles? I mean, I've got that tiny fingers, tiny toes feeling. Good night. Do you remember? Was it Charles? Who's that one that did that to us? Was it Stephen Curtis Chapman? Remember somebody killed us one day on the show with a Father's Day song?
Yeah.
Talking about watching this little girl dance and it's like little Cinderella, and then all of a sudden he's like giving her away at Mary. Was that Chapman did that too?
I think it was, yeah.
I think so.
I think
it
guys,
was.
come on, man. I mean, easy.
night. I'll have to step out.
I do want to tell you guys something because I'll be at the beach, and I'd like to think I remember to send you a Happy Father's Day, but I don't know that I will.
Mm-hmm. It's not necessary.
Well, plus, if I tried to call you, you won't be able to hear it over the construction. But
What's that, Rick?
So, Happy Father's Day, guys.
Hey, back at y'all.
buddy.
Back at you.
Yeah, Father's Day weekend coming up, and we'll help you with that today. If you've got plans for Father's Day, maybe a gift, and you like to run it past our panel of fathers, and us give it a thumbs up or thumbs down, we'll help you to understand Dad. So that's available to you today. We have that. We're on vacation next week. Bubba, you and I are. They'll be doing best of shows here as they just take their shovels and they just dip into 25 years worth of dirt. And they lay
No telling what they'll pay up.
No telling what they'll get. And you'll have that going on next week. We have a new affiliate we've added today, Bubba, and this is going to help cover some area where we were there for years, and then the decision was made to remove the show. But we come back into the Hattiesburg, Mississippi area today with AM 950 WHSY, and also you can hear that same programming on FM 105.9. So hello and welcome. Some of you will have to get that out, Hams, if we hadn't already, on social media, because there's always that weird moment I have when people used to have us, and then we were removed, and then I tell them we're back, but how can they know unless they're using some of our other options because they can't hear us anymore?
There you go.
It's always a weird dilemma.
Yeah, it is. And, of course, we want to know if we are on.
Testing.
And,
Check 1 2.
We always like to get
I am
live verification of that.
I'm checking AM 950. I'm checking FM 105.9. I am checking.
Check.
Test 1.
Check.
Hello, Hattiesburg.
Checkity.
Check 2 3.
Checkity check.
866 We Be Big. If we're on, let us know. So we do have, and then we have stories to unpack today. We have an unlikely NBA champion even though they're very good. I'm just talking about it's just not one of those traditional names you hear in championship world and in the NBA. And so we'll talk about that a little bit today, and we'll also get your phone calls, find out what's on your mind today, and run through the big stories. Greg says every day is Flag Day. I agree with you, Greg.
Yes, every day is Flag Day.
Yeah, so I know it's Flag Day, but every day is Flag Day.
Especially according to Speedy.
Right.
Real sensitive about the flag.
Even though he doesn't illuminate it, and he breaks one of the rules.
Claims he does.
I do. My front porch is on.
That's got to be a spotlight, pal.
By the way, flag people got to come off all the rules. Let's let people be patriotic without the burden of legalism. So we'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Rick and Bubba Show. Don't forget a new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming out this weekend. And we'll be interviewing Jason Nance, his new book, What's Killing America. Jason Rants, I should say. Coming out this weekend. Catch that wherever you get podcasts. The next edition of Rick and Bubba University. Okay, so I know that all of us, I hope, and I know it's hard to go undefeated, but I have tried to, as best I can, minimize being a bip. And I'd like to see all of us make that commitment. And I know some people have no commitment to it at all.
Oh no.
Some people are blind to their bipness.
Now, who are you trying not to bip on?
I don't want to be a bip to any of y'all or to the audience.
Right.
And it's going to be me because I like to remain bip free if possible.
But we all, whether we want to or not, you end up being a bip to somebody.
Right. You veer into them sometimes, but I just want that to be.
I mean, as much as you want to, you'll still bip up every now and then.
And you're making the point. I want to be able to minimize bipness as much as I have control.
Right.
Okay, because there's some things I could go, well, I'm not going to do that because I don't want to be a bip.
Yeah.
Right.
And then there's some things that I might be a bip to you, but it's not negotiable because I just can't get beyond the bip. But what I want to do is say if this could be avoided, I'm going to avoid it.
Yeah.
And Greg, I start with you.
I'm sorry to be a bip, but can y'all explain what bip is, just in case people don't know what it is?
Well, it's in at the Rick and Bubba dictionary. But when you're a bip, that means that you're annoying.
Yeah.
You really, if you want me to simplify it, you
see that person, you go, God, here they come.
And
you know
bip,
what I mean?
bip comes from you wouldn't really mind just kind of, giving them a bip. So it's so annoying that really it makes people want to do you physical harm if it wasn't against the law or inappropriate. And so it's a bip.
Or if they see you coming, they dive in the floor and try to hide.
Right. And so it's to be annoying, and I don't want to be annoying. And I want to ask you first, Greg, because I when we moved here, things are a little bit different, and I want to ask you this, and I want you to know that I'm not going to do it anymore if it is a bip.
Oh, wow.
Okay. I know that. At one time, we used to mail things from here, okay, when we would mail things like that.
We still do.
And sometimes when I'm in my office and I need to mail things out, I need to know, do I just need to go mail that on my own, or is it a bip when I put it on your
you're
desk?
coming to get a stamp from me usually.
Yeah. So is that a bip?
No,
because that's behavior.
I wanted you to give me something that was a bip because I was ready to just hammer you.
Right. But does it bother you when I do that?
Because let me tell you why. Because our post office is so convenient.
It couldn't be closer.
And I'll probably have to go mail a can of Spam or something.
But is it one of those things where you go, well, my gosh, can't you just mail that yourself? Because
I know
I can.
It's because you don't have a
right. I don't have a stamp, but I could go home and get a stamp.
Now,
and
is
mail
it unnecessary?
Rick,
but it's not a bip.
But
he tells me it's a bip.
Honestly, Rick, the chances of you having something here and getting to the post office, which is 300 yards from here, and not losing it is pretty low.
Okay, yeah. I'm trying to be efficient, but I don't want to be a bip.
Right.
No, it's such an easy in and out there. It doesn't.
Okay.
Now, if it was kind of a handle to get in and out of there and it was crowded and all that, then you would be safe.
Right.
Now, it used to be a really good setup. They had the drop box on the outside. It had its own lane.
Yeah.
They've done away with it.
I don't know why they did away with it.
So what I do, I just pull up and stop in the middle of the parking lot, and everybody just has to wait on me while I run, drop it in.
That's nice. There's parking spots all right.
Yeah, but it's just I'm in and out.
So that can continue that?
Yeah, that's fine.
If you had stamps, there's a mailbox here in the building where you don't have stamps.
Wait a minute. If I brought stamps in here, I could just simply mail here in the building?
You just walk in there and drop it in there, and they come every day.
Where's that?
Across from the bathroom.
I reckon I don't trust that.
Okay, I'll get some stamps in, Greg.
I've mailed something from there. It works.
Look at me. Make him do it.
Well, I don't want to do it just to be.
I don't mind handling the mail.
Okay. Well,
I like to hear him complain about it when you're not around.
There's something on your desk today. All right, so and I thought when I put it down, I'm gonna be a bit.
There's a little bit this morning, but
I knew it. I knew it.
See, there it is.
I knew it. He looked down, Walter said, "Hi, mighty that lazy,
helpless.
Can't he bail his own stuff?" Which I'm willing to now, especially since you said that, he'll never see another one.
No, I'm
just gonna get some stamps for it.
Keep doing it.
I like to hear him complain when you're not here.
The other one,
that son of a.
The other one is this, and I know how annoying this can be because we've all been on the other side of it. Okay. And that is, it goes back to the old joke. You know how you can tell when somebody's doing CrossFit?
Yeah.
Because they'll tell you.
Yeah.
And so,
such a good one.
And I don't want to be that person.
Okay.
But I'm getting pressure, and it's starting to build. And I have one here today. And this is the as a public service announcement to all the listeners. Can you please lay out the plan that you have done over the last 10 months that has led to the weight loss and all the things? I wish you would post that, put it somewhere. Would you let us know what you're doing? And the reason why I don't do that, because I think it's annoying. You know, nobody likes to have somebody constantly talking about their new health regimen.
Yeah.
And I have found that annoying in the past, and I don't want to be annoying. But at the same time, I don't want to just not do that if people are saying it.
And plus, you don't like talking about yourself.
No, I've never.
Everybody knows that.
Right, absolutely.
Why in the world?
Yeah, no one likes that. And where would we all be if it weren't for me? But anyway, so one of the things that I was thinking about is, do I put it like we have Topaz?
Yeah, I was going to say part of our documents.
It probably got annoying that you kept having to answer the Topaz thing, the thing about spiral dogs, things that keep coming up on the show, but we're kind of like, does the rest of the audience want to hear us rehash that again?
Explained it before.
You're right. Well, now I have noticed that the thing that I do say about what I'm doing is it usually isn't received very well because it's things that we all know, but the problem isn't not knowing it. It is being willing to do it.
Everybody wants that magic bullet.
Right. It's not a magic bullet. I want to warn you all about that. I haven't found some magic bullet. The thing I have found is as old as time, and it's eating healthier and exercise. Who knew? I want to tell you, it's not all that breathtaking.
Yeah.
And it certainly
it's got to be something.
It certainly isn't a new discovery.
Right.
But I don't want to be a bip. So I think it'd be better. What do you think about putting it in goodies?
Yeah. I would put it in there where the other stuff that you don't want to have to constantly.
Right. Yeah.
How do you spell Ozempic?
Huh?
I'm just kidding.
Isn't there about 4 or 5 of those anyway?
No, that's my plan.
All right, so under goodies and the document library, that's where it is. Right now we have, you remember the 2010 Colts football team rules.
Right.
Yes.
Bubba's plantar fasciitis
Right,
that we
yeah.
talk about.
Right,
the
yeah.
Cahaba Valley lines.
Right,
That's some
yeah.
more rules and
Right,
stuff.
right.
Greg Burgess quirks.
Really?
That's
Is that in
interesting.
there?
Okay.
Yeah.
Hot fudge sauce, a.k.a. Mama's chocolate gravy.
Yeah, that's good.
Rick's
Okay.
famous spiral dogs.
Okay.
Y'all have got Speedy's 1, 2, 3, 4. Your kid can do more workouts.
Yeah, I forgot about that when you used to abuse your children.
I forgot about that.
I didn't abuse anybody.
Well, you
protein balls and welcome to the team tennis rules.
Right.
Right now, so that could join
Think
the list.
about those things.
That
Just
could
listen
join
to that
the
list.
Well, you see the different chapters we've all been through.
So you can do that. I will say this, because I need to put out a warning because of, as I've said many, many times, all fat people, just because we lose weight for a short period of time does not mean we're going to keep it off. Matter of fact, a lot of times we'll go back and be fatter than ever. So I want you to know.
Is that why I found a bunch of large shirts in the storage room?
Yes.
Is that in case you blow back up?
Well, you try to hide these. Well, I mean, the record is just there. It's back to the we'll see. But I will tell you that I can put it there and it will work. And no, if you see me go back to being fat again, it means I just stopped doing it.
Just quit doing it.
It doesn't mean those things don't work. It just means I'm not willing to continue to do it. All right, top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So vacation week next week. Bubba, we were going to update a few things. Are we going to go? We have a champion in the NBA, and it hails from the Great White North.
From the Great North, the Toronto Raptors are the NBA champs. They defeated Golden State last night to take the title. Really, it's a great story for them. big win. I know it's going to do a lot for basketball in Canada, but
just think about what you just said.
I know Steph Curry. It looks like he's the last remaining warrior on the court. Klay Thompson goes down with a torn ACL in the third period, and it was just too much to overcome. Golden State has had quite a run. They've had at least four All-Stars, at times 5 starting, and 3 of them are superstars. And they were down to 1 superstar last night, and it was just too much to overcome. Tough loss, losing Kevin Durant, who we had been talking about earlier, and now to lose Klay Thompson. That's tough. And that ACL, it takes a year or so to come back from that to be wide open, and it's tough in basketball to come back.
So what you're telling?
Interesting moment last night when this happened. So he goes down. You obviously see it's horrible, and he goes off and starts heading to the locker room and goes completely out through the hall and everything. Well, they realize he's been fouled, and at this point they don't know he's got a torn ACL, and they realize, hey, if he doesn't come back out and shoot these free throws, he can't come back in the game at all. So. Pretty cool moment. I know he's hurt. I know he had a torn ACL, but one of the coolest moments. He came back out. The place erupted. He drains the free throws, and then they take him out.
Yeah.
That was a pretty cool moment.
This is when he turns around here and goes back out, what he was just
He's got a
to.
torn ACL right there. Don't forget that.
Yeah.
Goes back out there, stomachs it, knocks down the 2 free throws, and then back out.
And I think he pretty much knows what it is at that point.
Yeah, I do too.
He does.
Well, it ain't like he had to shoot with his legs.
Boy, Greg. Way to ruin the moment.
You do have to kind of, use your
Well,
knees.
I mean, it ain't like you came in and they pitched him the ball and he scored a 20-yard touchdown, then left.
What they were, and I don't know, and it's still a cool moment, no question.
Yeah.
But I have not had this happen. But I have heard that when your ACL is torn, though, there is a moment of pain.
Yeah.
But then your knee is not stable,
right,
but you almost get this false sense of everything's okay.
Yeah, sure.
But then when they start moving, you're like, well, you have no stability on it, so that's why you cannot continue. But
that'll do it.
But the pain level becomes kind of tolerable there for a minute, and you almost think, well, maybe it's not as bad as I think.
Yeah.
But what you don't know, the tear is just complete now.
Yeah.
Well, how about out of all that, it still comes down to the last shot, and Steph has a chance to put Golden State ahead, and he misses the 3-point shot. Can't believe he even got a clean look. That's a little blurry there. The internet's not looking. There we go. And comes up just a little short, and still had a chance to win it there at the end.
Well, I think the fourth quarter, though, they had been running a box and one and double teaming him.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
He was exhausted.
Why does it say town on their jerseys in the floor?
That's one of their things they've been doing.
Did you see what Toronto had on theirs?
North.
What are we doing,
Greg?
When I saw this, if I didn't know, let's just say that I knew about basketball.
Who's town?
Let's say I didn't know about basketball. I didn't know about these teams, but I knew about basketball and I was familiar with sport. So if you set me down, I knew nothing. So I just left and I came back. And they said, "You're not going to believe it. You need to want to watch this basketball game." I didn't know it was the NBA Finals. I know that's a weird scenario to have to set up, but let's just say we can do it in make believe. Yeah. I would have looked up and said, "Well, what kind of All-Star game is this?" What do you mean? Was
town,
it North against Town? Is this they split it up into two All-Star teams?
It's even on their jerseys.
Yeah,
North.
yeah.
That's what we're talking about.
Town on the other.
Yeah, Greg, they didn't have anything about Raptors, anything about Toronto. It just simply said North.
Yeah. And you know what? As dumb as that is, I get it more than I get town. What's town?
No, I agree. Yeah. I don't like either one, but at least I understand they're saying, "Hey, we're from the Great White North." I got it.
Yeah, but
I don't
town?
like it. But it looks like an All-Star game. Hey, man, North is this score and Town's this score.
Yeah, I've seen a few highlights of NBA this year, and the uniform thing is really weird. A lot of the teams, they'll be in colors that are not even their color. A lot of the teams.
That's got potential there. But
Bubba, you've got to be fired up because Jeremy Lin won a title.
Yeah, Hunter had told me he was on that team. I'd forgot about it, but he didn't play a lot. At least when I was watching.
52 seconds is all he played in the entire NBA Finals, I believe.
He didn't even deserve a ring.
But he took a ring and a check.
That's right. Well, good for him. He's been a journeyman, and he was almost cut several times, and he had his little insanity breakout moment, and he's bounced around. Good for him, though.
Call him champ today.
When it's all said and done, he'll get to have that on the wall, whatever he does after basketball, and that.
Hey, there are a lot
good
of
for
guys
him.
out there that are really good that don't have a title.
Oh yeah,
He can say he's got a title.
Kinda. He can.
Greg, what is your deal with the Raptors and NBA?
I'm mad about that town in North.
Okay.
Yeah. And just the fact that Toronto's the champion, I don't like that.
Plus, he didn't sleep well last night because he was on the couch. Get ready
well,
for that.
Rick, for what it's worth, it's pretty much all American players. But I mean, it's just
I
that's just
know.
where they're hanging out right now.
Now,
play.
has Kawhi Leonard won 2 now? He won,
he won
the
with the
Spurs
Spurs,
and
he's a tremendous player. So
easy soft spot with Adler.
I think.
Oh, really? Oh, that's right. I
Big
forgot
Spurs
about that. Yeah.
Isn't he the first to get MVP for both?
Y'all throwing
No,
I don't know.
LeBron did.
No, but not for both.
Now, did he play for Town or North?
North.
Yeah. Congratulations. Here we go. 6 minutes past the hour. From Sweet Home Alabama to the world via all sorts of platforms, you got the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, Greg, we've got Adler here today, as is the norm. No Helmsy, and welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. It is the little Rick and Bubba experience.
Bubba, Robbie McCurdy has attempted to explain the video and song that he wrote, and it only made us feel stranger.
Greg, what was it?
Well, it's actually a story about him.
Yeah.
It's about Robbie McCurdy?
Mm-hmm. At that age, when he accrued it, he said, I should have included the lyrics. But here they are. Basically, he said because of the lyrics, he breaks up with the first 2 blue-eyed girls. That's the celebrities. And then he ends up with Betty.
Who does? Robbie McCurdy?
No,
does?
Robbie put Bubba, but it was based on a true life experience.
He's living through Bubba?
Kind of.
Does it mean he desires to be with Betty?
No, that's not what it means.
Where are we going with
That's
this?
not what it means.
Bubba, you see, I told you it didn't do anything to make me feel very afraid.
Yeah.
I just appreciate all the effort.
Yeah.
That's true.
Was that supposed to make me feel better, Greg?
No, but
because it didn't.
He was at least explain why he had the
All right, so
celebrities in there.
It's about him
They were
at
representing
that
the ones that he left to go to find Betty.
That's right.
All right, we can. I think.
At 13
Greg,
and
just
17.
stop. More y'all talk about it, the more I'm creeped out by the whole thing. All right. So here's our choices. We can hear Arnold talk about what Democrats do to cities.
Okay.
Those ties to our podcast this weekend. We have a charcuterie board that you will not believe how much it weighs. It's a world record.
I know Bubba loves that.
I do. I love them.
Walt Garrison is dead.
Uh-huh.
Little pinch between the cheek and
an
gum.
update on biological males dominating women's sport.
Oh,
and have you seen these too?
And then Bubba has said something about we now have lift kits and electric trucks. Is that right?
We have a company that's putting a 5-inch lift kit in Tesla Model Ys.
And they go mudding.
Okay, and
Rick, that race. Could we add to that? Is just as Dylan Mulvaney winning Woman of the Year? Could we just put that as a side?
I didn't know that happened.
Yeah, in a magazine, he was given Woman of the Year award, which you think at this point you would kind of have learned the Dylan Mulvaney thing can kind of double back on you.
Right.
I'm taking it the magazine has absolutely no readers, and they're trying to get their name out however they can.
What I tell
So we're not going to give the name of the magazine because that is ridiculous.
Anybody who's handing out these kind of awards and you want to honor women, before you hand out the award to someone claiming to be a woman, ask to see them in a jockstrap at least once.
Before you cast your vote.
And then after that, decide if you think really this person should be given an award that maybe doesn't fit, and there is no pun intended in that.
Right.
It
really doesn't
Well,
fit.
to tell you, since we did open that door, no surprise here, Chicago, the Cyclocross Cup, these were cyclists these are women cyclists. 2 transgender women entered the race, meaning biological male, and of course they finished first and second.
Yep.
And Rick, the only reason that they finished first and second was that they were probably the only 2 in it. If they'd have been 3, they would have finished first, second, and third.
Yeah, if there was a bronze medal and another transgender female had been in it, he probably would have grabbed that one. What are we doing? This just seems so elementary to me. It just seems so elementary to me. And then when people like Riley Gaines try to point to the obvious here, as a woman, she's vilified, protested, and called hateful.
Penn State.
Right.
Now keep in mind the win, the money here that they have won, first place. by the
Look at that
the
in the middle.
trans woman there is she won a blistering $150.
All right, the one that's standing there in the middle, it just looks like a guitarist for Spinal Tap.
Yeah.
Or,
I mean,
or one of the Philadelphia Phillies.
Yeah, or one of the Philadelphia Phillies, which is the same thing.
Yeah.
There's some other pictures, Adler, with that story with their sunglasses off. You can tell a little more about them.
Rick and Bubba's come back and said she ain't bad.
No,
we do that to him.
No, we didn't.
Take a look at her without a glass.
I didn't realize that was a dude.
I just don't look. This
Look at that.
This fake world in which we're living in. Just well,
it's pretty obvious.
Yeah. Let me tell you this: with those pants on, they're not going to get Woman of the Year. I'll tell you that.
How about old cycling shorts there?
It is funny. The second place finisher has a top on that says bonkers, and it is, and it really is.
Well, here's our champion. A transgender woman wins the cyclist gold medal. As you can see, pretty excited about it.
Yeah. Really glad to be there.
My goodness. You, sir, on the front row, back up a half a step.
Yes.
So
one of these things does not look like the other.
It does not. One of these things does not belong. So anyway, but look, if it doesn't bother you and you want to try to compete against biological
there.
males, then more power to you.
There you go.
Good luck with that.
Celebrate. It looked like he won a loaf of bread. Did you see him holding that over his head? It was like a loaf of bread.
Maybe that's like the milk at Indy or something. Bubba said he won a whopping, $150?
Yeah, $150.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
Get this.
them
This is a great quote here on this. It says they denoted, I guess they're talking about the people who put the race on, discrimination or harassment of any kind on the basis of race, color, religion, age, gender, sexual orientation, gender identification, national origin, sports team affiliation, or any other stupid idea somebody comes up with to belittle others will not be tolerated.
I would also like to say,
doesn't belittle that
when in the world did we even allow for me to be identified by my sexuality?
Yeah.
When did that become an identity?
I know.
I mean that. I mean, you go around going, I'm homo. You know this. What are you? Well, I'm Rick Burgess, heterosexual. I mean,
Yeah.
that's not part of my identity.
I get it.
But anyway, so
So if you are true female, you need not go and get in these races because you have no chance of winning.
I noticed them being somewhat controversial and also being against biological women is allowed.
You're right. Right.
Yeah. So if you want to discriminate against them by being a biological male and winning their division, you can do that. But that discrimination is allowed. So we're not getting rid of discrimination. We're picking winners and losers. We're protecting some groups and not protecting others. So, and it will always be that way in a fallen creation. So pick a side. Yeah. All right. So more to talk about too that we mentioned, but let's talk about these lift kits. Do we want that for electric trucks? I mean,
well, I don't know. I haven't seen it, so I don't know what this looks like. Adler, if you can show us that
lift kits
12 there.
It's on the electric sedan, actually.
Yeah, the
it's
Y,
not even a truck.
The
Tesla
Y is a car.
sedan.
Yeah.
Yeah, check it out.
So
they went mudding in it.
Yeah.
Now, why would I want a car to be lifted?
It looks cool. It's like a rally cross kind of style.
Oh, I see.
He likes
I know
anything
he's
lifted. Anything lifted.
Can you imagine somebody mudding and you can't hear the vehicle?
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Doesn't that feel odd?
All of a sudden you just get mud thrown on you.
Yeah. So what's happening? I don't know. So there's mud spinning off that thing. Does somebody even have the pedal down?
Oh, yeah. But these Teslas, have y'all seen when like cities flood and people just drive a Tesla right through like 4 or 5 foot water? And because of they don't have the normal intake of air required like a combustion engine. Anyways, I thought it was pretty wild seeing a Tesla with a lift on it and some mud tires.
I couldn't even really tell it was lifted.
I couldn't even.
No,
they're much lower than that. And,
okay.
But let me ask you this, Adler, on this driving through water. I thought water would short out electrical components too.
I guess they have enough waterproofing on it. I don't think it's recommended, but you see them really covering ground.
I don't want to be sitting in a pond with a car full of batteries at 48 volts. I don't think.
Yes.
That seems like that'd be a bit of a Debbie Downer.
Yeah, it does.
But they've got all these cars strapped. Here you go. It looks like almost like a submarine.
Is
or
it?
something.
Where's the battery? Where's the battery on these? Are they in the back?
They're trying to make them low, so I think it's almost like the floorboard is the
Look at that
battery.
thing. Oh, in the inside?
That truck's like a submarine.
My goodness.
It's wild. These Teslas are unbelievably capable, especially at the price point. It is pretty wild to see.
We'll be back.
Odd, are you about to trade the van in or something?
No.
I want an electric van.
That would be cool. But
I
no.
want an electric van.
The whole point of the road trip, the Great American Road Trip, it's impossible in these electric cars.
Oh.
But they're clean because batteries come from the air, I think, from nowhere.
No, you're right. Yeah, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Canada, the NBA champions. I know where the players came from, but let me tell you where the fans are. They in Canada.
I'll tell you this, though.
You know how I know that? They sing the Canadian national anthem before every game.
You know how else I know it, and I wish he would have tore his ACLs, that Drake character.
Hey, that's the question.
Like
it's a valid question. Is the Drake curse
Could be over.
No, not if you're keeping
Or is he cursing the Warriors with all these injuries?
Well, now how can he curse?
Because he's buddies with all them.
Guys, we
stuff
give
too.
him one win. Out of all these other losses.
Well,
I mean,
I would have to
sorry.
say the jury's still
I
out.
didn't believe it till they were talking about how big an underdog that fighter was.
Yeah.
I mean, they were like, this was not supposed to happen.
Have you heard the latest? Drake may have called for the attempted hit on David Ortiz.
So look at his
Well, that story's getting weird too.
Yeah, we'll update that story when we come back. This David Ortiz thing.
We've got
Guys-
got two stories that are 180 degrees out of phase with each other today.
I know that I can maybe play this power of common sense that we celebrate. We got everybody involved. Haven't we asked them? Don't we know the answer now? We got everybody here. What were y'all doing? Who hired you? What was the motivation? What were y'all out to get Ortiz about? Do we not have that answer?
Well, Rick,
according
people,
to the shooter, he
people
has
who
it.
try to kill people sometimes won't tell you the truth.
You're right.
Every now and then.
Because now they're afraid the person who hired them is going to kill them.
Right.
Coming up this hour, we visit with Charles Billingsley. Warning. He said he has a song that's appropriate for Father's Day weekend that he's going to debut on the show today.
Rick, my request for Father's Day weekend is not to be sad, so I don't want to hear no sad song.
I don't.
If it's some sad song, he just tuck that thing away and come back some other time and sing it.
Nice, there you go.
And you know what,
Put
Greg?
it on the shelf and leave it.
There's a time I didn't think he could get to you, but now that you're a granddad, now that you're Papa, you start thinking about old baby Ellis when he's singing.
Man, don't start all that.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen. Little baby Ellis.
Mm-hmm. I saw the picture that Lisa took of your dad.
Oh, yeah.
Greg,
The
and
legacy.
Taylor all on the same couch.
Yeah.
Dad. Holding Ellis.
Oh, Greg, a generational picture.
Huh?
You think
Oh,
I won't get you? You know what they call that picture, don't they? Legacy.
The hardest part is trying to get Dad and Ellis to look at the camera and smile.
I know.
That's the hardest part of those.
It was equal, wasn't it? So that's coming up, and we got look at the golden ticket seats. It just ain't nothing better than the smell of testosterone in the morning.
That's right.
Gridiron Men's Conference this weekend, and there's a dude in every seat.
That's it.
Yeah, and they are here from Laurel, Mississippi, and they're a group coming in to watch. In the Journey Church, is that right? Journey Church in Laurel, Mississippi.
Awesome.
No women allowed.
They're
We
going-
got half the town here.
Yes, we do. It's good. All right, so are we going to try to update with David Ortiz?
Yeah, what a weird story, Rick, and it just gets weirder.
Yeah, this is not a good Father's Day story.
No, it's not.
Big Papa's in the Dominican, and somebody tried to kill him.
It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
All right, Rick, we have two stories that are completely opposite of what's going on. First, Fox News. The shooter, who is one of, 6 men they now have in custody,
Right.
is now claiming, as he was screaming from his cell in Spanish, it wasn't David, was confused. He is saying that he accidentally shot David Ortiz. He was aiming for somebody else.
Well, no, the person he was aiming at,
He thought it was David.
Correct. He didn't know it was David Ortiz. He
mistaken identity.
Yeah,
he shot who he wanted to shoot.
Right,
He just
that's
didn't know
very
it was
clear.
him.
He was right behind him and shot him in the back.
Yeah.
I did not know it was David Ortiz.
But here's the thing.
clothes
when I
confused
saw,
him.
when
Who
I saw
shot
this
David
headline,
Ortiz? Oh,
But
it's
here-
me.
when I saw the headline, I thought maybe during interrogation.
Right.
No, he's screaming it from his cell to
Yes.
the press.
And I think
That
y'all
was weird.
But-
let's at least consider the fact that he's screaming it from the cell because there's people inside the cell that hate the person who shot David Ortiz.
Yep.
That's probably
Oh,
true.
there's that.
I did not shoot David
So
Ortiz.
wait a minute. Let's talk about this one more time.
Somebody
So
shot
he-
David Ortiz. Who shot
he
him?
was
Oh, it was me.
He was trying to shoot David Ortiz.
He was trying to shoot the guy in the chair.
person.
He didn't realize it was David Ortiz, or he says that.
He
That's what he's saying
he
now.
mistaken identity. He thought it was. He said by the clothes he was wearing.
He says
he didn't know it was David Ortiz, but he shot who he was trying to shoot.
He was told this guy's going to be wearing, according to his story, guy's going to be wearing this. He's going to be sitting in this area, blah, blah, blah. And he thought that was the guy he was supposed to shoot.
They said
Turns
go
out,
shoot that guy,
if
but he
this
said when I
guy-
shot that guy, I thought it was another guy, and it turned out to be
Now,
David.
he's not
Ortiz.
denying that he was trying to shoot somebody.
If this guy
That
is
person.
being truthful, David Ortiz just was in the wrong place at the wrong time, wearing the wrong clothes.
So he meant to shoot a guy wearing those clothes, but it
that colored
wasn't
shirt, yeah.
supposed
Yeah.
to be David Ortiz. It was
Correct.
supposed to be
That's what he's saying.
So has he said who he was trying to shoot?
That
he hadn't screamed that out of the cell yet.
And has he said who hired him?
Right. No.
Again, I'm kind of like y'all. I think he's in the cell saying that because there's, Big Papi's a.
"20 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us as we bang out another Rick and Bubba Show. All right, so I told you this weekend, Bubba and I sat down and talked with Jason Rance yesterday. It's been recorded. It'll be out this weekend, and he has a book called What's Killing America? Inside the Radical Left's Tragic Destruction of Our Largest Cities, because most of the America's largest cities are run by Democrats, and they have been for decades. And look at the shape a lot of them are in when they apply these ridiculous worldviews that they have, and then they'll turn around and pretend like they had nothing to do with it. But anyway, so the book kind of tells you how to speak their language. Well, it looks like that Arnold agrees with Jason Rance with his book because now he's already gotten in trouble because he went on The View and said we shouldn't have an open border, right?
Right.
And
Right.
did The View eat him up pretty good? Right. But as you said, Bubba, Arnold is somewhat conservative when it comes to
non-social issues.
non-social issues. Greg made sure that we pointed out that not having a baby with a maid is not something he's against.
Right.
So
even if she's ugly,
Greg.
Well, she was.
Greg said that he's always been alarmed by people like Arnold and Bill Clinton that they don't appear to have a very high cull factor.
No.
But Greg, only you would make that point.
No,
but
he was talking about it the other day. Is the only reason.
now I'd like to know.
He was.
I'd like to know how we're going to play this clip. With
Adler's got it queued, and he'll slam it.
We're gonna let him beep it instead of you this time, Rick.
Yeah, I think that's wisdom. You don't want me doing it based on this week.
Yeah, Rick, give it a shot. You might need to be there for backup.
Yeah.
Well, the one I missed was mild. I don't want to miss this one.
No, Rick, you're going to hear Rob Lowe talking first because it's his podcast.
Okay.
And Arnold is a guest, and he starts talking about Republicans and their values, and then you'll hear it how it works.
Okay,
Do
let me
I
ask
do
you this,
anything?
and I ask people this all the time, and a good man, served for many, many, many years. He used to have the greatest makes me a Republican, and he had, I think, 4 or 5 things. I think it was, in no particular, strong military, low taxes, less government, more personal freedoms. There might have been a couple, but it makes sense to know
strong law enforcement.
And then I'd like to know what I always ask Democrats what it means to be a Democrat in that way. And I think whatever anybody would say,
Ruin your cities.
what would they say?
Ruin your cities.
What's that?
Ruin your cities.
Ruin your cities.
That's what the Democrats would say. Be about ruining the cities.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, so that's a good takeout there.
Yeah, he's been in America.
That was a great
America a long time.
Attaboy, Adler.
Yeah, I don't see his accent fading any
at all.
Ruin your cities.
What time would they close the curtains? Do you remember that best
Around
of it? 7.
7 o'clock.
You close your curtains.
Said it.
Get down.
Well, that's how he says it.
Yeah, 7. He had a hard time with
that is one. I'll have to say.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's probably never going to get the headlines that the Willie and Wanda got, but it's probably one of my favorite.
Right.
After all these movies
Speaking
and
of
everything.
transgender gold medalists, he struggles.
He's never lost his accent.
So what would
at
it
all.
be to be a Democrat? Ruin your cities.
Yeah, Rob had asked him about 4 times.
Ruin your cities. But then he says do something else to the cities.
Rob
which
Lowe
you do.
has a podcast too.
Of course he does. And I'd like to kind of. I think I might listen to it.
It's called Literally, I believe.
Is Rob Lowe? Is he conservative? To some degree.
I don't know.
But guys, I want to ask you this: when Rob Lowe reads the list of why whoever it was said they're conservative, how is anybody against that list?
Yeah, I know.
How is anybody against that list? How are any of you
Bruno
out
knows
there
they do.
against those principles? They're really it really kind of sums it up.
Yeah.
And then as he clearly pointed out, the Democrats seem to take the cities and turn them upside down, and you'll hear more about that this weekend if you watch or listen to the podcast, because that's what the whole book, What's Killing America, is about. Bubba, you know I'm not a fan of large foods.
Giant food.
But for some
Big pumpkins.
some reason on this show, charcuterie boards have been an ongoing. And that
well, we
word's-
made fun of
that
them.
word's
We
hard
didn't
to
like
say.
them. We couldn't say them. And now that we've tried them, it's almost a green eggs and ham deal.
Yeah.
Now I like charcuterie boards.
Right, and that
Sam,
word,
I am.
that word, and I
What
have,
all's on them?
Ricky took me forever, and I still don't know if I'm saying it right.
Say it
but
again.
Charcuterie.
Charcuterie, is that right? Is
It's
it
close
is
enough.
it
How about raw
charcuterie
vegetables?
or
It's close enough.
charcuterie?
You know what I'm talking about.
Did you
Is
hear
that wrong? Am I saying it right?
Did you see on Hard Knocks when the Jets player tried to say it? He
yeah.
messed it up worse than we did.
They said, do what now?
What am I looking at? A little salami there. What else is in there? Pepper. I see a bell pepper.
It's spelled CH.
I know.
So maybe
I
that
got
would be
mine.
like charcuterie.
Is it charcuterie or
Yeah, that
charcuterie?
sounds like it.
I think it's char.
Charcuterie.
Because it's
Is it-
CH.
I don't.
Is it
leaves me
Chihuahua or
hungry.
Chihuahua?
It's definitely Chihuahua, so that helps.
But I don't
You
know.
can't go with this because it's not an English word.
That's
It's
true,
like a
that's
French word.
true.
So it could be anything.
But when you go to the Guinness Book of World Records, to me, when you look at a charcuterie board or charcuterie board,
how do you say that? Somebody that really knows, like an expert in food.
It is char. It is char.
charcuterie. Okay.
It's char.
Charcuterie. So when you look at this and you're trying to that's how I was saying it, but I had zero confidence. that I
Well,
was
you know
saying it right.
what? Yeah, given my track record, that's a good time to doubt. I know.
So,
but when it comes to food,
yeah, when it comes to food,
That's a good point.
Usually, but on this one, I don't like large foods anyway. I don't like how big I can make food.
you don't want to
giant
go and
piece
have a
pizza.
piece of pizza that the entire town
No,
made, right?
no, I just like to have a regular slice of pizza, and I want it
Or
to be.
sub sandwich is 3 miles long or something.
But when it comes to a charcuterie board, this is not really a hard record to break. I just keep adding food to like seed the weight of whatever was before me.
Let's see, is there a picture of it?
769 pounds worth of this, Bubba. There's a picture on your story.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a tremendous amount of charcuterie.
Yes.
And
What does that word exactly mean, charcuterie? Does it mean graze?
it means lots of various meats.
It means I really didn't want to cook anything, so I'm doing this to satisfy you. Because I told you I'd feed you.
When we start to do a ball game now, I'm almost disappointed if there's not a charcuterie board to start with, like during pregame
What's your
or
favorite
for
part
kickoff.
of it? Does it have like a cracker? or something?
Swiss cheese.
Swiss
I
cheese and
was
cracker?
gonna say cheese, and I couldn't get it out in time
And a
because you
cracker.
love some
I
cheese.
love
I love that.
cheese.
A Ritz cracker's number
cheese.
one.
Wasn't it funny when they told me to say that at the wedding? They were like, "Can you even say
Yeah.
that right?" I said, "I don't think I can."
You got close enough. We knew what you were talking about.
Yeah.
But anyway, here, are you bothered
There's a
by this?
cucumber.
Are you bothered by this? 769 pounds. We couldn't do 770.
Yeah.
Couldn't put one more pound of meat or
Come
something on
on.
there. 769
One more
pounds.
salami.
But that's the new world record. But I just don't know. I'm picturing myself. You know, we always do the Me Monster thing about the men who've been to the moon. I'm sitting around. Somebody says, "So tell me a little something about yourself. Are you traveling? Yeah, we're traveling. You may not know me, but you could possibly recognize me from having the largest charcuterie board ever. Mine weighed 769 pounds. Is anybody going to go, you're not going to believe who I met today?
Yeah. I mean,
The
I was wondering
the
who's
guy
responsible
you know,
for that.
Does anybody get their picture made with you? I mean,
I'm
it
looking
just
at it
doesn't-
now.
I gotta tell you, I
That's a lot of
don't
nothing.
dislike anything on that.
Yes.
I don't
but
really
that's-
care for these. I don't like to have this much white in these meats. I like it to be a little more meaty, a little less
Is that meat?
of the.
Is that ham?
Those,
Yeah, it looks
those
like
are like
ham.
salami.
Oh, I know. What
Oh,
you're
down
talking
there.
about.
I
I
love
got you.
salami
I got you.
stuff.
A charcuterie
good.
board loves salami. It really does.
Rick,
cashews in
replace
there?
that with deer sausage, Rick, right there on the bottom right.
Where y'all on olives?
I love.
I don't.
Oh, I like the ones with garlic and jalapeno in them.
Oh, you'll tear up an olive.
I wish I liked them
y'all
more,
bad.
but I feel like I'm eating an eyeball or something.
I understand it's
I wish
a
I
healthy
had
fat.
some right now.
It's a healthy fat. Bottom of the hour, we come back. It's time for the wonderful wheel of canned meat. Dial up America, 866 We Be Big. We're going to go spinning right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Deal.
Yes, he is.
In the DR.
He's loved.
Because you know what's are you the one that shot
Well,
David Ortiz? I do not know.
apparently.
I was trying to shoot someone else.
Oh, Rick.
I don't think.
Well,
they told
one
us.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't
One
think
story
so.
says he was loved, one says he wasn't.
Right.
Okay, so
maybe he wasn't.
that's one story.
Yeah.
Now the Mail Online is repeating is bringing forth this theory that was put out earlier in the week that there is a lady in the middle of a love triangle. She is a model from the Dominican Republic, and she was filmed fighting with another woman in Big Papi's entourage before being thrown to the floor in the waiting room of the hospital where Ortiz was undergoing surgery at the time.
Ain't nothing worse when your crazy girlfriend shows up.
So
Now-
she's in Boston, or she did this in the Dominican.
I don't know. It just says in the emergency room. Let's see.
That was probably in Dominican if
Had
it was
to be.
emergency room.
Emergency
because
would be
they
Dominican.
wouldn't have took him to the emergency room.
Well, no,
No,
it said
no,
where,
they
when
in Boston.
surgery. It says when surgery.
They
was
did
going
surgery on him
They
at
did.
first to
Okay.
stop the
Yeah,
bleeding.
it probably was then there.
They stabilized him in the DR, and if this woman was out in the lobby acting fool, it was in the DR while we were stabilizing Big Papi.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now,
Is that her there?
Now
He's my Big Papi.
she is denying that she is romantically involved with Big Papi, but there are documents that suggest that he bought her an $85,000 Lexus the day before he was shot.
Now, where does that information come
Now,
from?
who is she tied to that would want to shoot him?
This is from the Mail Online story.
So tell us where who they said they have confirmed that she was bought a vehicle from David Ortiz. That's confirmed.
That's what they're
and
saying.
that's made someone mad, and that's why they shot him.
That didn't make.
I'm trying
Let me tell you
to. So
something.
does she have a husband or something?
Well, that's what we're trying to find out. First, we got to establish if we're going to look at the theories. You know, you're sitting around, you got all the cards on the table. You got one guy screaming it was a mistaken identity. We think he could be afraid of repercussions because the people on the scene beat him within an inch of his life.
Yeah, they did.
And now
They
there's
didn't like him shooting Big
now there's
Papi.
criminals back there who love Big Papi, and it's just kind of like they say when you put a child molester in with the population of the prison. Even the prisoners don't like this person. Well, there's people that say I've done some bad things. I'm in jail, but I'm a Big Papi fan, and nobody shoots Big Papi. So that's believable that he would try not to be the guy who shot Big Papi on purpose in jail, right? That's possible.
Yeah, that's how.
So this other
And
story,
he's yelling it so everybody can hear him.
the other story, Greg, the details you're looking for aren't there yet. But the other story says, well, we must also entertain, to Bubba's point, if it is a fact, and this story says it is, that Big Papi bought an $85,000 car for a Dominican model, and she showed up and was getting in fights with people in his entourage at the emergency room. It's also plausible that David Ortiz was not being a husband who was being true to his wife, that he had something on the side, and something. Yeah, he is married. Something about that may also be tied to him being shot. We don't know the details. So that's what you're seeing.
Yeah, we just got competing stories here as to what's going on. Apparently, Rick, journalists in the Dominican Republic produced a bill of sales for the Lexus that listed this lady as the owner of the car. But the check that paid for it was made out by David Ortiz.
Pretty straightforward.
Which that's not his full legal name, but that was the legal name on the check.
See, this is what David Ortiz, and again, maybe his wife is just now finding all this out. Okay, sadly. See, the story would have gone this way if I had been unfaithful to Sherry Bodine from Marshall County. They would have said a blonde woman walked into a bar and grill in the Dominican and killed Rick Burgess with one fatal shot. And then you would look on the security camera, you go, hey, that was like Sherry. because she absolutely would have taken care of that. So what may happen here is that we're going to find out that it's starting to look possibly that maybe David Ortiz was shot because of his relationship with this woman, and the person behind behind bars is screaming this to protect himself. Yeah. That's just one theory. We don't know, but we do have facts. It doesn't look good that a married man has paid $85,000 for a sports car for a model in a place where he had left his wife at home and was now visiting. Right? Can we explain that? Doesn't look good.
Doesn't look good at all, right?
He does have a wife. They live in Miami, and they've been married for 17 years.
I've got the altercation here in the hotel.
Oh, really?
Hold on. Yeah, hold on.
Well, here we go. 35 minutes past the hour, as promoted. The wonderful wheel of canned meat. There's canned meat on the wheel. There's also great prizes out of the Rick and Bubba store. Also, you can get a Moultrie Mobile Edge cellular camera, a Blaze TV subscription. Remember, these things that are on the wheel, as far as Rick and Bubba items, can all be found at rickandbubba.com by just going to the store. From the golden ticket seats today, Tyler Brown, Cannon McInvale, Laura Suki, and Taylor Brown all make their way to spin the wheel of meat on behalf of America. So Speedy has got the wireless mic ready to go. America's favorite house band, Rock and Roll City, they're ready to go. So, Bubba, I guess it's time to go spinning, buddy.
Let's go spinning.
Let's go spinning. We will start in Millbrook, Alabama. Connor is standing by. Tyler Brown will spin for you. Connor, what do you say to Tyler?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rotate.
Tyler Brown, let's it spin.
And Tyler's got a Mississippi State shirt on, so he is representing the dogs. All right, let's see what happens here. Yeah! Bandana! Bandana! It's a Rick and Bubba bandana for you or your dog, whichever you prefer. How about a go for Connor, Gregory? Go! Go! Go, 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 go!
Speedy said he needed one of those today.
He does need one today. Connor, we'll put you on hold. We'll get your information. We'll send that right to you. Cannon McInvale. Cannon makes his way to the old wheel of meat. He'll spin on behalf of Isaac in Altoona, Alabama. Isaac, welcome to Rick and Bubba. What do you say to Cannon to get him to spin that wheel for you?
Good morning, Biggins, and wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Cannon. Cannon is letting it rip. Let her fly. Let's see what happens here. Can we get a win for Isaac in Altoona? Oh, Isaac. No. Oh, it's Pippet, Isaac. You have been eaten by Jaws, buddy, and it's just, it's Anybody seen Pippet? So that's a no-go. Up next, Laura Suki.
Laura, do we know you from?
Yeah, Laura works at News Talk 103.9, sells the show, Bubba.
Come on.
Actually sells the show.
Wait a minute. I know
Wait
you.
a minute. We recognize Suki. Robert in Starkville, Mississippi, 96.1. What do you say to Laura to get her to spin that wheel for you?
Hey, I'm a tuber, Hail State, and wow, what a wheel.
Wow, what a wheel. Go, Robert.
Laura with a big
Watching
spin.
on YouTube right now. Come on. Come on. Let's see. Robert. Oh,
No,
Pippin
again.
Come on, Laura. Oh, my goodness, Laura. Where's my dog, Pippin? Come on. Where's Pippin?
Yeah, we got to move that wheel around. What's happening?
I'm moving it.
Boy, I tell you, it's amazing how many times it'll do that no matter what
I know.
you do.
I know. We've seen that time and time. Wait a minute, Laura, don't run off. We might have another
I can't even understand it. We continue. Let's go to Cody out of Dora, Alabama. Cody, Taylor Brown is going to spin for you. What do you say to Taylor to get her to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, wheel.
Wow, Cody, are you all right? All right, let's see what happens. Oh, that was a tough connection.
Taylor,
there.
don't worry. You're not going to hurt that wheel.
Henry the horse.
He's coming in from the back 40.
Here comes Henry the horse. Two pivots and a Henry.
He's just a trotting in.
Hey, Henry.
Hey, Henry.
What's up, guys?
Henry.
You know, I just want to congratulate Rick. You know, you've occasionally been talking about your weight loss journey.
Yes.
I just want to congratulate you. I want to say that the Ozempic and the sleeve that you got is working incredibly. But then again, depending on who you're sitting next to, you'll look skinny.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
That's okay. I won't end up as glue.
That's right.
That's right.
That's right. Bubba, and he doesn't realize one of my favorite proteins, horse meat.
Da-la, da-la, da-la,
yeah. Well, Henry, he says he's mean. He's not afraid
He's
to kick
a
you.
feisty little filly
kick
there,
you.
isn't he?
He'll kick you
Yeah.
and motivate you, see if you can't lose 10 more. All right, so let's trust me, all of us in the large community, it's not hard for us to go, I think I'm good. Again, the goal is less fat. All right, we continue. Let's go to Wisconsin. James is standing by. Tyler Brown makes his way back to the wheel. James, what do you say to Tyler to get him to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel from Slinger, Wisconsin.
Reverse spin. We're looking for a winner. Been a little dry here the last few spins.
Here, it has. Two pivots and a horse. Let's see what happens here.
On me.
Yeah! Blaze TV! Blaze TV!
All right.
All right, James, are you already a subscriber to Blaze TV?
I am not.
You are now. You get all the great programming there, including an hour best of Rick and Bubba every single day. How about a go for James? Go! Go! Go, 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 go! Oh, boy, James in Wisconsin. We continue. Cannon McInville back at the wheel, and we go to North Carolina. Robert is standing by. Robert, what do you say to Cannon?
Wow, what a wheel. Go Tar Heels.
Go Tar Heels. Big game. Not as big as it would have been if Miami had simply taken a knee, but still a big game. All right, let's see.
Can they recover?
Is that as big a bonehead move
No
you've
way.
ever seen?
Pip
My goodness,
What?
Pip it again.
Pip
it again.
I'm turning the wheel.
Stay out of the water, people.
Good night.
Come on.
What are the odds?
That's just ugly.
You remember
here
the day
today.
young
Shark
Scruggs
infested
rolled-
studio.
He couldn't get a winner no matter what.
Yeah.
Remember?
Shark infested studio.
I know. Be careful.
3 pippets and a horse. All right, we continue. Let's go to Elmore, Alabama. Jeremy standing by, and Laura Suki's back on the wheel. Jeremy, we got to get some winners. We only got 2 winners today. What do you say to Laura to get her to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let's go. Spin it.
Rick, I'm going to predict a Moultrie Mobile here.
Wow.
I'm just going to
Calling
will
your
it.
shot.
I'm going to try to will it and get it off
Calling
Pippin.
your shot.
Yep.
I like it.
Let the universe speak.
Okay.
All right. Sunglasses. Sunglasses. Hey, that'll work, Jeremy.
Better than a Pippin.
How about some Rick and Bubba sunglasses, and you actually get, the case that goes with it. It's got a lot of old Rick and Bubba phrases on it, and you also can use it to clean the glasses to make sure there's never a smudge.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. How about a go for Jeremy? Go! Go! Go, 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 go! I think I can get one more.
Let's do it.
I think I can get one more, and that way we go through them twice. Taylor Brown back at the wheel. Come on, Taylor. We need you right here now. And Taylor, you'll spin for Jason and Phil Campbell. Jason, you're on. And what do you need to say to Taylor to get her spin for the final spin of the week?
Save the best for last, boys. Wow, what a wheel.
Bubba, is that Moultrie out there? Is it?
I felt it.
I felt it. You felt it somewhere. Maybe there's canned meat.
I felt it. Can I dealt it?
That doggone pipit has got to stop.
I ain't have nothing. Oh, my gosh.
My gosh.
What are the odds? What are the odds?
What a terrible. I mean, you can't even have a meat wheel. You can't even have a meat wheel. You try to have a meat wheel and you thought you could have something. That's it.
Let's give it up for our spinners today. Good job. Well done. Give it up to the winners today. And for those of you watching on YouTube, it is America's favorite house band. They'll be coming your way in the break to give you a little more rock and roll. We'll look at anything we might have missed. It'd be tough to squeeze any more phone calls in since the lines are kind of tied up with meat folk. But we'll be right back. Stay close.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, Greg. All right.
If you wanna rock, then you gotta roll. If you want to rock, then you know you got to roll now. If you want to rock, then you got to roll. Go, Greg. Yeah, let's go, Greg. Get it.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to rock, then you got to roll. That's just the truth.
Oh, yeah, wait till the skirt gets pushed up here as she's wrestling on the floor. All right, now I think we're good. This is the entourage here telling her to stay back.
And of course, what does the entourage need to do for Big Papi? Don't let this crazy woman in here. No, nobody knows she exists, and we're here to protect Big Papi. You got to go. Now I don't know where they were when the guy walked in and shot him in the back.
That footage is a lot worse than what you're seeing now. But like I say, clothes got pushed up and all that in the melee, so it's can't show all of it.
Well, when you wear a skirt that short and you decide to wrestle in it, it'll come up.
Yeah.
But so
same effect as the plumber's crack, but
correct,
a little different.
Going the other way.
Yeah.
Let's so let me tell you how shocking this is. The reason why you say, well, did the wife not know? This is factual. Like, this is not up for debate. When this was first brought up to people who played with David Ortiz, who the person I was talking to knows personally and interacts with him often, the first thing that the player for the Red Sox said to this person that I know personally is, man, I don't think that would be it. Man, you should see him with his wife at the games and stuff. They have a very good marriage. So when they hear this information, they said it's actually shocking. It wasn't like you look at their 17-year marriage like a lot of professional athletes or rock stars and go, that's not surprising. The people who played with the Red Sox and saw how he interacted with his wife and kids, they were surprised that this information was coming out that looks like maybe he was being unfaithful.
Right. So we just don't know. Know.
So we'll see. But that
they are those two stories are out
and
there
could be a scenario where he's an unfaithful husband, but the shooting had nothing to do with him being unfaithful. In other words, they could be two totally separate things. And the guy screaming from
identity.
Yeah, it still could be that, but doesn't look like it. But that's also
this may have outed him.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
If I have my Sherlock hat on, though, I'm thinking the guy behind bars is just trying to protect himself.
Yeah.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. And man, it's been a blast. Let's say hello to everybody in the golden ticket seats today. Here we go. Some of these you heard mentioned on the wonderful Wheel of Meat. Say hello to Laura Suki. We just mentioned her. Linda Hood is here. Lisa Bowman. Also, the Browns, who we're about to talk to, Taylor and Tyler Brown.
There they are.
And the McInvales. Cannon McInvale, and of course, it's a Be Kind to Danielle McInvale Day all across America. If you know Danielle, make a fuss over her today. She loves it. So all here.
Trying to get her to hold it down here in the studio.
And I'm talking about. So we have a $50 American Express gift card up for grabs today from our friend Dr. Dudney, our family's dentist and an outstanding person. He does the Fix Mama's Mouth giveaways, all that great stuff with Dudney and the gang. Bubba, give me a number between 1 and 7.
No, we scramble these numbers.
Yes, we do. We
keep it all fair and above board. What about lucky number 3?
Lucky number 3, Linda Hood today. So Linda will take home the $50 American Express gift card from American Express. Don't spend it all in one place. Looks like this the 3 ladies over here, and looks like Linda, lunch is on you. So there we go. So congratulations. We'll get a picture with you here in a few moments. We'll have a little card. We'll all make a fuss about it. And so Danielle, you can breathe a sigh of relief you didn't win it. So there we go.
You won't have to do anything.
Right. Bubba, we do have in the golden ticket seats today everybody's favorite couple, Taylor and Tyler Brown, Mississippi State fans, as they're donning their Mississippi State colors today. And they have asked for a baby prediction today. Sometimes we can and do these, sometimes we can't. But today we will. We already asked the question that we needed to know how far along that you were, Taylor, and you're 6.5 months. Is that right? Okay. All right. So you are in the mode where we can now predict the gender of the child based off of the father of the child.
We got to have good information.
Yeah. And Tyler is sitting here. So how sweet is the fact that y'all's name are Taylor and Tyler? I mean, that's just precious. I'd give you a cavity. That's so sweet.
So sweet.
We
I bet it looks good on invitations.
I bet
it flows real good.
So do you think you know the gender already?
We think we know.
Yeah, well,
yeah, don't tell us.
Yeah, don't tell us. So.
Okay.
Is this first child together?
Yeah.
This is first child.
Never had.
Yes.
Yeah. So what does Tyler do for a living?
He is a youth minister at Bridgeway Church in Starkville.
Oh, Ridgeway youth minister.
Watch it.
So that means you spend some time at the desk, but man, when y'all go on those retreats and
we just got back from one.
Oh yeah, so you've been pretty active too. Do you find that Tyler sweats a lot? Is he a big sweat?
He does. Not so much at work, but he loves playing basketball and he loves going to the gym.
All right, Bubba, that was your question. Other hobbies?
Yeah, what about other hobbies other than the obvious?
So basketball.
Yeah. Basketball is his main one. He loves that, and he loves lifting weights.
Lifting some weights.
Does.
Yeah, lifting some weights.
Yes.
I saw you kind of checking me out, wondering what I do.
How much you can bench?
Yeah.
I wish Adler could flash some pictures up there. We should have prepared that.
Oh,
ahead of
really?
time, but
Okay.
it was,
I was chunky as a kid. I fought my way out.
I was chunky as a kid, chunky as an adult, chunky. All right, so Bubba, we want to get down to now what kind of underwear that Tyler wears. Loose boxers, boxer briefs, or commando.
All right, we looked this up just so I could get it right, but it's boxer briefs.
Okay.
Boxer briefs.
So they are
Boxer briefs.
Well, really, what we're asking here, are they tight underwear or are they loose underwear? That's really what we're asking.
Gotcha.
Okay. Yeah, and you've answered that. So
right. Okay.
So
yeah.
boxer
There we
briefs
go.
would be tight.
Okay.
Yeah,
Perfect.
I got you. Unless he's got skinny legs and they're loose. So.
It depends on how long he's had them.
Right. I know. They do stretch out. Don't they? All right. So, Bubba, now
I didn't know he was in youth ministry because he didn't have those pants that all of them wear on. You know, what
right?
Do you call them?
Yeah. Our college minister, he's the one that has the.
So he wears he wears the tight ones.
What do you call
the expensive shoes?
Yeah.
Oh,
skinny jeans.
Skinny
Thank
jeans.
you. I couldn't think of that for anything.
Yeah, I don't. Skinny jeans. I mean, you got to be real skinny to even pull those things off. All right, so now let's get into how, Taylor, your body has reacted to the pregnancy. Bubba, you want to get started there?
Well, Taylor, since 6 months on, what are your cravings? More salty or sweet?
Salty for sure.
Really?
All the salty. I have wanted. You were talking about liking cheese. That's all I have wanted: cheese and crackers and bread and pizza.
Oh,
and
I bet when I did the HelloFresh commercial and talked about those barbecue nachos.
Yes, I love some nachos. Any of that. I ate. Now I'm gonna be honest. I ate a few of y'all's sausage muffins.
Well, that's fine.
Well, look, you dialed in on that. Those are pretty good.
Those are really good. Thank you for bringing those. What about the hair on your legs? Growing more or less or about the same?
I would say more. All of my hair has been growing really fast.
Okay.
Really?
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
You agree with that, Tyler?
You can confirm.
Okay. All right. All right. Is that it? That's all of them, right?
So your cravings have been salty.
She didn't even have a shadow of a doubt on that.
But the hair on your
Yeah,
legs
no
are
doubt.
growing more.
She said all of her. I mean, like her hair on her head.
Hair on my head.
So, yeah. You got a slight mustache or anything?
Probably so.
Sometimes it doesn't. So, Bubba, I mean, we have to go with what would be if we followed exactly like it's supposed to, we'd say
little girl.
It'll be a girl. So we think it will be a girl.
You're giving us some mixed signs. If everything has to line up perfect for it to be a boy, so under that, even though him being athletic and working out, would tend to push it back the other way, we would have to say girl because we'll be breaking our own rules if we don't.
Yeah, the only thing that threw us in that direction really was your cravings, and they went toward the girl. So no matter what they've told you, it will be a girl.
Well, there you have it.
Yeah.
So
we're
what do you think it is?
We think it's a boy.
Really?
According to the ultrasound, but we'll see.
We'll
see.
Who thinks you can?
I don't want to mess
can
up your
see
numbers.
with sound.
Right. Yeah.
Well, we want to constantly
we
update
need to know.
it. Yeah.
We need to know. So
it's not a perfect science. Nothing is.
Right. And
That's right.
but congratulations
Thank y'all.
to both of you, and thanks for listening to the show. We sure do appreciate that.
It's clearly going to be a girl, but very athletic.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. Right. That's true.
Lots of softball tournaments.
Yeah.
Tennis, all that stuff.
Get ready to travel, and
there we go.
And get ready to hear from Helmsy a lot. So, all right. So, Bubba, the only thing we haven't mentioned today, and I hate to be a Debbie Downer, but
Wow, what a way to end the show.
Well,
huh?
I mean, but we cannot leave the live show today, no matter how you hear the show, whether this is live or archive for you. But Cowboys great Walt Garrison has gone on in at 79 years old.
A true cowboy that played for the Cowboys, and in college he played for Oklahoma State, which was Cowboys.
Cowboy. Yeah. So you both of you, are y'all too young to even know who Walt Garrison is?
Yeah, Rick, I would say I'm a Cowboys fan, but I don't.
What year were you born?
I was born in 1996.
Oh yeah. Have you ever heard of Skull?
Copenhagen.
Wait a minute, you've never heard of Skull?
The chewing tobacco.
The snuff. Skull, Copenhagen.
Oh! I thought you were talking about a player's name.
No, just the product Skull. Yeah, okay, because that really shocked me. I thought, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
But he was a spokesperson, and he would always say just to pinch between your cheek and gum.
Yeah,
that was an endorsement campaign he got.
And he was known for going out and doing rodeo events, even between ball games and practice and stuff. I mean, they said several times he had to come from a rodeo, just barely got under curfew to get into the hotel room because Tom Landry would not let you play if you missed curfew. So.
Yeah. I went to a rodeo on a field trip when I was a kid, and he was in it.
No, Greg,
that's a fact.
That's a nice throw-in.
Right there in Lawson Field in Birmingham.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Walt Garrison was there off the Dallas Cowboys.
That's all we could talk about.
He was a fullback, and he hit people. Yeah. He was tough.
Little pinch between your cheek and gum.
Little pinch between your cheek and gum. But he lived to be 79 years old, and he went on in. So thank you guys for being with us in the Golden Ticket seats today, and thank you for being with us no matter where you are. Now, if you would like to get all the Rick and Bubba show in your own time, archives are available every day. So if you're wrapping up time with us, the YouTube option, you can catch the entire archive, or on our podcast audio only option. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, it ain't easy to do rope tricks first time around. Same goes for smokeless tobacco. But here's one that's easier to use. Skoal Long Cut.
I can't start another. other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick